times we will see these top 4 teams doing well in that situation, and currently we are here again today. So we're very excited to see where we're going to go with that. But I mean, Zeta, of course, from Japan, and we don't get a chance to see them quite yet. I cannot wait, honestly. I know we've all seen the stadium, right? And we've also all seen what Japanese fans are like, and they are some of the best, right? So I cannot wait to see them cheering from the stadium. Did you get a chance to see the line outside when we were walking by?
As the second one, and then we had a bit of a line early this morning. It was already brewing at 7 a.m. So some people cannot wait until they get into the arena and want to get some good seating. But I feel like wherever you are in the arena, it's going to be great seating regardless. But as I said, I cannot wait for everybody to see it. It's going to be so exciting to see Peru going up against Zeta Division. And one thing I love from the Japan crowd as well is their cute little signs. So I'm wondering what cute little signs they'll end up bringing to the arena today.
Yes, I was saying that the Japanese fans have the best sign game. I think we were talking to Shinohara on the sidewalk randomly yesterday, and we were saying that one of those Japanese casters, also going to be a Japanese broadcast. So huge shout outs to our friends, our Japanese casters over there who are going to be bringing some action. But speaking of the casters, Danielle, did you get a chance to see, no spoilers by the way, no spoilers is very important, did you get a chance to see the outfits of our particular Unite casters for today?
I explicitly tried to not look at them when I headed into the green room. I said, okay, it's going to be great. I want to have the same experience as all of our viewers at home. So I was like, when we got to the makeup room, I was like, okay, sit down, don't look at them. So obviously the outfits, I trust these two to put on an absolute masterclass. But I don't want to talk about just the outfits. You guys at home, when we do get into the arena, the production team has put on some magic on the stage just for Pokemon Unite. And I looked at it, we all saw it yesterday. We just thought, oh my gosh, we are starting to reach that level of esports within Pokemon Unite. And you can only imagine, it's just going to get better and better from here.
It is. I can't wait for it. And we do, of course, have some other caster thoughts here, as we are casters as well. We're not going to be in the arena, but we have our predictions as to who we think are going to win, and we get to see a little split nearly down the middle. If we had 8 members here, we might have had an exact split, but we'll go right to left. We'll start with Soph. Soph, what is your prediction? You can see it right there, but why do you think that they're going to be winning?
Right, so I'm ready for Zeta Division because I believe in this matchup in particular, like you were mentioning, Chef, the top 4 that we saw this year at Worlds just really felt like everybody was incredibly strong, but had a couple of weaknesses against specific matchups. So I feel like in this case, Zeta Division, in my opinion, has just a little bit more cleanliness in their team fights, especially in the late game, and how they can come back from being behind or early. That can really just make a difference, because we know there's a Ray, there's a way, but we have been seeing at Worlds this year that flips have not been just super common like they were before. It's like somebody goes for the rip, but there's so much comeback that can happen, which is, to me, is a great balance of the game. And when we see that being the case of the meta right now, I think that benefits Zeta. And especially to me, Vitopo has been just an incredible player during Worlds here in Anaheim, California. The fact that on day 2, they had accumulated the largest amount of knockouts out of everybody at Worlds for Pokemon Unite. So my expectations are incredibly high.
Oh yeah, I think all of ours are. We'll get back to the predictions though, because I just want to remind everybody at home that just for watching, you get a chance for some good stuff, and that's going to be right here. You can see you get the World's in-game sticker. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind little option. You can see you just got to use the password below, Worlds25. I do like a lot of the stickers. I'm a big fan of getting that kind of customized player card, and especially if you're watching, if you're enjoying it, you can always remember that memory on your player card. You can also, though, just by watching, get some Twitch drops. We've got the Murkrow Platinum emblem, we've got 500 EOS coins, the gift box. There are quite a few different things you can get out of that as well. But for our Go co-streamers, we do have as well. Oh my goodness, this is so cute. Kelly, you were you were looking at one of these earlier, right?
Yes, I was actually really lucky and ended up doing a lucky trade with somebody here in the event, and I ended up getting a shiny one of these, but with the jacket. But yes, wow, there it is, Pikachu with the jacket and a
some folks have been wandering around with some of those jackets from the Pokemon Center as well. So if you tune into Pokemon Go, there we go. There's that Pikachu.
Yep, and we got to see Goop Snacks with that on. But that's not the only game, of course. All of the games. Next up, TCG, which, again, I also know you've been doing quite a bit of. But you can use a special illustration rares in-game by using code WCS25TCGL. And I do love all of the cool cards that you can use in live. I'm playing a little bit of live myself. That's not the only one, though. Even more, this is a ridiculous amount, by the way, of drops and rewards for this weekend. But I'm going to keep going. We got the World's deck box, the sleeve, the coins, so many different things. I honestly can't even read it all out. That is a huge list. But basically, just keep watching. And then finally, of course, VG, where you can get the World Championship winning Farigiraf. I know that's a Pokemon I really like. I know our producer currently right now as well. Big fan of this Pokemon. We actually were kind of like labbing it right when the game came out. So this is a really fun one to have. I think it's got a really cool ability. Use code WORLDS AR. I'm not actually going to read that one out because they always have the numbers right there, but you can see it on your screen. So lots of different rewards for this weekend. But of course, you know, the big reward for us here is that we get a chance to see our teams and our casters and our game all in this gigantic arena, which is going to be so fun. We can kind of move back for a little bit. We've only got a few minutes left until we're actually moving to our championship Sunday, but we're talking about predictions, and Danley, it's your turn.
Okay, so my prediction was Zeta Division, just like so. So we're kind of in the same boat here.
Japan.
I really think it's just come down to, I mean, this is also the same for Peru. Both of these teams, they fell short last year, and clearly they've made it to the finals. Both of these teams are incredibly hungry, but I feel like Zeta, they have a bit of an edge in the experience department because Japan, they run so many live events, and to have all that experience playing on LAN against other players, it's a much different experience than playing at home, on your couch, on your bed. It's a whole different level. And to add on top of that, playing in front of an audience, it's very difficult for us to understand as spectators, as casters, because we're not the ones there. But when you're there playing in front of a crowd with fans, with supporters, your family members cheering you on, that's an incredible amount of pressure to have on your shoulders. So not only do you need to be champion, but you're trying to let all these people that are supporting you down.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and we're almost moving over. So Kellen, real quick, maybe about 30 seconds, your prediction and why?
Well, considering how Peru has gone at the World Championships, but also throughout the season and the previous years as well, they have that experience there. And I feel like they are hungry for that champion title, given their track record so far.
I think that's absolutely a great call. I am going to go with Zeta as well, Zeta win. I'm just a huge fan of, honestly, all the Japanese fans. They have been so cool when we got a chance to meet them at ACL or here. They're all showing up, so it's honestly just
Zeta
a very
is definitely
cool
like more experienced about the high pressure
altogether, like I said, we are just a few seconds out now from heading over to the arena for the very first time for a championship Sunday at the Pokémon World Championships. It's going to be so incredible. I cannot wait for everybody to get their first look at what things are going to be like for the rest of today. But it's time for us to send it over now, as very soon we will be beginning with our first set for Championship Sunday.
1 minute and we go into the first game, or the first set. And I'm a little unsure about how the Unite format works. Let's go into the opening ceremony. Which finally Definitely one of the cooler opening ceremonies they have ever made. Personally, I'm mostly looking forward to the TCG. I think the VG is also going to be super interesting. The Unite has a lot of things to consider happening. And Unite is definitely the Pokemon game with the best crowd. And the Unite at VG. It's weird to not see Wolfie, Ator, Azul, some of these usually big names in the finals. Peru and Situ is pretty reasonable to see in the finals. But in the other games, I don't feel like it's the most noted names that is in the finals. Except in the senior generation, Gabriel Fernandez, I think his name is making it, of course. So yeah. So let's get into it. Anaheim. I don't know if they have a special ceremony for the championships on Sunday. They maybe have, they maybe don't. I know the championships is happening at different times.
For the last 10 months, trainers across the globe have been devoted to the pursuit of excellence in their games, working to prove they are better than all the rest. Their dedication has led them to this moment. Welcome to Championship Sunday!
Yeah, as you see, there's only one.
And of course, welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, where the title of World Champion is on the line for all the trainers competing today in our very first arena experience here in Anaheim, California!
Ooh, arena experience? That's sick.
This is the final battleground for our four pillars of competition. The Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video game, Pokemon TCG, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite!
Okay, that's gonna be way more pressure than usually then.
We are
a lot of people
right into our first grand finals matchup of the day.
So you have people all the way around you.
Have you ever had your back to the wall? Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and
the pressure these players are going to feel because of the setup of the arena is going to be insane.
Let's welcome our Pokemon Unite teams. First, let's hear it for Team Zeta Division!
Yeah, but this is what is making this really important, is actually people not starting to show any fear here. They need to be so prepared for this matchup. And they also need to stay calm under the pressure they are gonna get under here during the finals. Which will be super interesting to see if all of them can.
And their opponents, let's hear it for Peru Unite! welcome to the stage all of our team members and, of course, our captains. Just want to ask one question of you both. This is an opponent that you are very familiar with. What do you think your team is going to have to do in order to come out on top? What will your team have to do in order to emerge victorious here?
See, the issue with this is...
I plan to crush my opponent.
Wow, confident.
Yeah, we cannot say too much here.
What
That's the
about
issue
Peru
with
Unite?
that question.
What will you need to do
is the way
here
it's
in order
worded,
to
you
win?
are gonna give up your game plan if you say too much.
Haremos todo nuestro esfuerzo.
We'll do all of our best effort.
That sounds like a good plan. Captains, thank
So
you.
they will
Take
get
your
some
seats.
generic
And
answers,
captains,
which
let's
is
get
not
right
giving
into
them
this
much.
match.
A lot of, like, interaction because of the way the question is worded. That was actually a really bad question to ask in this scenario here.
Thousands of players, hundreds of teams competing the entire season, and it all comes down to this. Two squads who have made it through a grueling competition. Peru versus Zeta. For everyone joining us here in Anaheim and the tens of thousands watching at home, these are your 2025 Pokémon Unite World Championship Grand Finals!
So we start with Unite, then we have TCG, then we have Go,
Hello
and then
everybody,
we have
Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. Hello, Noob Snacks. Are you ready?
Dude, I am so excited. In an arena, you can hear the crowds just almost overwhelming us already. I know the people at home are tuned in, ready to go. We got Zeta Division, we got Peru, and a little bit of a flashback of the salty runbacks here from the AOS
It's
Cup
gonna be really
2
interesting
years
to see
ago.
if this setup they have made with the arenas is gonna be a good thing or bad thing. I think it will put the players under way more pressure than they need to be. And because they are already under insane pressure because this has been an entire weekend of a tournament, and they have been playing all out every single day.
That was Fennel, and it looked amazing. But now Zeta has their opportunity to take the crown. But in front of them, Peru, who has already beat them once in a moment like this.
And they just came off of a huge win against their arch nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, a team that has had their number all season long. Peru taking them to the limit, dragging them to the deep waters, winning in Game 5 of that best-of-5 semifinals from last night to punch their ticket to be here in the arena today, standing in front of them from the first LATAM World Championship in Pokémon Unite is, of course, Zeta Division.
Zeta Division, such an incredible team. I think a lot of us had our eyes on them as the absolute best out of Japan, and we were not wrong. Making their way through our single elimination bracket yesterday without dropping a single match. Now, Peru is a different story. Peru ran into what a lot of people expected to be here today. Luminosity Gaming took them to game number 5 last night, all the way to that final match, and was able to pull out a victory against a team that's had their number all season. Now that they have slayed one giant, can they do it again?
We're going to have to find out here because it is one best-of-5 that separates one of these teams again from that coveted Pikachu trophy, the first place finisher, the world champion here in 2025, home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim, California.
It's going to be amazing.
Which means they are more warmed up for this. That they already have created a fear factor for the opponent because they had such a tough group.
Zeta has been grinding for years. Peru has been grinding for years. Both of them coming up short in international competitions multiple times. Peru taking home some international titles. Zeta getting so close at ACL but not able to take it down. And now both of them in peak form here in the arena.
I think Peru got this.
We have to look at these two teams, and something that they
Zeta is more used to the pressure, but I think Peru got this.
They certainly have it,
It's the World Championships, baby. Get it together. One of these things that these teams definitely have is they have stuck together, and they have tempered and weathered these storms that you're talking about over these 2 years to get themselves into this position, into this, like you said, tip-top fighting shape, to get to the finish line. Which team is going to be able to cross it first? We find out soon.
Now, I know a lot of you are joining us because we are on the main Pokemon channel today. Unite is often on our Pokemon Unite Twitch channel. So we have a lot of new folks who are going to be checking out the competition. We will be walking you through it. If there's anything that is confusing, get ready because you will not see better esports action here on Championship Sunday. And I'm sure they don't want me to say that.
But we already did. Log it, book it, ship it. Okay. Tell me a little bit about Zeta Division and their run this weekend.
The thing that is impressive about
really
Zeta
good
is
at
they had
hyping it
a
up,
tough
honestly.
day one. Kind of a real rocky day one, running into amazing squads. But then day two, rising like a phoenix, destroying every team in front of them. It felt like with ease as they made their way to the grand finals with a 3-0 sweep.
Flawless win, right? 2-0 in our top 16, 2-0 in our quarterfinals, 3-0 in our semifinals, so they are definitely on one. However, Peru Unite also finding themselves in this position, having a bit more of a tumultuous time, but still finding their way to come out on top.
Yeah, that's the interesting story between these two squads. Peru has been tested throughout day two. Zeta tested throughout day one, and now they're going to run into each other. And in a few moments here, we're going to be heading to our first draft here of our grand finals. What's going to happen is both of these teams are going to choose Pokemon that are banned out for the match that no one can pick, and then we're going to go back and forth as they fill out their roster of 5. If one player picks up something like Charizard on one side, it means the other team cannot grab it on another. You will not see 2 of the same
so like the
Pokemon
regular
in
MOBA
the same
style.
match.
Let's talk about some of these players for these teams and what to expect. I'm going to highlight Peru Unite and the 2 players that I've been talking about for the last 2 years, Kea and Draken, the support core here for Peru. The tank and support player respectively for this squad does nothing but cover the CYA for everyone else on the team, so Tempo Anemo can go deep in these engagements. What do we got on Zeta Division's side?
Zeta Division has so many amazing star players. I have to shout out Tomato here for a moment. You will recognize him by his bright red hair. What an incredible player, an absolute superstar playmaker. And something that you and I love to shine a light on are these playmaker players in the defender and support roles, because it's the reason that you see players like Vitopo, one of the amazing Zoroark players on Zeta Division, able to carry and make so many huge plays, is because they have a whole team backing them up. If your carries are your lead singers, we've got, you know, percussion, we've got the bass, we've got a lot going on behind them to make sure that they can shine.
Yeah, you know, to support like a player like Vitopo, you have Wajiro, who is the captain of this team and also their support player. And you have kind of the wily upstart here in Tomi, who has had an electric day. And some people contend that their final set yesterday in the semifinals was their best performance of the tournament so far. And finally looks like they have transcended to join the high-level skill that the rest of the team is littered with, kind of peaking at the right time.
One thing that you'll notice between these two squads is a distinct play style difference, right? There are power picks that each one of them
That's also a
desperately
really
would like
important
to
thing to
bring
notice, that
into
is
the
the play
match.
style
And of
difference.
course, the other team would love it if they could take that away. Peru last night running into Luminosity. Scyther, such a powerful pick that these teams were fighting over it, where a lot of teams would not even consider drafting this Pokemon. And then you look at a team like Zeta Division, who has the Zoroark Comfey combo, this amazing speed and power from Zoroark, while at the same time the staying power that you get having a support wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like,
that's like
jumping out of a plane, and then there's just that comfy parachute that you get to pull the ripcord on whenever you're ready. And
I know it's not
we
a
saw a
complete
team
same
like
scenario, but it's
High Five
same
get
mechanic
a
with you
draft
having
in
a
which
support
they
wrapped around
chose
your
all
Pokemon
of
and
the
then
counters that you could
playing
possibly
like that.
dream for against that combination of Zoroark Comfey, and it wasn't enough. Vitopo and Wajiro together still took over that game easily.
Yeah, you do have to wonder if Peru is going to allow Zeta to play their game and attempt to counter it, or if we're going to see a lot of that counter happen in our draft screen. It does feel like many games are won and lost before they have even started because a team outmaneuvers them on that draft screen, takes away some of their picks through a ban, also
much
able
about
to
because
pick
his
away
draft
some of
screen,
their Pokemon.
it
You
definitely
have a
depends
player
a
who
lot
has Zoroark on
on
your
how the
team,
outcome
I
can
would
be,
absolutely
but I don't think
steal it
that's
away
why
from
we
a
see
team like
real
Zeta
skill.
Division.
The
Same
real
thing
skill
with
comes
Peru.
in the
I would be
mid to
looking
late
to take
game where
something
they
like
are starting to
Scyther
fight about
and
big
pull it
boss
away.
and like big
Yeah, I mean, but
objectives.
then there's other Pokemon that have shined incredibly well in the face of things like Scyther, even Zoroark, that's kind of having a resurgence this weekend. and is going to be great in the hands of either Tomato or Draken, and that's Crustle of all Pokemon that's really having kind of a shine up and a glow up here at the World Championships.
There are so many Pokemon coming into this weekend that haven't been staples throughout the entire season that are absolutely dominating. We have Ho-Oh on a legendary run. This thing is amazing right now with the Unite move that is able to revive members of your teams in some of those big fights. We have Charizard, who recently got some massive buffs, always on the periphery of the meta, but now finally picked in some of these big matches. And it's a great answer to something like Zoroark that wants to get in and get out of a fight. Charizard able to pick it up, slam it down into the ground of Thea Sky Ruins and try to take it out before it can really start.
But not the end-all be-all, right? Because like we said, we saw High Five have a Charizard, and it didn't really deliver on that exact strategy that you just broke down. However, the day before, we saw it work flawlessly against Vitopo and Wajiro specifically. So Charizard is definitely a strategy that needs to remain on the board to be selected, but don't let it be a false sense of security. You need to do the work around it to make that function.
One thing is for sure, there are counters to strategies, and then there are just shutting them out completely and not allowing them to pick some of these Pokemon, trying to see what other looks Zeta has that they want to throw at you.
Yeah.
With some of the amazing games that we saw from them yesterday, I think it would be a mistake to hand them the Zoroark Comfey combo. But if you do it in one game and they dominate with it like they have many times, I think you need to switch up your plan against them. We saw High Five yesterday, one of the favorites in this tournament, not change. They continued to allow them to draft these Pokemon, and it was devastating for them.
Yeah, they got kind of the break speed off of them, to be
quite
honest.
They
had all the tools, like I said, in that first game that you could have wished for. The second game, they got some of them, not all. They still felt confident about shutting it down, and guess what? They were still completely ran through. So that's why I'm saying, yes, it's good to have these strategies. It's good to understand how these matchups work on paper, but in execution, you need to deliver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are teams that can draft the exact same squad, of course, as Zeta.
And the Unite Path will probably take like an hour
not
more.
do anywhere near as
maybe
well as them.
1.5.
Some of these players are so unbelievably skilled on these Pokemon that things aren't stereotypically picked by a lot of squads shine. Again on Peru, we're talking about a Pokemon like Scyther that became a power pick between them and Luminosity. This is not by any means a top meta Pokemon for almost any team in the world. However, for Peru, it's devastating. I could imagine a world where Zeta just bans it outright and doesn't let them play it.
You know, I kind of like the aspect of a targeted ban and then a decent global ban to take just the power level Pokemons out of the equation. So maybe we see like Scizor/Scyther, right? Banned by one side, Zoroark banned by the other, and let's say, okay, let's play a little bit more heads up. Maybe then you ban Ho-Oh, Suicune, which are incredibly powerful, and then everybody has to play more of a heads up game with less of their priority kind of tricks up the sleeve picks that they like to use.
Yeah, there's definitely a question there, right? I mean, what are you banning out?
I feel like
are you banning
every
out things that everyone agrees are extremely powerful, or are you taking away specific tools from your opponent in this draft? And we're going to find out very soon. There also is that first game, right, where you're kind of feeling your opponents out. This is a best of 5, Dupsnack. So these teams have time to adjust, but once that snowball starts rolling downhill, it can be very scary if you drop a game and then another game, and you're just one away from this World Championship slipping through your fingers. So you could come out strong, you come out with a strategy your opponents might not expect, but that first game often feels like we are getting a bit of a vibe check between these two squads.
Yeah, exactly. Peru Unite, specifically yesterday, overcame the thing that you just talked about. They took that first game loss, and it looked pretty bad in that second game as well against Luminosity. They kept their composure. They developed an execution plan of how they could drag themselves back into the game. It worked. All of a sudden, we find the match squared up 1-1. The momentum has died, and now we're back at parity, and then Peru took control.
It really speaks to how powerful of a squad Peru is.
Yes.
Most teams, when they start losing, they keep losing. It's rare that a team turns it around. It's rare that a team starts picking apart their opponents. Now, Zeta Division has an interesting run in that they have dominated teams and had games that were so one-sided, it was kind of unbelievable, taking teams like Luminosity to one of the worst performances we have ever seen at ACL. However, they also seem to have moments where after a massive game like that, they start to get exposed a little bit. You see them win a game and then lose 2 in a row. It's very scary for Zeta Division. Even if they have that great start, they need to keep that momentum somehow, and it has been something that's plagued them this season.
Let me tell you a little story about Peru Unite and Zeta Division. 2 years ago, AOS Cup, EUYC. These teams squared off, okay? You want to talk about maintaining composure in rough situations. Peru Unite won those grand finals 3 games to 1, losing Rayquaza 3 times over 4 games. This team is dialed in, and they don't let moments really frazzle them. They stay focused on what their strategies are, and they always follow through on whatever plan the team develops. Whether that's the right one or wrong one, at the very least, they are on the exact same page. So, Zeta Division, you used to say, if you grab the Ray, there's a way. Well, not necessarily against Peru, because they have shown in the past that that is not the end-all be-all here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, they play such an aggressive style that they've had many moments like you've talked about where their opponents have taken the most powerful objective in the game, that Rayquaza that spawns 8 minutes into our match at the 2-minute mark, and they are able to then KO the entire opposing team in these big fights, almost knowing that they don't have the secure for Rayquaza, but what they do have the secure for are those big knockouts. Again, Zeta's run into this before, and they were not able to take them down. I do remember when Zeta and Peru went at it, it was a real question mark as to who was going to come on top. Zeta at that time felt like the most coordinated team that we had seen, working in unison with these moments where they would all fire their most powerful moves at a target at once to secure objectives.
And the timing is also super important factor. It doesn't matter which competitive game you play. It's also something we will see in the TCG and also
with some of these team fights, where before it almost felt like their opponents were an annoyance that they had to deal with while they moved around the map, taking everything.
It's super interesting to see like how
Zeta Division 2 years ago had a very robotic style. It was kind of like an if this, then that type approach to the game, using Dragonite specifically at that moment in time with the big hyper beam to get the secure on Rayquaza and leverage that to win the game.
And I have
we would actually hear them like set up a go, and everybody would fire their moves to get that win, but they are a much different team now, and Peru needs to recognize that.
Yes, they absolutely do. This is going to be a different squad than the squad that wanted to secure objectives and not fight. They absolutely want to get in there and start fighting their opponents the entire time. They have just been taking down so many top teams. And here we are, Doomsnack, Zeta Division Peru, our first draft of our grand finals. We can see our bands right up top here. Hoopa for Zeta Division, over to Zarina on Peru Unite. We've got the Buzzwole, and they take the Comfey away. I think this is absolutely the right strategy, but it allows Zeta to pick up Suicune, this unbelievably powerful all-rounder that's played more like a support.
Well, more like it is a support, right? We've almost seen it exclusively carry the experience share. You're going to see the light bulb over its head going into this game. It's so powerful. But now, Charizard is on the table, which is part of the strategy that you cobble together when you're trying to combat the strength of like the Topos, Zoroark. They go Snorlax, Charizard, Dragon, no stranger to that
something like
This is a great pickup for them. Snorlax is one of those defenders that just never seems to make it to a ban, but is always picked. Always amazing. On the other side, more strong picks. The support core here getting lined up. We have the Blissey that's going to allow their team to have some of those deep engagements, even if they don't have the Comfey. And Leafeon, the fastest Pokemon really in the game. It's a speedster, and many of our speedsters are quick, able to do a lot of damage, but Leafeon gets online before all of them at level 4. It can put so much pressure on your opponents. If you get an early lead with this Pokemon, you can take over the game.
Yeah, Blissey as well, going to be a great facilitator for Leafeon in this moment. Tempo, Zainu's locking in Clefable, Zacian. Zacian also having a great weekend here. Clefable's healing unmatched, absolutely unparalleled from these support Pokemon.
Yeah, Clefable is one of those picks that I feel like North America has been sleeping on quite a bit. Worldwide, this thing is an incredible choice. As we head over to Zeta Division, Garchomp in the gutter there is the last pick for Zeta. We haven't seen a ton of Garchomp this weekend. As you can see on your screen, a 9% pick rate for this Pokemon. But in the hands of a great player, Garchomp's still very strong. And then Anemo over here going to run the Absol, another very powerful speedster, focusing on critical hits, able able to do an absurd amount of damage in a single burst.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. Zeta Division's going to have to buy a lot of time here for Tomei to get online with Garchomp. We saw yesterday in the semifinals, when their Garchomp is online, that Dragon Rush, Dragon combo can take over the game straight into a Unite move.
I feel like Peru's comes way
the
better
early
here.
game for Zeta Division to make sure that they can get their characters like Absol, Charizard ahead and online to make sure that the rest of the stuff sorts itself out on the back end.
Yeah, you can see both sides have this late game scaling Pokemon in Garchomp and Charizard. They need level 9 for their Unite move so that they can really get powerful here as we are all set to go here for game number 1. Our team's loading into this match. You can feel the excitement here in
This thing is full.
This is insane.
This is awesome.
This is absolutely insane. This packed house here as we get ready for game number 1 of our grand finals. You can see our battleground here, Thea Sky Ruins.
Say the thing, Spraggles, as we get into this game.
All right, here we go, everyone. Zeta Division, your purple team. We have Peru Unite, your orange team. The first game here of our grand finals is underway.
Let's get after it, brother.
Yeah, they
Tomato
start up
and
by,
Rom,
like,
two very
4.
strong early game Pokemon going into the bot path. Zainus and Draken gonna have to contend a little bit here, and they're already taking some damage, getting beat up early as they have to peel back.
Yeah, they had to peel back right there. Nice secure from Zeta Division. So all these wild Pokemon that you see between these two teams are contestable. Either team can take this and get massive amounts of experience and Aos energy. That's exactly what Zeta is trying to do here by putting the pressure on Peru. Able to take that one in the middle. Oh, wow.
Okay.
We had a Chansey moving through that central area, but Tempo taking it down for the K opener.
You know what? They probably thought that the Charmander was going to be in the central area. Oh, huge push. Immediately going for the knockout here, and the Suicune sorts out the Snorlax.
Wow.
Bang! That's a 2-piece for Zeta Division.
Amazing stuff there from Zeta, stopping the Absol from picking up a KO, and you can see the power of that Leafeon getting stronger than
That's not
any
good
other
to like get
Pokemon
picked out like
faster,
that.
using this to take down their opponents, and now they should be getting the lion's share of this experience between these two goal zones.
Tons of pressure being put on. You wanted to see how these two teams are going to square up early, and they want to fight, Cowboy. Tempo moving forward. Taya there, bang! 2 more down instantly, as Peru gets 2 back the other way. Dragon's low, Vatopo's low, but it's then Peru that goes down.
You were wondering how these teams were going to square up, what the vibe check was going to be at the start of this
And
match.
Charmander's not going to be a Pokemon in this
Immediately
game.
here on Thea Sky Ruins. More points into this goal zone. The attack weights are stacking. Level 7 for this Leafeon. In 1 level, they will have a Unite move. Absol needs to hit level 9. And if you look across the board, it is only level 6 right now. Zeta Division in control, ahead in this fight. Great stuff from Peru in the top path, but Zeta dominating the bottom path. And here they come for the fight around the Swablu Altaria, and it looks like Peru can't even contest it.
Now, Tempo's down, not certainly for a 4v1 as they immediately jump to their central, just getting inventory of who's where, but this allows the opportunity to stack right back on top of the Suicune. The pressure is on. We're trying to freeze them. Draken with a big heavy slam. The Razor Leaf is out. Draken goes down to try and afford the opportunity for the rest of Peru to get out, and they are going to be out safely, but that means that Zeta Division can get that goal zone closed out.
Look at that, Doobsnacks. What an aggressive play.
I mean, it could be worse here for them because Animo is super deep in.
At 7-minute 20 seconds. This is going to give Peru some experience in their bottom path that's open for them, and they desperately need it right now. They are behind Zeta, and it's important to note, Zeta won that fight without even expending their Leafeon Unite move. They still have it available, that Emerald 2-step that can do insane burst damage.
Yeah, they're going to set up, or they can set up a nice little trap with this Leafeon to get a knockout here. Good experience getting gathered by Peru as Rom is figuring out where everybody is, and Zeta Division is working on the basement Reggie. Reggie Alecki is at half. Rom steps up. They're getting sussed out and eyed down. Reggie Alecki goes straight in, and the Blissey takes it. Washiro, the captain, stepping up for the squad, and Reggie Alecki's flying in the face of Peru.
And that's game 1 over, looks like.
Zeta Division absolutely controlling this match here as they are moving towards this goal zone, but Peru somehow able to secure in the bottom path thanks to that Absol. Crazy that it went the other way where Peru didn't get the top path and Zeta didn't get the bottom path objective.
The Regieleki did hit, not enough Eos energy in pocket for them to close it out, but Tomi comes back through and gets knocked out by Anemo, who's putting central area pressure back the other way.
You can see Anemo right here trying to get out, just recalling in the central area of Zeta Division.
Good freeze.
Tempo in some trouble right here.
Good heavy slam, Yawn!
These heavy slams,
okay, and that's keeping the station alive. Again, 100? Oh.
Ron take a ton of damage. Mewtwo Y Unite is out. Draken with another big heavy slam. No Yawn follow-up there, but Mewtwo has gone mega. Zainu's looking for a target. They want the Suicune. Bang! Seismic toss. Solar slam from the sky by the Charizard.
Yeah,
as they're
that
just
means
starting to burn
Saab will
down
KO
everybody
more
else.
than one here.
For the save. Heavy slam back over. Peru wants this fight now. They're going to keep pushing. Back over the wall is the
And
Mewtwo
that
Y
means
somehow still
Peru.
standing.
Oh,
And
Peru
Washiro
is
catches
maybe able
receipt.
to close the gap
Tempo
here.
gets eviscerated by the Emerald two-step. Vitopo keeps pushing forward, and Peru finally retreats.
Peru pulling back here after a good fight, but they were trading both ways throughout that. We had a Unite move on Absol.
It all comes down to can
they could have tried to take down
Anemo get the goal zone?
But instead, deciding to save it for this next objective.
Right.
Top path, we have Regieleki. Bottom path, we have one of the 3 Regis that spawn there that will give their team a team-wide buff. I want you to notice, Doopsnacks, this goal zone in the top path at only 4 points left in it. That was very intentional from Zeta Division. They did not want to break this goal zone early and open up more safe experience for the side of Peru Unite when the wild Pokemon spawn in the top path after that goal is gone. Peru now going for the Regieleki right here, and in fact, putting no pressure on the bottom path. We have all of the members here top.
Ships passing in the night. Basement Reggie to Zeta. Regieleki to Peru. And that thing's going to walk in, and they're going to look to close this goal zone out. As Draken's going to wither it down and go for a big overdump.
Yeah, and what you can see here is just trying to score as much as possible before these 40 points go in, as well as leaving this up as long as possible so that they don't open up experience for their opponents.
Okay, that's really, really good here. Now we're starting to close the gap a little bit.
In a lot of trouble, and they are going to go down.
Oh, well, okay, they popped the Moonlight. You just able to get a block. That's wild. The shield on block is so massive right now that they're able to get out. Now, Tomi's in trouble as they got too far deep. Oh, Mewtwo Y Unite and the Garchomp Unite is going to find themselves a knockout. Zainu's used their Unite move. They're flying over top everybody, burninating the countryside. Trogdor style. As Zainu's back, and they finally get knocked out by Tomi, who's able to survive. We've got a back cap of 42 here to try and bring this scoreboard to parity.
I love this play here by Peru. They obviously lost that fight, but they're still trying to fight. Oh, wow! The Ice Beam barely misses
and that's a good escape.
Knew exactly where they were, but able to
like this looks very similar to League with the hollow point system, like with the goal zones.
And this first match
they just have zones instead of towers.
These teams fighting the entire time, about a minute and a half until Rayquaza hits the map. And if history repeats itself from the start of this match, Zeta Division can have a convincing victory at Ray. They seem to be winning just about every engagement they run into with a full squad, and I think a lot of it has to do with that Suicune.
Yeah, and now they're taking some of the lane farm that's supposed to be easier for Peru to nab. Draken going straight in, gets a big engagement on Rom after the yawn here, but Mewtwo gets out with the Fire Blast trying to run cover for Peru, and the exchange ends up ringing true. Absol down.
And here we have Zacian possibly looking for a fight here. Charizard does get the Leafeon, which is a huge pick.
Oh, Dragon Rock
combo moving in. Zacian's in trouble, and they go down.
Draken on the retreat. They get frozen a little bit. Tomi goes straight in. Kea has been isolated. Moonlight is there. They can't save Draken. And the Mega Mewtwo Y sorting out another Pokemon.
Mewtwo Y having an unbelievable start to the day. I mean, keeping up level-wise.
Okay, I mean, they are all going to be alive for the Rayquaza fight, so we will have a big team fight here in the middle.
And right now, they would love to
I
get
would
some
imagine
auto attacks onto the side of Peru so they can charge up that Mega Gauge, go Mega as soon as this fight kicks off. It's going to be a little tough if they can't, right? It takes a little time for Mewtwo Y to become super powerful in these big fights. However, Zeta in control right here. Look at the position around Rayquaza. Extremely aggressive all the way towards the side of Peru, as Peru is sneaking through the tall grass in the top here. This fight could be the last fight of our first match as they make their way up through the tall grass, looking for some experience here, just trying to get ahead somehow against Zeta and deciding when they're going to fight. They're behind on the scoreboard, so Peru is the team that needs needs to make a play. If they just let the clock tick down, Zeta takes this match. Now, of course, that will not happen. They will find a fight. The question is, can Zeta counter-punch it, punish them for a mistake, and win this thing as they've won a lot of their fights so far? Dynus, level 14 now, looking for their moment to start this engage.
They're trying to get some information, find out where Peru is. They have not found out where that Leafeon is, and that's keeping them from engaging.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for here. Someone that they can catch. If they can get a heavy slam into a yawn on multiple members, they might take the fight there. They obviously don't want to fight into Suicune when that whirlpool's around because they can be frozen.
Okay, they know where Vitopo is now because the Razor Leaf just coming out.
They find Vitopo. They're moving forward. Here's the heavy slam.
Heavy slam in engagement. Moving forward, going for the freeze. Over the top is Tempo on the chase here. Blitz Assistance almost goes for the save, and the pressure's on. Tempo is absolutely eviscerated. Big
and that's gonna cost them.
Blitz Assistance are looking for a new target. Power Nap doesn't find everybody. Then it's the right play that's taken by Peru. Peru is taking it. They're moving to score here in game one.
Rom trying to stop Charizard, but it won't happen. However, multiple members of Zeta now running towards the side of Peru. Tomato looking to score 50 in the top
Charizard.
path, as we have Garchomp going to score 50 in the bottom path. Now they are up 359, 413, 513.
Yeah, that's game one.
Charizard still with the shield. No, it's gone. No shield, no time left. Zeta Division doesn't get Ray, but they take game number one. It looks like they learned a lot from the last time these two teams went against each other.
I was just about to say they are taking a page from Peru's.
You cannot let Suicune go through here, that's for sure.
The other way, raw scores and knockouts.
There you have it. Game one for Zeta. Absolutely dominant performance, really winning every single engagement they went into. I love the call from Peru to go for Rayquaza, recognizing that these fights have not been going their way, but they're going to go for this objective. And they do get it in that moment. But Zeta playing around it so well, only letting one member of Peru walk away with that Rayquaza shield.
Yeah, great knockouts, understanding that Peru was going all in. And when Peru dives in to try and secure Rayquaza, it kind of puts you right in a target. And it makes pretty easy work for Zeta to just chuck everything into the center and get some courtesy knockouts at the same time. Let's take a look at some clips from game one.
Yeah, these are some big moments right here. We had this fight in the bottom path where, you know, we talked about this before the match. If Leafeon can start dominating early, it's tough for a team to come back. And that is exactly what we saw from Zeta Division here. Taking big fights in the bottom path. Anemo barely making it out right there. And Mewtwo-Y actually being a huge factor here, doing so much damage throughout this match.
Yeah, a lot of
the
resources
issue is
going
in general,
into
even
Rom
team
as
comp,
well,
Peru
right? We saw
didn't have
multiple Bliss
that good
assistants
of a
going
range
to them,
attacking,
and at the end of the game, we
while
finally saw
Zeta
Vitopo
had
pick up that big
Mewtwo
Bliss
just
assistance
take
as
out
well.
insane
Power Nap
damage.
quickly secured. Just the Snorlax left standing. Their shield is gone. Draken's beat up. No, they can't stop Zinus to score, but look at this. The rest of the team's peeling.
Yeah, they were able to KO enough members of Peru that this single Rayquaza shield was just not enough. Tomato putting the points at the top path. MVP from that match. Vitopo on the Leafeon, 12 knockouts, 81,000 damage. And again, if this thing wasn't checked and shut down early, it would run through that entire match, and it did.
And that's just insane to see those damage numbers in like top competitive play.
A lot this weekend. They are the carry player for this squad. Tons of knockouts, dealing tons of damage, and honestly, the biggest menace that Zeta Division has.
Yeah, it was really tough for Peru to deal with this, and I have to wonder how they are going to react. So they were able to take away the Comfey. They were not able to have, you know, that get-out-of-jail-free card in a lot of these fights. They were not able to play Zoroark, but they had an answer up their sleeve. Leafeon looked just as powerful as some of their Zoroark games.
It really did, and maybe it's just like, if Comfey's gone, Zoroark isn't where we go type equation that Zeta Division works through. However, I really liked Wajiro's Blissey.
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was a great call, especially
see, like here you just
flavor of Blissey that we see often.
It's tough to like make a good decision here because you saw a few threats.
I think it was very powerful for them, allowing them to sustain through some of these longer engagements that Peru might have wanted to battle through. However, because they were able to sustain through them, some beautiful Bliss assistances, that Unite move from Blissey, saving their allies. Peru really didn't win too many fights throughout that match.
I feel like the only one you
can't
put through
made it
is
incredibly
Suicune.
difficult, right? Tomato,
Suicune's
you know,
too
we want to
strong
talk
here.
about just headaches.
Maybe
you might think
ban
Psyduck, but
Comfey
Suicune
again.
in this one was definitely
Maybe
causing
ban
migraines
Zoroark.
on the other side of the map for Peru. Just another thing to have to slog through to close that gap to get your Charizard on Vitopo. And I don't think I saw Charizard Unite on Vitopo once that game, which raises the question, is that
So it all
really
depends,
the answer?
like, what route
Well,
do
I
you
mean,
want to
you
see?
saw the moment right there. I mean, you called it out perfectly where we were waiting around Rayquaza. They're looking for Leafeon. If they can catch this Pokemon that has this insane burst damage, start the fight with something like that, they might be able to make their way through the rest of the team, even with their entire support core intact. However, they couldn't really find Leafeon. They did decide to eventually take a fight around Ray. They had to. They were behind, and beautiful plays from Zeta, recognizing what they were doing, not even really going for Rayquaza right there. You saw the Dragon Claw combo moving in, could be to possibly get a secure, but they knew that pit was going to be full of members of Peru, and one way or another, whether they got Rayquaza or not, they were going to pick up members of that team and try to knock them out.
And they were successful, getting themselves a win despite not taking Ray. Again, shades of 2 years ago at the AOS Cup Grand Finals when these two teams met last in this type of situation.
Yeah, it really does feel like Zeta has continuously leveled up throughout their time in Pokemon Unite, making a huge splash in our scene at the AOS Cup, as you talked about, when two teams from the Japan region were invited out to play. They made it all the way through the grand finals, taking down so many amazing teams, then eventually falling to Peru here. Now, Peru, this is not an unfamiliar position for them. Now, of course, the world stage here in Anaheim in the arena is unfamiliar to all of us. This is brand new for Pokemon. This is brand new for Pokemon Unite. But being down a game in a best of 5, needing to adjust and come back online, Peru has done this many times. They are a team that is forged in that fire.
Absolutely, and they were forged yesterday in that fire against LG, and they are in
The big
that
question
same
is Peru
position where
able
they
to
got a little
adapt?
dominated here in game 1, but it's less about what happened prior. It's how you adjust and move forward, and Peru can do that. They've done it before. They're looking to do it again.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And they're going to need to against a team like Zeta. They're going to need to throw a different look at them here. What they had in game 1, they had some good moments, but they were behind for a lot of that. A lot of that due to Leafeon, honestly. Leafeon getting online so fast, and we had the Absol on the other side really trailing behind.
You know what I would have liked to see, we see the Zashi, but it was really Buzzwole as well that was having a great weekend out of these top path all-rounders. Garchomp can really get bullied early, I think, by Buzzwole. If Buzzwole hits 5 quickly, it can kind of take over that top path and slow down Garchomp. We saw how invaluable that was to Zeta Division's strategy in the late stages of the game, having that Garchomp kicking off good engagements, you know, big freezes from the Suicune follow-up, and it put Peru in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it was
Like
really
they talk
tough
about,
for Peru
oh, you
to
need
deal
this
with. It
Pokemon,
felt
but
like
it's
they were
banned,
on
so
the
it's
back foot
impossible for them to
a lot
take it.
of that match. We saw this yesterday as well, kind of a unimpressive showing of Peru in their first best of 5 against LG, and then they really started to figure out what their opponents were trying to do, started to pick them apart, picking away great Pokemon from them, but also just taking better fights, recognizing what their strategy was going to be, and beating them in that best of 5.
In general,
They're
this
gonna need
arena
to pull
setup
something
is
out here
super
against
sick,
Zeta.
but I think it will
wondered
cause some
what it
players
would be
to
like
like
in this first game.
crack.
Sometimes teams are very cautious in game 1 of a best of 5. No one really wants to make a mistake. No one wants to put themselves out there to get KO'd and have the enemy team start to, you know, gain some experience off some of those big early speedster KOs.
Right.
That was not the case of game 1. They went in fighting the entire time, both squads.
For sure. You know, some people like to get in the pool by taking the steps and go down slowly, and some people like to lay in a fat can opener and get right into it. Both of these teams got in the water real quick and started scrapping off rip.
Yeah, the question is, how is Peru going to adjust in this moment? There's also more pressure on Peru than there ever has been. There's pressure on Zeta as well. Neither of these teams ever in this position in a grand finals at the World Championships. And Japan has so much hope for Zeta. Japan winning Worlds last year, coming back to try to do it again. We had North America win 2 years in a row. Can Japan do it now and win 2 years in a row?
Well, we're about to find out as we have just found out we are on screen. Cape Theatrics. Whoosh, as we get into game 2.
Yeah, here we go, heading into our draft of game number 2. Zeta Division banning out the Hoopa, Buzzwole. Onto the other side, same bans. We've got Zarina and Comfey. They will not allow this Pokemon into this match.
So many high-octane tools. Suicune, Ho-Oh, which we didn't even see last game. available to come out. Latios, which has kind of been a polarizing Pokemon in this tournament. And look at this. We already see the texture changing here as Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
So they know that they're going to give away Suicune. There's nothing they can do about it. They have to ban the Pokemon that they are trying to target here from Zeta. But now, instead of banning Leafeon, instead of banning Blissey that were such a problem for them in game number 1, they're just going to take them and play them themselves.
Yep, which means Charizard goes back the other way. Clefable as well, which is a Pokemon that you talk about getting a recent glow up, got buffed a little bit, and now its healing is, as we mentioned, unparalleled.
Here we go.
Armarouge, nice.
Picking up the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that's seen a lot of play in the last few tournaments, right? Regionals, it feels like it's gotten a lot of play. And, of course, this weekend, Crustle, a Pokemon that has done very well this weekend. That Unite move is unbelievable. Has some recent buffs that have made it really tanky and difficult to deal with in some of these big fights.
If you can trap a couple players with a Rock Tomb and have everybody collapse on top of the Pokemon that are trapped, those are guaranteed knockouts, and it doesn't matter how much healing Clefable can crank out, you can get those Pokemon ripped apart.
Here we go, Rom on Mewtwo wide, no surprise there.
It looked
absolutely devastating in game
looked
1.
great.
And Tommy picking up
feel
the
like it's like a
Blastoise.
last
This is one of those picks that does go late in a lot of our drafts, and we have a few teams out of Japan that have been playing this very, very well. Final pick over to Peru, and I would be shocked if they end up grabbing the Ho. They could play it in more of a carry role, but no, instead they are going to pick up that Zacian.
Yeah, and it gives them good amount of secure as well with that big Unite move that Zacian has. So they're kind of checking all the boxes here. If they get in a squirrely position late, they can still go for a Rayquaza secure, hopefully before the rest of the team is knocked out this time, and get themselves a win. We've seen Blastoise really hit high highs and low lows. And Tommy, if they're on one, they're going to need that here now. Another scaling Pokemon for them.
Here we go as we're getting ready to head into our next game. Our team's moving around their Pokemon picks, putting their held items on so that they can counter their opponents and play the exact strategy that they want. Everyone here in Anaheim, let's hear it for your favorite team. Let's hear it for Zeta Division.
The other way around.
All right, they like
we need support on
Zeta.
that DPS.
Give me a little something for Peru! Okay.
Bit of a pop. Bit of a pop for Peru as we get ready for game number 2. And Peru on the back foot here. They are going to need to make something happen. They are behind in this moment as we get ready to head to our battlefield once again. Thea Sky Ruins right there in the middle, and you can hear the chant starting as we get ready for our next game. Zeta Division, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is game 2 of your grand finals, best of 5.
Let's get into it. Rom and Tomato running in the bottom path. Gonna have the advantage here, but we've got a little bit of a cheeky rotation out of Peru. Look, Charcadet not even showing up downstairs because they're split in the central area.
Yeah, Peru nowhere to be found here to fight over this experience. Instead, deciding to get that blue buff and bring it down to the bottom. Your Tempo running up top, picking up a KO right away. Tommy in some trouble right now, going to need to peel away. Skullback and a Nemo looking for the KO with Razor Leaf. They decide to jump in and they get it.
What a good string of KOs.
That's a good start for Peru.
Unite there.
That's an
Getting
insanely
on
good
top
start.
of Squirtle early is important. And
Super high
down is even
aggression.
more so.
And look at the value here of Leafeon. We see game 1, game 2, how impactful this Pokemon is. Able to
The aggression from Peru here is actually amazing to see so early on. That is not something you expect to see.
And especially when it hits its level 9 and it has its Unite.
It's kind of the same thing we saw with Miraidon last year in the big TCG, where Jesse Parker had a super aggressive Miraidon deck list, which was just dominating.
Armarouge maybe sandbagging it there for a second, and let's see if they jump into the fray here. They're waiting for a Nebo to put the pressure on. The Rock Tomb is out, doesn't trap anybody, and the peel is going. Mega Mewtwo Y is trying to hang tough, and they do. The knockout on the Nemo is a good one. Zainus is still trying to figure out how they can get to Vitopo, but it's Strack and getting the big spread off him as they have to retreat. Zainus is there, Tempo runs for cover, and now Peru has to kind of turtle up around their goal zone.
Just protect. That's all you can do here as Peru.
So that they could catch them in this Rock Tomb like they just did to Tomato there, but they weren't able to make it happen, and instead they gave up the KO on that Leafeon. That's beautiful for Zeta. They're even closer to their level 7 on Charmeleon.
Okay, that's fine.
Give them Charizard.
Peru already showing what their strategy this game is going to be. Trap in the Rock Tomb, get in there with Armor Rouge, finish with Zacian or Leafeon. Zeta Division knows what's up now, and they need to play around it.
Here we go. Charizard has hit Thea Sky Ruins here. 2 more levels until they have that ultra powerful Unite move. Ron just punishing Draken right here. It doesn't look like they're going to make it back to their goal zone. They go down.
Draken is third here.
That was a tough look. Again, Draken is going to be the facilitator here for Peru, and it's going to make it slightly more difficult for Peru to engage these 3 Pokemon on the side of Zeta Division.
Look how well these 2 teams know each other, recognizing where they are hiding in that tall grass as we have the fight about to break out here. 5 members of Zeta ready to go.
Draken eyeing up a Rock Tomb here. Can they trap anybody? No, they actually pin Tempo back, and now Tempo's caught. Topo goes for the burn down on the backside, and Nemo at least sorts out 2. Make it 3.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Goes down as well, but Topo's fading back. Tomato is running caution here. Draken X Scissors doesn't get to clip into the wall, and now Tomato and Vitopo are looking to turn the tide. Regirock is getting worked on. Peru Unite definitely has the presence and pressure. They're on top of Tomato. Big time knockout follow-up. Regirock is going to go to Peru, and they are
gonna be like
you
game
saw
for Peru
how
at this point.
desperate Peru was to take this fight.
Oh, another good Rock Tomb.
Kicked over to 9. Massive Rock Tomb right here, looking for another KO. They pick one up on Tomi, moving in for 1-0, and they get another. The points ran into this bottom goal zone. They could have a perfect overcap if they can make it happen, but Mewtwo Y moves in.
Can we get a trap here by Draken? A good little Rock Tomb. Follow-up knockout. Tempo gets a Charizard Unite pop and burns down the grass type, and that's well written in the history of Pokemon that's how that typing works. Tempo in deep water. Blizz Assistance tried to follow up, eject button out. Tempo pressure on, they can't quite get frozen by Tomato, who's incredibly low.
Yeah, okay,
they finally get the knockout.
Great.
But Vitopo still on the chase of Kea. Running covers the rest of the team, and we are now safeguarded out of there.
What a back and forth fight. They were fighting on that goal zone so long that
It's
Charizard
coordination
was able to
on
head
these
to their
teams and like how
central
well
area,
they
pick
work
up a little
together. It's
experience,
amazing
move
to
over
see.
to level 9 and come in with that massive Unite move. But Blizz Assistance right back the other way, keeping Zacian around. Now that Char is going to need to look for some wild Pokemon so they can charge their Unite, but Anemo has theirs ready to go.
Boom, Emerald 2-step eject button out to fade that knockout, and a good look. However, we've lost sight of Tomi. Tomi being level 9 as Blastoise is important, as Peru is still trying to score on this base from goal zone, trying to close it out. Ram finally hitting Mega, using their Unite move, doesn't really hit anybody, but Tempo staying in the pocket. Pajiro with a nice follow me. Tempo trying to use their Unite move, and they are
not out?
on a sliver of HP.
He's out.
Unbelievable limit testing there from Peru, and this is what we talked about with their support core in Draken and Kea, right? Able to allow their carry players like Tempo to make plays like that where other teams would not be able to. Tomato right now trying to punish them for this goal zone push.
Draken, Rock Tomb doesn't find anybody. He's going to take the long way around and try to drag Zeta Division's attention. Draken is getting low, gets frozen, caught. X-Scissor into the wall here. Tempo goes right in, tries to pop the Unite move. More rubble rousing. The follow me doesn't see anybody. Taking to the skies and burning
Tempo
down
is
the metal type.
down.
Is that Charizard?
Yeah, okay. So it all comes down to can Anemo pop them?
Has control downstairs. Blizz Assistance with the deep engage. Emerald 2-step. Suicune Unite back the other way, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough.
Oh wait, what is?
Tomi and Nemo pinned back against the wall. Kea trying to stick in pocket, and it's a Nemo taking over.
Okay, that's actually amazing to see that Nemo can just like control the entire team like that.
There for Peru as Leafeon dives in for the possible secure with Razor Leaf. The Blizz Assistance finds it, moves through like an absolute wrecking ball,
from a different galaxy.
The objective, amazing stuff, and that is what you can do with this level of coordination. Leafeon should have its Unite move back online soon, earlier than Charizard, if I remember right, and that's going to be great for the next fight from Peru. However, if they give Charizard enough time, it's going to have their Unite, which is one of the most powerful in the game.
Oh, another safeguard pickup by Kea, and like I said, this support
Whoa,
core is so important for Peru Unite success.
A lot of damage.
Is now seeing 3 players from Zeta Vision pivot towards them, and they actually have to give up their buff in the central so they don't get knocked out.
Yeah, we have Zeta extremely aggressive here, and we have Anemo deciding that they are going to break this tier 1 goal, so they're up big, 11 to 185, as Zeta is trying to even up the scoreboard a little bit. Typhoon doesn't make much happen, but Char does.
Snatched up, burned down quickly. We're getting a back cap the
that's
other
gonna
way,
kill them all here.
Anemo late to the fight, but looking to make an impact here. The Moonlight is up. The Moonlight goes down. Emerald 2-step is back, and we've used the Rubble Rouse at the same time. Can they push away Zeta Division? Can they get a knockout? Tommy's stuck behind the Razor Leaf, and it gets a ton of damage in, but they still pump spin on top of Draken, and now we're back on the goal zone. Peru United is getting smothered and covered out here by Zeta Division. Now the score lead is shrinking, but Peru United still ahead as Zainus gets snuffed out.
Zeta Division moving as a full
So Leafeon messed up that. If Leafeon would have gotten like a few more KOs, that would have been fine.
From the Suicune on Zeta Division, it's shut them down so many times where you had members of Zeta on a sliver. It gives them enough time for Wajiro to come back in with the Clefable, heal them with that Moonlight. What a fight here as we have Vitopo almost at level 15. And I have to say, a level 15 Charizard is quite a bit more powerful than a level 15 Leafeon. Both incredible Pokemon, but Leafeon gets more of its value early, Charizard later, and it's later, Doomsnacks. We are 15 seconds until Rayquaza.
Quietly, the Blastoise is level 13. Tommy's going in. We've got 5 seconds till Ray. No, they fade back the engagement, but everybody kind of knows where each other is.
Yeah, they're looking.
Yeah, and this still like has to be a Rayquaza fight.
Very aggressive. Once they charge up that Mewtwo Unite, they know that they can head.
Oh, they're trying to set up a trap
with teleport right here, but they decide to just move right out of this
Bronze
fight.
out.
They need to engage. Peru doesn't want to take this fight until they can get Zeta to expend some very important resources in their Unite moves or pick up a massive catch and get an early KO. You can see Blastoise aggressively positioned in the bottom path right there. If they're going to run into anyone, you would love it to be that tanky Pokemon, right? They do not want Wajiro to go down or Vitopo to go down before they get to use their Unite move.
Are they going to use Leafeon for steal here?
Ron moving forward, charging up their Mega. They're looking for their opportunity to fight, and they do need to take this fight.
Wajiro's positioning, they're chipping in, waiting for this engagement. We're spinning to win, we pump on 3. Dragon has to rubble rouse to make sure Rock Tomb, X-Scissor into the wall, does get a stun, and now everybody split up.
Yeah, and that's gonna be mean game for Piru because Piru is just trying to one-shot a few people here and get out, and then there's a minute left on the clock.
But Dragon's left on an island. Are they going to be able to get this knockout?
And here they go, moving forward right here. Rayquaza being chipped. Tempo looking for it with the Metal Claw going after Vitopo.
Oh, X-Scissor into the wall!
Oh, yeah, and that's game.
3 players down for Zeta Division. The Ice Age is out, but it's not gonna be enough, I don't think. As Peru United.
Yeah, and Peru United is just gonna finish them off here. It's more safe to like just go for knockouts here than it is to go for
They're not even worried about Ray.
the Rayquaza.
Mewtwo jumps to the middle.
Wow, I mean, once again, Peru not able to take Rayquaza against Zeta, but it doesn't matter.
Boom.
106, 461. Peru is going to tie this thing up here in game number 2. For the first time ever, by the way, Doomsnacks, in a World Championship Grand Finals, we have got a brawl. These are often won in a 3-0 victory in convincing fashion, and we are tied up, getting ready for game number 3.
Just the
That's good, game 2.
Game 4 for us is
and this is a good sign for Worlds. Like, you want to see a go out in all 5 games. Just like we want to see in the Pokémon TCG, that it's going to be a third game that is deciding who wins.
Zeta on the back foot, and this has happened to Zeta before. It's a dangerous place for them. They have dominant game 1s, and then they start to get figured out by their opponents here. Peru taking game number 2, putting Zeta in a really tough position. Now Zeta is going to have to react to how Peru wants to play it. I can tell you one Pokemon that seems to be the difference maker in these games, that Leafeon. That early pressure is unbelievably important.
Unequivocally, Leafeon is a factor here in this game, which raises the question, is it warranting a first pick at this point? Is it warranting a ban at this point? But I hope we see the clip at the end. Draken was playing out of his gourd in the last 2 minutes. It was banana lands because the engagement was from Zeta Division.
Yeah, like Draken is honestly the MVP here. Draken and Leafeon.
What a match!
Yeah, such an incredible one. Closer than game number 1, I would say, where Zeta felt like they were in control. This was going back and forth, even though Peru did have some amazing moments. As we head towards our Ray fight right here, we can see some of these big engagements. This was that push right before Ray from Zeta, all moving as a unit, picking up another double KO.
Here it is, here it is, here. Bang, bang, bang.
Scissor hitting 3, but look at this full team freeze we're going to see from Tomato right here. I think they get all 5 in that Unite, one of the best in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, although it was a perfect Suicune Unite, it was not enough to overcome
and there's just nothing
triple X-Scissor into the wall with the Anemo engagement.
There you have a Nemo, the MVP of that game, on the Leafeon. Looks like Leafeon is picking up MVPs all over the place here in our grand finals. 88,000 damage, 9 knockouts, and the thing that you really can't see on the scoreboard is how unbelievably strong it is early, allowing your entire team to move forward, your entire team to be aggressive, your entire team to take more and more experience away from your opponents.
I can't say enough about this Leafeon specifically, on whomever has it. It seems to just ball out of control. Leafeon so strong, 9 knockouts. I think I had, what, 10 or 12 the game before? This is a difference maker, and I think these teams need to figure out what its role is in the equation and how to contend with it, because only one team can get it, so if you don't want anybody to have it, you gotta ban it.
You know, Doob Snacks, I gotta say, it is an absolute treat here to be watching these grand finals in this arena in Anaheim and to have a real fight in front of us. These teams all tied up.
I don't see how we solve Leafeon
number 3.
besides banning
As I
it.
mentioned a little earlier, you don't normally see this in the grand finals. One team walks into this thing and they look like the best team in the world, hands down. But this year has been so unbelievably competitive. I think from our top 16 yesterday, just about any squad there could be in this position, had some things went some different ways, right? I mean, we saw so many amazing teams make their way towards these grands, but in a single elimination bracket, you have to win every single time. That's what these two teams did.
And there's always like multiple teams that can make it to this position. There's always ending up being like one or two. That's just so dominant. The same games goes for like CCG, DGC.
Thousands of people as they are looking to get the next game.
Like we always have a few people we expect, like Ford, Azul, Wolfie.
Yeah, both of these teams can taste it, obviously.
But
Japan
sometimes most players
take
just
home
don't make
another
it.
Trophy. We've had North America year 1, North America year 2, Japan coming out as the dominant region in year 3, and throughout year 4 here. Every single representative from Japan making it into our top 16, the only region to play this well. The competition in Japan is intense. So for you to be the best team out of there, you might just be the best team in the world.
Undeniable at this point, Spraggles. Let's focus in on where this game 3 can go between these two teams. You and
I feel like the only
clearly
correct option for
Leafeon as a
Sata here is to
problem.
ban
They
Leafeon.
know it's a problem going into game 3. At this point, does it warrant a ban? Because they're letting every other strong Pokemon that we've talked about all weekend long through.
That's the question, right? Do we start banning this? Is it just that we end up getting this as a first pick and we're going to have to sacrifice some other options? Another Pokemon that's been with it every single time also is that Blissey. Blissey sets up so many amazing moments. I mean, we saw that bowling ball, Blissey coming through with the Bliss assistance. Not only is Leafeon trying to get the secure, they're being given this massive shield, this extra damage, and the huge explosion of damage of Blissey rolling through the fight. So that combination together has secured wins for both of these squads. Maybe if a team has Leafeon but they don't have the Blissey to support it, they're not going to be able to win.
That's a very great point because it needs like dedicated support. And the way the Bliss Resistance works and why we got to see that big bowling ball play is once you click
Just
Bliss
checking if
Resistance
that's
on the target
on
of your
streams
team
running
that you're
when
going for,
their own
if they
ones,
use their
but that's
abilities to
not.
jettison forward, it drags Blissey the whole way, which is why we could actually see on screen the Blissey and then the deep Leafeon engage and like a big old bus, the Blissey was running through for that help.
Yeah, it's such a powerful play. I still think they're going to take the Comfey away from Zeta. If they allow Zeta into their comfort zone of Zoroark Comfey, I think it could be very dangerous for them. So that's one ban that they have to take away right away. They've obviously been targeting this arena. They do not want to see it. They want to put them on something else. So that leaves Leafeon in this position where if you don't pick it, it can be taken from you, especially if they are the second position in draft.
Yeah, and I think these teams prefer the second position in draft, right?
Peru did in game number 2, interestingly enough. A lot of teams in that position, when you win a game, you end up deciding whether you want first or second. So if you get first, obviously you get the first bans. You also get the first pick, but a singular first pick, as it heads over to the other side for the second and third pick. So clearly,
I feel like
Peru
it's
decided,
generally
we don't
better
care
to
about
pick
this first
second.
pick. We know you're
You
gonna
get
take
the first
Suicune.
counter pick
We have
and
an
you
answer to
get
it,
the last
and
counter pick.
We want your Leafeon, we want your Blissey.
Right, and if my little cheat screen here is right, it looks like that Zeta has chosen to be on that orange side, that second side. So they want to be in that reactionary position, right? Being able to react to whatever Peru is putting together, and of course, getting that ever valuable, what we like to call
I feel
the
like
gutter
here
pick,
to
the last pick of the
Leafeon,
draft, which
Blissey
should really be that big tide-changing Pokemon selection.
Yeah, it could always be tough, right? Some of the later picks are where these teams hide a lot of their powerful strategies, right? They don't want you to see early on what they're going to play because they don't want you to attempt to counter it. So we're going to see how they want to shift things up heading here to game number 3. Obviously, if we have Zeta as a possible second pick, something could happen. It doesn't look like
same
it. It looks
bands
like
again.
Zeta is going to be our first pick here.
Okay, so they went ahead and stayed on that. Sorry, the names are different, but the teams are.
We Ron Burgundied the screen. Production, if you have the names flipped around, we will read them wrong 100% of the time.
100%. But Kea, of course, on Peru is on the purple side, first picking Leafeon. You want to talk about Praya right now? We see a Zacian Hoopa pick as well.
That's insane.
Because Kea has been a monster on Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love this. Now, I wonder if I was going to say, I wonder if Blissey gets stolen, and we also see that Suicune, but instead they decide to bring the Buzzwole here into this game, allowing Zeta to pick up Suicune. I don't know if they have a player that really wants this Pokemon, but I think it's one of the strongest in the game, so it would be amazing to steal away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zeta Division really asking the question, like, we're not sure you've got a Suicune player, somebody that can really make a difference with it. I'm glad they locked it in because that thing is incredible.
As you can see up on our big stage here, our Pokemon that are locked in are behind our competitors. Being here live in this arena is absolutely
The setup is
It
insane.
really is, and I love seeing that too. You can quickly identify who's on what, as Ho-Oh finally being brought into the fray in the Thea Sky Ruins.
Ho-Oh, an unbelievably strong pick, extremely aggressive early as well. It feels a lot like Leafeon in that it's so strong, so fast, it has so many great secure tools for some of these wild Pokemon, and it's so tanky that it's really difficult to take this thing down. Next 2 picks over to Peru right here.
Oh no.
They could be getting into a dangerous territory.
Oh no.
As they do lock in Inteleon, low pick rate. A lot of teams have kind of bounced off this a little bit. And Lucario. Now this is a Pokemon that you and I specifically have not loved seeing from these top teams. Even though they play it at a very high level, it doesn't seem to produce great results.
I agree. While I think Inteleon has been a bit slept on, and Zainus is a phenomenal historic Inteleon player, Tempo, also a phenomenal player without a doubt, but Lucario has not been it. Actually, some of the games they lost against Luminosity yesterday was on the back of this pick.
Yeah, this is a tough one as we head over to the final pick here. Bitopo grabbing the Dodrio. I have to say, looking at these 2 squads right here, I feel like they have a very good shot, Zeta, to take down and dismantle Peru. Yes, Peru got that Leafeon, but I feel like Dodrio has a lot of amazing options.
Yeah.
The Inteleon just
it's going to get
I feel like Lucario is getting underestimated here.
Leafeon can kind of get its ankles broken a bit by the 3-headed bird here. However, if Suicune can set up some huge plays, that could be massive for them as we head in here to game number 3, our battleground, Thea Sky Ruins. As we are making our way, we see Peru unite your purple team, Zeta Division your orange team, all tied up 1-1 here in our best of 5 grand finals.
Early pressure going on, and we do know how strong this Sobble is early with that water gun secure. How is Zeta Division going to deal with it? Well, they're going to run straight at him. They're going to just A-press him down and get in their face, make them fight for pad, and try and bully them away from that contestable Indeedee, and they are successful.
Yeah, they move forward right now, trying to take some experience away from them, even all the way on their side, but Draken was able to help secure that with Zainus. That, however, taken by Tomato. So you can see more wild Pokemon.
Like the super aggressive strategy works, but it's not amazing. And you see in the top side they are getting eaten.
And now we have a knockout up top from Peru as they're scrambling to score. Well done. Kea actually throwing the bunnies that were in path forward, getting a score as well. So good early pressure from them.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, we have the picture-in-picture right there because we have a brawl at top and bottom path over all of this experience. Vitopo now has evolved to Dodrio. The three-headed bird is here, and they're playing that tri-attack, diving in here after they shoot those 3 blasts, able to do a ton of burst damage to their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, going with a deep engagement, boosted auto in, peeling back, but Nemo is right around the corner looking for a target, but it's a Mega Mewtwo Y looking to A-press him down. Tomatoes pushing forward, Vitopo looking for an opportunity. Right on top of the berry is Nemo. Zainus does go down. Ram is in on the way to the backside, but now the pressure's on Nemo. Though they're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they get it. They get it.
Beautiful stuff right there. Ho-Oh does go down, but the more valuable target, the Leafeon, taken by Zeta. And you can see Dodrio already starting to bully the side of Peru here. 8 seconds until we have the Altaria Swablu spawning in the center of the map here. Tempo picking up a KO, but here comes Vitopo to punish. Kea goes down. Tempo's in some trouble right here, having to peel back to this goal zone. Vitopo now towards the center,
which gives the agency to these middle birds, to Zeta Division. Stepping forward is, of course, this Suicune trying to do their best, eject over the wall just to get away.
I mean, Animo got the Swablu, so that's fine for them.
Right now, gonna go straight to the central area and gets a knockout on the Dodrio. Peru Unite looking to flip the script here as Tomatoes trying to flamethrower its coverage so Zeta can get out.
And you can see Zeta obviously recognizes that Anemo has that Unite move. They are level 8 on Leafeon, but trying to punish them still. That is the power of that Ho-Oh, the flamethrower, able to do so much damage. Pairing that with their curse item, lowering the healing on the side of Peru. Very strong, especially into something like Clefable with that team-wide healing.
Big rotation by Zeta Division, 4 players on the downside here. Tomei was in the top path coming back through. Snipe shot is online, and that's a big damage dealer here for Peru. Bang, Rom, half HP gone.
Yeah, you can see now that Inteleon is here, these snipe shots can set up huge moments in these fights. Look how much HP is just ripped off some of these very powerful Pokemon.
That's
if
insane.
Can hit a snipe shot right into a Nemo moving in for some of these big fights, they can take huge wins. It also has great secure potential around some of these objectives.
You can body block a snipe shot though, so willing to sacrifice your body for the team might be where the support core needs to go. Chipped up, smackdown, put down, bang, Unite move, and it is taken by Peru. They're gonna keep pushing. Snuffed out is Zeta Division as Peru was able to eke out the basement Reggie. Tomato on a sliver of HP, and they are not long for this world.
Beautiful stuff there from Peru. We obviously had the Leafeon moving
just gonna
in for
cost
the
them the
secure,
game.
and we had the option there from the Inteleon
Zeta's
as
not
well,
going to win this
shots,
one.
looking to see if they could get that KO, they could get that wild Pokemon, and it looks like Dodrio able to take this all on their lonesome. Right in there,
nice
Unite
follow
move.
me.
What a
Rolls the block.
beautiful play.
Nice follow me into the rolling the block with the Unite move. Gives a little bit of action and space for Nemo to withstand the onslaught, and Vitopo just has to peel back.
Yeah, also Clefable has this incredible power with its Unite that's often overlooked, where it recovers a ton of HP to a nearby ally once it hits that Unite move. Really strong. That helps save the Leafeon right there, as we have 4 members of Zeta marching towards the Tier 1.
You see Kea getting picked up and dragged to the side of Zeta Division, enough for them to get bullied away. Now that was just a 7-ish over, so Zeta Division does close out a goal zone, but still behind on the scoreboard.
You can see Rom here looking at what they can take away from Peru in that
I feel like
area,
you're just
but being
looking as
pushed
Animo
out.
for a big play.
164-87. Very close match here, but it does feel like Peru, with that early aggression from Leafeon, has had more big moments. As we have Zeta moving down towards this bottom path, we have the side strike right into a teleport to pull Mewtwo Y back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much here. Able to walk away is that Clefable, so less than concerned, but at least they got some information.
Unite move on every single member of Peru. We're still waiting for Ho-Oh's Unite. It's very close, but it's not there yet, and Leafeon goes in right away.
Tomei with the smackdown up and down, and now Nemo is gone. Dragging with the pressure on Mewtwo while Unite is going to see if they can catch some targets. Fading back is Zainus. Pot shot on Tomato.
See,
Tons of HP
really
is gone from them,
horrible.
but the push continues. Zeta actually just laying up a nice front line, an offensive line, so they can take this Regirock. Rom eats the Bliss assistance to save them as they're peeling back. Tomei as well, able to get towards the rest of the squad, and Peru Unite, no chance.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff there from Zeta, completely zoning out Peru, and after Leafeon goes down, they really could not jump in for that fight. But here comes Peru now, the Aura Cannon looking for it, but no, they fire it the other way and they miss multiple members of Zeta.
The Suicune Unite didn't trap any players as well. The close combat is going to get a knockout.
That's a nice one. Okay, so that's really nice by Peru. Peru is putting on some pressure again, which is what we want to see here.
Yeah, there we have the snipe shot where if you don't charge it for long enough, it has a wide area where it can fly. Sometimes those quick charge snipes pick up massive KOs. Other times, you know, they do that.
Big 35 over for Peru Unite. We've seen some very good scraps this game, but Peru Unite up on the scoreboard, up in the experience race.
And look at that moment right there. Leafeon just being incredibly aggressive as they head towards those wild Pokemon in the center, using their Unite.
I feel like there's no way Peru is losing this one.
Recognize that if they can get the KO right here,
He just needs to take one game.
They're going to charge that Unite back up
after this one.
Fast. Leafeon charges incredibly fast, one of the fastest in Unite, so you can make really aggressive plays.
Look at how Anemo is just trying to get these Indeedee low so Zinus can just pull back and get the final knockout. Pressure's on though, 3v2, and with Vitopo is there to continue just harassing Peru. How is Ron going to go into this? They're going to keep pushing forward. A bit surprised here as the snipe shot finds Wajiro.
Yeah, I mean, this tier 2 is a great place for Peru to fight, especially without all of the members here of Zeta. And we have not seen huge moments from this Ho-Oh yet. However, as we move towards Rayquaza, if multiple members of Zeta go down, that rekindling flame will allow Ho-Oh to bring them back into this
fight. Want to get Ho-Oh out of the fight first.
This Ho-Oh and manage its Unite move. They can KO it early in this fight. They are in a great position. However, if they're taking multiple members of Zeta down, expending all of their Unite moves, and then Ho-Oh brings them back, this could be deadly for Peru.
Red is quickly getting worked on by Peru, putting a favorability there as Zeta Division might collapse on them.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Regice about to go down, but here comes Zeta, secured by Lucario. Tempo in trouble as they're peeling forward. This could be Rayquaza right now.
Vitopo goes straight in, Aura Cannon through to get that shield, and we pop the Clefable Unite as well. No resource expended on the side of Zeta, but Peru Unite is down. Some Unite moves here, specifically the Lucarios and the Clefables.
This is a beautiful play by Zeta. They didn't get the objective, they didn't get a KO, but they stole 2 Unite moves. This is exactly what we talked about right here. If they can get the rest of them and then bring the team back, they are in a great position for Ray. The snipe shots, hitting the Ho-Oh right there, ticking.
Buzzwole eviscerated, huge snipe shot here, and now Zeta Division has to go. Tomato's trying to get in range, 50Y Unite, rekindling flame is going to bring them back into the fight. Nice.
Well, that's fine. Anemo got him.
Rom continues to pressure on. Hey, pressing him down. The legendary from Gen 1 putting it on. Huge snipe shot on Vitopo as they're forced to run away.
Yeah, that's
Peru
game.
Unite that comes out ahead in that exchange.
Amazing stuff from Peru. They got the Ho-Oh Unite move and shouldn't have one again before the end of the match. All the Unite moves gone from Zeta. A powerful win from Peru. 1 minute left on the scoreboard and they are up by over 100 points. Even if
The hype you hear in the Unite community when you series competitive matches is
to try to drag Peru into the middle to open up the opportunity for the Dodrio back cap.
Yeah, and here we have Dodrio looking for the fight right
now. Nice flank. Huge freeze.
Close combat catches 2. No KOs happen yet though. Peru heals back. They're ahead. 38 seconds left. Zeta needs to make a move.
Zinus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division.
Yeah, okay, that's game.
Oh my gosh! Lucario's coming alive. They heard us run our mouth, and they said not today. The caster curse is real, and so is this Lucario.
Look at Tempo right here, trying to embarrass these 2 guys in capes on the caster move, saying Lucario's a bad pick. We'll show you a bad pick. 324, 87, 4 points in. Peru 1 game away from being your world champions.
Woo!
Yeah.
Peru Unite. Yeah. Holy, Zinus is an absolute menace. Zinus is an absolute menace. Where has this Inteleon been?
Wow.
Zeta Division could not approach at all. Those shots were cataclysmic, dude.
They are on the
That
precipice
Inteleon pick was honestly what made the change, and then the Lucario.
World champion from LATAM here for
huge
Pokémon
engages and
Unite in
huge
the most
snipes.
intense competition that we have ever had. Zeta in trouble right now. On the ropes. They have to win 2 in a row to bring this thing back.
I can't get over this Inteleon, man.
Yeah.
Every snipe shot that
How about
hit.
that Lucario that's so bad?
Who said that?
I think it was Zoinks.
Come on, Zoinks. Get it together, brother. Just like he was wrong about Lucario, also wrong about Scyther.
And just doesn't know what's going on.
He is
He's
right
actually
here.
near the booth.
We honestly thought we didn't know you were here.
Yep.
We didn't think you'd hear that.
Thought we were talking about you with you out of the room. Okay. Heading back into some of our big moments here. You know, one thing that we do have to talk about, and I think needs to be addressed by both of these squads, is this Leafeon.
It's crazy.
So
It's got to be banned, right?
I feel like as we move towards our next game, I would not want my opponents to have it. There are so many picks that I'm okay with my opponents having, even though I don't love it. I don't love that they have Suicune. I don't love
Leafeon
that
is too
they
strong.
have, you know, Ho-Oh or something like that. But boy, this Leafeon just feels like such a difference maker.
God. And that was a great rekindling flame, too. But Zinus was just shutting them down.
Yeah.
You saw this exchange go one way, go the other. Draken steps up, huge freeze, snipe shot on Vitopo. Vitopo can no longer scrap, and then another knockout on Rom. And this is that huge close combat you were talking about, just ripping through, tons of damage. And that's a W, and shame on us. There is Lucario.
Zoinks once again.
Lovely to see the cast be like shut down by the someone be like, no, Lucario is
sealed the deal for the MVP right here is where those knockouts came.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the match when it mattered most. Moving in, you know, the amazing thing about that power-up punch, once it hits its plus move at 11, you have this unstoppable that you're able to use. Even if your opponents are trying to stun you, slow you down, you can kind of weather that storm, then move in for the fight. The close combat, able to recover some of your HP, even though you're, you know, close to going down there with Lucario. Beautiful stuff here from Peru. One game up, one game away from being the world champion. You can hear the cheer in the crowd.
And now we are hoping for Peru to be able to like take the last game here.
A team that has been beloved for a long
I mean, they deserve it. Like, the way they are playing is absolutely amazing. That coordination, that team play is going so well right now. Even though I'm not the biggest in United, I understand what's going on, and I can see the team play from Peru is honestly amazing. They have such a good coordination, they know where each other are, they know how when each other will go in, and they trust each other in their plays. That is so clear to see.
Which is pretty amazing. We always see one
Oh, Leafeon getting picked as the first pick from Zeta Division.
We always see one team dominate these things, and that is not the case here today.
And if not, we see
unbelievably good. You could absolutely see Zeta
Leafeon.
tie
Okay,
this
so
up
Zeta
with
gets this
selfishly.
game.
I want to see game 5. So I want to see them make it happen. Zeta has decided to take the first pick, and with that, they win with Leafeon. A powerful pick.
Mr.
I think
Mime.
this is the right call at this point.
How scary is that Zarina then? I think is the real question. Buzzwole Suicune on the back-to-back for Peru. So we are seeing similar priorities just getting switched up as to where they're selected, and Peru not letting Suicune slide back to the side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, no surprise here from Zeta to see this Blissey. I think this makes total sense. They could get an early Mewtwo Y if they think Peru's going to steal it, but it doesn't look like they're worried about that. They are going to take the Garchomp right here that did win them game 1.
Without a doubt. And you know, Tomy, again, yesterday had some really electric games on this Pokemon. It might be a comfort pick for them.
So what Peru need is something to bring up the tempo,
feel like they can help take over a game. And
or to like outscale Garchomp.
Already is a great strategy.
Here we go. Next 2 picks. They are stealing the Mewtwo Y.
I love this.
I love it too. Taking it away from Zeta, a Pokemon that I feel like in the hands of Rom has been unbelievable.
So you're looking for some rage for Zeta, and you maybe want a second support.
React to this. Also, the Crustle pick for Peru. Loved it earlier. So powerful. Set up a game-winning play for them in game 2.
Okay, it looks like we're going to have an aggro horse here. No experience share on that. Selected by Rom. Going to be trying to scamper around Arthea Sky Ruins. How is Peru going to use their gutter pick to counteract that?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Okay.
We might see and bring it out.
Are we gonna see Sis on the final game?
Staple pick for this team, and they lock it in with the World Championship on the line. On the other side, you talked about it. Galarian Rapidash, pretty new addition to Pokemon Unite that's been doing very well in the competitive scene the last few months. However, it didn't get to see a lot of play at regionals. It was banned out from that competition. Now here at Worlds, you've seen some great players pick this up.
excited do you have to be as a Peru fan to see in this potentially set-winning game lock in the Scyther?
I think Peru makes a lot of their picks based on how much it would make you and I look like fools here.
Yeah, and they are succeeding.
And they are succeeding every time, as we have generally not been behind Scyther. But I can tell you this audience is behind Peru is once again a champ.
I hope Peru can beat that.
Why don't we get a little crowd hype here? If you're here to bark up the tree of Peru, let me hear ya!
And if you want to see Zeta Division,
This is definitely something that will like put Pokemon in a new level of competition. Where they actually have like esport stadiums and they are making it like in a whole new level.
Your orange team is up 2 against Zeta Division, your purple team. These are your Pokemon Unite World Championship Grand Finals. Zeta needs to win 2 in a row to make this happen.
Zainu's already sussing out where Rom was going, and that's going to be a quick stack attempt by Rom, and they are successful. Poor little Dragon, little Dwooble looking good with that whipped cream and strawberry on top, getting pressured by Tomato, and coming pretty successful here in the face of the Big Lax.
Yeah, nice plays there from Peru. They're able to get the focus band
Okay,
on
that's
Tomato early. That's going to mean
honestly
that
well
Zeta's
played.
not going to be as aggressive there with the Snorlax, but no, focus band right the other way. So both defenders giving up a huge item early that's going to need a lot of time to recharge.
Well done, pressure early by Zeta Division. Decent secures, Draken doing their best as well, as we've got some parity here. Up top, we've got Scyther hanging out, looking to make their impact felt.
Yeah, Scyther in the top path here, looking to start a fight as we are taking a look
we have
at
the crossbow.
Draken here in the bottom path. Leafeon right now hiding in this tall grass. Not stereotypical for the Leafeon to head to the bottom path right here, but they're trying to secure as much of this as possible and get Rom online at level 5 and make sure that Zainus can't hit their power spike where they can Mega.
We did get a knockout upstairs, so Peru Unite was able to get some points in. However, the experience goes to Zeta Division in the bottom path.
Yeah, and here we have Galarian Rapidash just hiding in the tall grass, trying to use that Dazzling Gleam to pick up some of these secures. They were able to do it right there. However, Zainus now level 5. They have become Mega Mewtwo. Why?
Just A-pressing, right? Nice little trap on Rom, and now I'm in trouble. And that's why you select this Crustle as they seal the deal with the
that's gonna seal the deal. The pressure that the Peru get on by doing this is insane.
Trying to stop it, but just a little too late. Grabbing Vitopo. Vitopo's gonna need to peel back here, and here comes an Emma with a big beat.
Right over the top. Wajiro tries to split the coverage here as Tomy goes straight in and picks up a huge knockout.
That was massive for Tomy right there, committing to that fight, taking down the site. They're stealing away those
so
powerful
Cypher goes down, but so does the
experience. You definitely don't want to hand that over to the Garchomp. As soon as it hits level 9, it is a massive, massive threat.
Moving through the center area is this Galarian Rapidash here, looking to make a difference. We'll see what Reggie gets prioritized by these two squads.
Pretty close here in the bottom path between these two squads here.
Ooh, X-Scissor into the wall!
Caught in a massive way, and here comes an Nemo.
Dual wing beat is there. Rom gets bullied out, but the split is back the other way. They want to get on top of these birds. Kea is fighting the good fight here. 2v1, can they get Tomy? Okay, good seal the deal by Vitopo. Pressure continues, Tomato is low. Dual wing beat, the berry is there. They're going to get some points in when they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to score, stack up, leave this goal zone 1 and head down towards this bottom objective while we have Zeta Division ripping through the top Reggie Alecki. 2 members of the crew moving towards that. Easy secure here on the Reg Ice. Easy secure on the Reggie Alecki. The top path has the push going
Tomy
on,
goes
but
down.
Tempo's trying to stop.
Okay.
Looking for the KO, but Vitopo barely escapes.
The speed for that Leafeon is unmatched. Look at Tempo.
That's impressive to see, like, Tempo just...
Backdoor Nemo! Big Scyther Unite! Which forces out the Emerald 2-step, and they take care of Buzz at the very least.
What happened there?
Galarian Rapidash right there. A smart strike on a Nemo, stopping them from continuing their dash towards that lead.
Cypher just wrecked the entire team.
Galarian Rapidash, nice, huge
X-Scissor, yeah. Okay, heavy slam there on the Mewtwo Y. Big Mewtwo Y Unite. Is the rest of the team going to follow up? Anemo is here to try and close the door on Tomato. They're putting the pressure on. Oh, Galarian Rapidash steps in, and Nemo changes their target priority to Rom, and they get him down. Oh, everybody's getting knocked out.
Oh, okay.
For the trap. Garchomp Unite is popped, but it doesn't find a soul. It's just Vitopo standing, and there's not enough to stop
this feels like Peru is just running over them at this point.
Raining points in. Kea not able to score an additional 30. Vitopo scored. They could base, they could run back through the entire squad, waiting in the tall grass for members of Peru to come back. Draken has gone down, but Vitopo has not yet found their mark.
Vitopo wanting to get Kea, but not enough to take care of Kea, because Nikea's level 9 is sitting on pad right now. Quick rotation through the middle.
Wow, that was such a
like in these like final matches, it's like why do you take a stacking? Because you will not be allowed to stack.
Near that goal zone, they just weren't able to make it happen. They waited too long. Peru did not make their way back to that goal zone.
People know how to play against it, especially people like teams like Peru.
Just being taken down in a huge way from that Galarian Rapidash Unite.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just kind of fading each other almost, right? The scoreline's close enough. Tempo goes over the wall, picks up Vitopo, uses the Buzzwole Unite, can't get the knockout. The two-step is out. 3 players down instantly. How will Zeta Division use this advantage?
Yeah, they finally have a moment here where they can score, right? They're going to head down towards this tier 1. We do
feels like we can't score more because the Peru is just alive so quick.
Pivot up towards the top path. They're going to take the experience in the center. They're actually going to give up this bottom objective. They're behind on points, so I think they would much rather have Regieleki right now.
No, you're exactly right. And they put good pressure on Tempo, figure out that where they were, so they couldn't step up. And Peru
but they need
Regieleki
to hit the goal zone to actually like get anything out of them.
Regieleki now marching toward the tier 2 goal zone of Peru. Peru looking for an opportunity.
And Anemo is 12 here. He has a huge level lead.
Anemo hiding in that tall grass here, recognizing that they might have to head back at any moment to help their team defend. Tomi moving through the center right here, but getting caught by Draken.
Does Tomi get over the wall? Yes, they do very quickly. Anemo's there to try and close the door. Emerald two-step and eviscerated. Big catch, Mewtwo Unite as well. Rubble rousing his Dragon X Scissor into the wall. Gargantuan. The Ice Age has been presented, but is it going to be enough? We've got the Galarian Rapidash Triangle is out, and it looks like the Bermuda Triangle for Zeta Division themselves. They are sinking out here in that team fight.
That Draken Unite.
That's gonna be a game.
Was so massive. KO on the cake. Unbelievable here. I mean,
that's gonna mean there's no way they are coming back because here you're just controlling it in the middle as much as possible.
Who doesn't just leave it up to Crustle?
I mean, I guess we need to start all of a sudden. Peru here now in a great position. They're ahead on the scoreboard. They need to make sure that they charge up their Unite moves, but they've won a lot of these fights. Even with the Leafeon on the other side, it has not had the impact that we've seen in our earlier games. 1 minute now until Rayquaza. Possibly the last Rayquaza we are going to see this entire season. If Peru can take this game win, can take this Ray, can beat Zeta one more time, they become the world champions, the first ever champions with Latin America.
Getting good position here is Zeta.
I mean, it doesn't require a lot to be first world champion of Latin America because there's not been that many worlds in the Unite. But it's still an impressive feat to be like world champion.
The biggest decisions they will ever make in Pokemon Unite with their tournament on the line, allowing Regirock to go towards the side of Peru, recognizing that they can't contest it. Instead, getting some aggressive positioning around.
It's gonna be harder and harder to become a world champion the longer this game exists. Until a certain point where the advertisement is not good enough for it to be staying competitive as it is right now.
If they could make it happen, they could win the entire thing. Can they get that Leafeon? Can they get that Rapidash? If they do, the dominoes will start falling and Peru could win. If they can't, and Zeta Division can find a good pick, can take down Finest.
Blocked against the wall!
Tempo in trouble. They're looking for them. The Rock Tomb peels the team away, Doob Snacks. The time is ticking. Zeta has to make a play. Rayquaza is being chipped by Garchomp. We recognize that they're moving in. Ray is getting low. Heavy Slam moves in. Tomi getting frozen.
Oh, that's game. That's game. That's game.
Can they X-Scissor through? The block covers them, and now they have to peel back.
Nick Frost did so much there. They're just buying time. Yep, and then now they are finishing them off.
Peru Unite's got them eyed down. The block is up, but their HP bar is shrinking. They're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they're gone. It's just Vitopo standing in the way of Peru Unite.
That's definitely game.
Your world champions. Rayquaza's getting worked on. Vitopo's trying to find a two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Rayquaza's low. It's secured! It's secured! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the Alpha and Omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite.
Peru Unite takes Rayquaza here in game number 4. They're up by hundreds of points. They have the Ray Shield as time is ticking down. Zeta cannot make it happen. Peru is now putting points on the board and taking this moment to recognize that they are about to be crowned World Champions of Pokémon Unite. In a short 20 seconds, they will be able to celebrate their victory, a victory that has been years in the making, from seeing them on the world stage at the AOS Cup go up against Zeta Division. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite!
Okay, that's impressive. Congratulations to Peru Unite for winning Worlds. But also this shows a huge evolution from Pokémon World Championships. Like the entire stage setup and everything. Let's like Jack take a look at that, because that stage setup we have this year is insane.
What a moment for a team that has fought so hard to get here, for a team that has always been so close. Finally able to claim that World Championship title for Peru.
So this was London, this is Honolulu, and then compared to this, these were the final stages, but this stage is an arena. It sets up such a great ball, like, area for competition, and it's honestly gonna be so huge for Pokemon in the future to have like this arena for competitive play. That's gonna be so interesting to see how that will change like the future of competitive Pokemon. If they will use this for all games, or they are just using it for Unite. I hope they use it for all games, because if they do, that will be a big step in the future right direction for the competitive part of Pokemon.
Having to not only defeat the Giants from North America, but then the best team out of Japan. You couldn't have a harder run to become the world champion.
Like, honestly, in my opinion, this means a lot for like the future of competitive TCG Pokemon. Doesn't matter if you want Unite, VGC, TCG, Go. This arena setup is super important.
But there was nothing that Peru was going to let deny them this game.
What an amazing game.
Yes.
They crossed.
My life for a Crustle MVP. My life for Draken to get the flowers in this moment. Wow.
You often see it. It's
he deserves it.
It's a Zoroark,
he deserves it.
The MVP of the World Championships is the Crustle. We're going to throw it up to the big stage where Zoinks is waiting with your champs. Take it away, Zoinks.
Hey.
Welcome to the stage where we have your champions of Pokemon Unite all over the world, Peru!
Right, I'm just gonna shut up and then let you guys enjoy this.
We gotta hear from this team. An amazing grand finals, and you had a rematch against this team. It was phenomenal. But the first question, how good does it feel from top 4 last year now to the world champions this year?
¿Qué se siente subir de un top 4 del año pasado a finalmente ser campeones mundiales?
La verdad, palabras no son lo que puede expresar, solo emociones, como pueden ver, estoy muy emocional y muy contento, la verdad que al fin todo...
The emotions you can see in these players right now is insane. And that's also something that has to do a little bit with this setup, the way it feels now to win on a stage like this.
As you can see, I only have emotions. I'm extremely excited. I'm happy. All the consistency, all the training that my team had, and the support from my family, it's just, I have no words.
All right, well, you had a lot of support out here on the crowd, but we know that the 5 of you have been supporting each other for a long time. You played together as a team for years now. How good does it feel to win on stage with this 5 players?
Los 5 se han estado apoyando mutuamente por varios años. ¿Qué se siente que ustedes 5 son los que están ganando en campeonato mundial?
La verdad, haber cumplido este sueño con mis amigos es algo que hemos estado presionando desde hace mucho tiempo. Y ahora que lo hemos consagrado, estamos muy contentos con nuestro desempeño. Y esperamos ir dándole mucha felicidad a toda la gente de Latinoamérica.
I'm just extremely excited and extremely happy to be able to win this championship with my friends. And I hope that I can keep bringing happiness to Latin America.
Amazing. All right, well, you were able to win in front of all of these people in the arena, but I know you have a lot of people watching at home and supporting Peru from afar. So, anything to say to all the fans here in the arena and all around the world?
¿Algo más que quieras decirle a tus fans y a todos los que te están viendo alrededor del mundo?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos los que están haciendo retransmisiones, a
So
todos los que nos
impressed by
mandan
these
mensajes.
players.
Sé que no le respondo a todos.
I hope they
es muy
really
complicado a
enjoy this
veces,
win. It's
pero
gonna mean
siempre
a
los veo,
lot to
siempre
them.
los leo. Estoy
Also
atento
the
a cada
future of their
apoyo
career,
que ustedes
so
nos dan, a mí y a mis compañeros. Siempre los tengo presentes a todos. Así que muchas gracias por apoyar a mi equipo, en las buenas y en las malas.
I'm extremely grateful to all of our fans. I know that you're all sending us messages and sometimes I cannot reply, but know that I'm always reading them. Thank you for your support.
Amazing. All right, one more time for your Pokemon Unite World Champions!
But like this arena is gonna make it feel so unreal to win. It's gonna feel more like you win like Worlds in League and stuff like that, because there's so many emotions because of all the fans sitting around you, all the hype that will be, and also how good of a job the commentator does at this point.
Peru Unite for putting on an incredible grand finals. A little upset at production won't let us on stage because they think we'll do too much cape stuff, and I think they're probably right about that. That was the best grand finals we have ever seen for Pokemon Unite. Again, most of the time you see these grands, one team is just heads and shoulders above the other, but what a match between these two titans.
Yeah, as this game continues year in, year out, you see the skill disparities and just the talent disparities shrink across all of these regions. And now we just had a great team from the West square off against a great team from the East. West comes out ahead here in Pokemon Unite Championships year 4, but this is not going to stop Japan from roaring back.
Yeah, they're just such an
Like we will see Japan make another huge
They have been incredible since their year
result
where
at some point,
World Championships, showing up here
and probably sooner than expecting. But this is just impressive to see that Japan is not the #1 region, even though we are the first ones to get access to that cool stuff.
with very powerful teams, only 2 making it through. You look at other regions like APAC having a few teams move through. Japan being that strong, steel sharpening steel over there, but it still wasn't enough to take down one of the greatest threats in the game. Peru has been that since their win at AOS Cup a few years ago, and they've always been so close. They got so close last year, getting very deep towards those grand finals, but they just couldn't make it. As we're going to take a look at some of the big moments here from our grand finals, Dupe Snacks.
Beautiful walkout here. Oh, didn't know we were going to be. Oh, that's a cape thing. I honestly thought that was me.
You thought that was happening
I thought that was happening.
I don't really. Dupe Snacks is good at hyping stuff up, but I don't think he tries to take too much focus on this stage. I don't really like that part. Dupe Snacks need to be focusing on appreciating the game and not really focusing so much on his own impression. Thank you for the follow, Skyrish Christine. Skyrish Christine.
And I think you really have to shout them out. They showed Peru that Leafeon was one of the
But like this game was actually amazing by Peru. They definitely deserve this World Championship.
Looking for counters for it later in this series that they really came on.
Like this best of 3, there was no doubt that Peru was just way better.
Absolutely nail is the impact of Crustle and Peru Unite really making it work here.
Like, what do you guys think about the new stage setup for Worlds? I absolutely love it. it must feel so unreal to win on that stage. I know there's a lot more pressure because of the stage setup, because it's similar to what we do in esports, and like how it works in all the other sports, where people definitely feel the pressure more, because all the fans are sitting around you. You're not sitting on a stage, then there's a floor, and then people are sitting in chairs down on the floor. No way of sitting up and looking down and see you are playing, looking at screens of you playing. The feeling must be so surreal and so different compared to how it was like a few years ago.
This whole squad,
definitely liking the setup way more.
And making themselves, earning themselves.
And here you see like the brackets and everything.
Obviously, we had an incredible group stage.
So now we are waiting for the ceremony of this Unite, and then we are ready for TCG.
Worldwide. Stamina Esports from Latin America North, Peru, Unite from LATAM South. We had Aegis Flames on a legendary run out of Brazil, taking down the ACL winners, Insomnia from Japan.
Yeah, and Nouns Esports Talon, Noun 2-0, finds themselves against Luminosity 2-1 in what was maybe one of the matches of the weekend there.
Cool.
LG taking care of QT Dig to find themselves in that spot. Look, our quarterfinals, our top 8 had 8 different regions. There was no parity across the board. It was one and done for each one of these. And Peru Unite
Super well
from
played by
LATAM
Peru.
South, of course.
They deserve that win so
I know
much.
a lot of people thought maybe in year 3 we would see something like this out of Peru, right? They were looked at as one of the best in the world. They shocked everyone at EUIC, coming in there and absolutely dominating, even taking down the team they just faced off against right now. Formerly Kabi-chan's, currently Zeta Division in those grand finals.
Also, I'm only like doing
they have done
commenting when
again,
it's like needed.
Staying together as a squad, continuing to work on that relationship. Throughout this year, as I've been watching Peru, I think they've had some stumbles. And in fact, in a lot of their matches, it feels like they've had moments where they were behind, but no team has adjusted better. No team has played better with that pressure.
Personally, I don't like
It's
Duke Snacks as
unbelievable
a
how many
commentator.
sets they've gone so deep with great
I don't
teams
understand why
that
you
pulled out
have to wear
victories.
capes and
It
stuff.
really
Like,
shows
it
why
would be
they are
better to
champions.
just
It's almost like they
chill a
need
little
that
bit more.
first
Now it's
game
fine
in
to
a
wear a
best of 5
suit
to
and fine to wear some
calibrate,
colors.
and then they're like, okay, we've
And
got it
there's
figured
no
out
reason
now.
for you to
Let's
wear a
hope we
cape and
don't
do a
lose
lot of
anymore.
cape
Yeah,
show
let's
when
get
you're
to
like
work.
commentating and
Not losing
have
is
to
a great
should be the
strategy
one
to
to
winning, as it turns out.
put the
Ever.
focus
If
on the
you're trying
players
to
and not
win,
yourself.
If you lose, you won't win.
Yeah,
There's no
losing is
reason for you
opposite
to
of winning.
do
So
like
if you
tricks
don't
with
do
the
that by
war
proxy, you
one.
win.
This is why we're
And also
okay.
close
You're
your
not gonna
shirt.
get this type of analysis from anybody.
This and capes.
Just my opinion on it.
They're like, only capes this year. We didn't even want to wear these. They gave these to us.
Full disclosure, we kept it a secret for a long time because we thought they would tell us not to wear it.
That is really true.
We sprung it on them last minute. I mean, what are they going to do? We don't have anything else to wear. Oh, man, this has just been one of the absolute best. This is my favorite grand finals we've ever got to cast. This is the best World's grand finals we have ever had. It has just been amazing. And, of course, Championship Sunday is going to
I hope we get like a really good. The TCG will be as good as a final.
Insane moments.
We will have 3 finals in TCG. We will have juniors, seniors, and masters.
I kind of want to give you a little FOMO.
The junior players I don't know a lot about.
It's awesome. Level. There's been nothing like it for
But the seniors I know who I'm rooting for.
All right, on the count of 3, everybody in the arena screams so everybody at home feels bad for missing what we've got going on. 1, 2, 3.
You hear that? They're monsters. They want you at home to feel bad. How horrible this
The
audience
hype is honestly fine. It could be better. But for a first Worlds when we have an arena set up and have a crowd in the way we have it here, this is actually really good.
When do they ever like what we're up to?
Yeah, no, we won't stop. You guys let us up here.
It's just amazing to be here in person.
Honestly, I think this is a really good way that Pokémon is starting to take direction off with big events. And I hope this direction will continue, because if we continue this direction, we will have a really, really healthy, like, long-term setup for a long-term competitive scene. And probably something that will be more lucrative both for them, but also for the competitive players, for sponsors. Like, that will be a way better scene for it.
Congratulations to our finalists, Zeta Division!
Zeta. going to second place. Really well played by them. They deserve it so much. They should not take it for granted. Second place at Worlds is really impressive. And also don't forget they get like 10,000 USD per person, which is insane. I don't know if they get the Pikachu card, like the TCGs and VUs get, but I know they get a big prize pool, they get, the entire team gets the trophies, which looks sick, to be honest. I really want to get a trophy like that myself. I mean, for the start I'm just going for regionals, but like at some point I say I want to get that trophy. And we need to like celebrate these players. These are the players who are making events like this possible. If there was not this high competition and high level of skill from these players, it would not be possible to have this big of events.
Tommy!
That's also why I'm putting focus on the entire event, not just the TCG part. Because without Unite, the event, and Go and VGC, the event would not exist. Like Worlds would not be an option if we only had CCG. At least not in this caliber as it is now.
Let's hear it one more time for Zeta Division!
People in the stadium should be way more celebrating.
And now, the team who outlasted everyone else and climbed to the top spot. Please give a big hand to our 2025 Pokémon Unite World Champions, Peru Unite!
Like, there should not be a big difference between how second place and first place gets celebrated. Of course, first place is allowed to get celebrated more, and it's definitely very, very big accomplishment for them. But it's also a very big accomplishment to get second place in Worlds. And we should not forget that. Like, making it to Worlds is something most people don't do in their entire career, so for these players to make it to Worlds is absolutely amazing. Super impressive players. Tembo really was good. Really showed he's one of the best.
Dragon!
The MVP of the last game with his Crustle. Sadly not a deck we see in TCG that often. So nice to see Crustle in the finals. Also insane with all the smoke, with sparks, everything. Like, the show is so much more impressive this year than it has ever been. Like, let's put way more work into this Worlds than there has ever been.
Let's hear
Let's give them a celebration. These guys did amazing. Definitely deserve this. But like the pyrotechnics and stuff is really cool to see. This year's Worlds is something else.
Thank you to all the teams who participated this season to make it to this point. And a special thank you to everyone who watched the qualifiers and live events along the way. We can hardly wait until next season for another round of Unite.
What an amazing run from an amazing squad. Peru finally does it and becomes your world champions.
So deserved for all these players.
I assume they were going to go from that camera. Clearly, it is the other camera, but I'm not turning around. So hold on. You're going to have to switch to the other camera that I obviously thought you were going to cut to.
This is...
Clearly, we were not ready.
Nobody deflates a moment like old Spraggles and Snacks. Holy smokes.
I know you're loving not cutting to the other camera that we are both looking directly into right now. But, well, I could do this all day. Hey! They're like, there's all these people, Jake. We never told you that camera. And we're right back to it. Ready to go.
These two guys shouldn't is focusing too little on showing how big this is.
The most competitive, most exciting season we have ever had in Pokemon Unite. The best grand finals, the most diversity of teams heading into our top 8. Every single region coming to play, getting better and better, leveling up every single month, every single cup, every single live event. All of the stories from Luminosity assembling the Infinity Gauntlet, winning LAIC, NAIC, and EUIC, but coming up short here at Worlds to Peru Unite. And then, of course, ACL, this incredible tournament with the best of the best teams out there, being taken down by Insomnia, who also came up short here in our top 16. Zeta Division, this team that has always been there,
like
one of the best in the world.
The Unite scene is getting way more competitive now than it has ever been before. In general, the Pokemon scene is getting way bigger, way better. And it seems like there's a better support around it. And we're getting to a point where sponsorships will be a thing. Not just something you hear talk about, you see a small amount of like a few players. I think in general, all the big names, those who go to regionals and stuff, will start to get sponsorships.
But that didn't mean we have
like not just with semi-big players, but no, not just with big players, but also with semi-big and those upcoming players that have shows great talent and wins a lot of cups. I think we'll also start to see like sponsorships, those who get into day 2, like there will be way more sponsorships than ever before at this point.
We just saw them battle out on Thea Sky Ruins, but I know soon enough that is going to look very, very different. We have more new Pokemon coming to the game, more Mega Evolutions are coming to Unite. There's just so much that is happening on the horizon, and even though the season is ending now, it's going to be picking back up sooner than you think.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we kick things right back off at LAIC. So you'll have to be on ice for a moment, but plenty of time for these trainers to train up and get ready for that competition here going into year 5.
We've got an interview with a fan out in the audience. We're going to throw it on over to that right now. Take it away.
Thank you, Spraggles and Snacks. Jim Lawson here with Pokemon Go. Trainer Haydonis, winner of 9 booster packs here at the main event. We're going to be playing a little fun game while we get our table switched out. But let's give it up one more time for Peru Unite.
No go? Oh my god.
All right, Haydonis, California local, I might add. How's your Pokedex knowledge?
Not too bad. We'll find out right now.
We're going to be doing Who's That Pokemon? We're going to be showing you some silhouettes of hopefully recognizable Pokemon and see how you do. I think we got 4 or 5 lined up for you. Should we get our first up on stage or up on the screen? Let's do it. All right. Question number 1. Who's that Pokemon? Hey, Donis, do you think you got this one?
Might be kind of tough, but I'm going to have to go with Pikachu.
What do we think in the crowd? Pikachu? We got it! Let's go! All right, you're on a hot streak. Currently 1 for 1. Can we keep up the momentum? Let's find out. Number 2.
Machamp.
We have...
I want to say Machamp. I don't think Machoke has 4, so Machamp.
I think we got 4 arms there. Yeah, it is the Machamp, Adonis. We're giving you some layups here, 2 for 2. They're only going to get harder, though. How are you feeling?
I'm noticing a theme here. What if the next one is Jigglypuff or Fennekin?
Okay, maybe. This trainer went to the Pokemon Center, I think. Let's bring up number 3. Hey, Don.
Ninetales.
Who's that Pokemon? Was not Jigglypuff, I'll tell you that.
Not 8, but 9 tails.
9 tails? Let's find out. There it is. 3 for 3. Hey, Donis, on a roll. All right, how are you feeling? You think you can get this next one without even looking at it?
Well, 3 is almost better than my match record this weekend, so I'm feeling pretty good right now, honestly.
Look, you're featured here in Championship Sunday, so you're doing great. All right, let's bring up number 4, okay? Let's take a look. Who is that Pokemon? We're sticking to one region here. I'll give you a hint. Kanto.
Meow.
I heard the crowd say Pikachu. I'm not so sure.
Pikachu in a costume, maybe and go. I would go with Meowth.
That's right. All right, 4 for 4. Can you wrap this up here? Can you clinch it? It's clutch time. Let's bring up our 5th Pokemon, Silhouette.
Something.
This is going to be the hardest one, sure. Surely. All right, we're getting out of Kanto here, Haydonis. What do you think?
Well, it seems like they didn't really believe in me to go for the hard stuff, so for Alligator.
Let's take a look. It is the Feraligatr. You nailed all 5 of the Pokemon. Congratulations, Haydonis.
It's a fun way to
was that easy, or are you really struggling there?
Especially if they use the same stage for everything.
That was
then we
really
have
hard.
to change the setup a bit. We have to move some tables.
You made it look easy. What can I say? All right, well, guess what? I have some good news for you. We actually have a participatory t-shirt. Whether you had 0555, we're going to get you the t-shirt. Looks great. Good color on you, by the way, Haydonis. Anyone that you want to say hello to back home?
Shout out to my parents. Shout out to SoCal Swablu. Shout out to Dre Flames.
I'm sure that we'll be seeing them on social media later. All right, thank you, Haydonis.
Also, are we starting to see some of the stake lists for TCG?
Thank you.
Those I'm
very
really
much.
interested in
Obviously,
seeing.
We didn't get a single one of those Pokemon right. That was Zygarde the whole time. Every time. Zygarde, no? Dang.
I was going with Ditto variants. Ditto Pikachu.
I liked that, yeah.
Ditto Machamp. Wrong.
You were a lot closer than me.
That's fair. You were in a weird
different another realm, I think, you know? I thought they were trying to trick him, you know? But
So
obviously
Dragapult,
they started
Kadawara,
easy. I think
like
it's
we
gonna
have the
get
2
tougher
top decks
as
that's
the day
usually
goes on.
being the same as has been the entire season.
We actually don't know if that's the next thing we're doing, too. Like, that might have been the only crack at that game that we're doing.
That's a great point. We have
How does the online
There are
list
no other
seem?
Pokemon to
Golden
choose
Go.
from, by the way. Those 5
Golden
are
Go
in.
is 10% of all online tournaments.
Anything else, those ones are clear, I would say.
Exactly.
As we're going to have more amazing stuff as we get set up.
Yeah, I have to build a
Each
Golden
game
Go list
has a
right now.
different, exciting setup on stage.
Like,
Each
I will build a
stage
Golden
is
Go,
going to
I will
interact
probably
with
build
each
a
game in a
Gardevoir.
different way, which is going to be really cool.
Maybe.
Throughout this
I actually don't know
weekend.
the
We're
board
getting set up for
Gardevoir.
Go right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for everybody at home,
But
they
Golden Go I
selected
need for
us
sure
to
because
carry
Golden
you
Go is
through this
just
experience.
so
So
powerful.
we're going to do our best.
Yeah, we're going to do our
We're
best.
certainly not going to do our worst.
Well, I mean, maybe.
But it's not intentional. If that's how it happens, it
I
wasn't
would
intentional.
Can I tell you what we're dealing with right now, just so you all at home know? We're pretty sure that somewhere there is a t-shirt gun, and we've asked for it maybe 150 times.
I pitched this idea 4 years ago, and I think the real travesty is we might actually have them for this event in the arena, and the only person they won't let use it is me.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let us have it.
It's just a gutting experience.
What? Where is it? Okay, so
this is banana
so
land.
unbelievable.
I am livid.
Give us the t-shirt,
please.
He is
we
not
get
getting a
one,
t-shirt,
right?
that's for
we
sure.
Get one. Okay,
Like,
we get one. We get one.
That's
okay. We
Okay, we
get
got
one.
one.
Camera. What a mistake.
Chishorio.
Well, now we're back this way.
Chishory? Thanks for the follow.
Wild work. Okay, we're here.
Luke says
I'm also trying to reach
t-shirt
1,000
gun
subs on
one time.
YouTube. We are streaming
One
on both
time?
YouTube and Twitch right now.
Hold it or like fire it? We get to fire it. Oh, heck yes. Okay.
Okay, one
Right
time.
now, Twitch is
What's
definitely
the range
more
on this thing? I want to make
US.
somebody in the top bowl real happy.
A lot.
It's like, can I go across? What? Hold on. What's a lot? Can I go like across top?
150 feet? I have no idea how long that is.
Okay, get the measuring tape. We need to figure this out.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Can somebody figure out the 150-foot radius from our casting booth?
Yeah.
We need to know who the lucky winners are
Someone
going to
in the
be.
crowd, wave your arm if you think you're about 150 feet
Who's
away.
at
They think they're about 150 feet away.
That is an ecstatic group of 150. Top Bull over here had a real chance. No excitement whatsoever. Not getting a T-shirt.
Not getting. Oh, they think they're 150 feet. Brother,
okay.
you are 75 feet tops, and you know it.
There's a good chance if we fire right there, they're getting snuffed out.
They're telling us there's a safety on this thing.
Not when it's in our hands.
Is it? Is it on?
It's already loaded.
Okay, so I just gotta push the safety and fire.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
We gotta good to go?
I feel like
so the safety is off.
No, the safety is on.
They don't know how this
Can we
works.
just take like a Men in Black-esque picture right now?
Don't hum it.
Why didn't they give this to us? Who knows? Why weren't we part of the planning?
I think that's a very good reason why them get a T-shirt.
Got to.
This way.
Okay.
You want to fire it off first?
I mean, I guess. I will assassinate somebody in the front row if I go too close.
It can't be you.
We got to put a depth chart. Start recording. We're going right over you here.
All right.
Here we go. I'm sorry, you guys are too close. That is a safety issue. Here we go. We're going. Oh, I see him. Single kid up there. Whoa! Yeah, baby.
Yeah, those
well done.
shoot pretty far with T-shirt guns.
Well done, you. Single-handed grab. Put that.
Beautiful. Guy with the Swiffer. I'm aiming right at your head, buddy. All right. I don't know who's going to get this, but I'm sending it. Maybe the no
look.
look.
Not gonna get it. Like,
the no look? No.
No way!
A tragedy.
One more shot.
One more shot.
Give it.
Well, now you got to give me
now
one.
I know 150 feet.
Well,
like
you got to go like over here.
Sorry, guys.
Load me up again. Load me up again.
Nothing I can do.
This is BS. He doesn't get 2 and I only get 1. Malarkey. How much? Okay. Oh, how long do I have to hold this? 3 seconds. Better make it 5.
All right, you ready?
Oh, you want to do like a twofer, like all like one knee go low, you go over top?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a cool shot. This is definitely only about us.
And I can only go wrong.
Okay, where are you going? You going like this way?
Well, we kind of already went that way. I'm heading this way.
You're heading this way? All right, I'm gonna go straight.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Go! Oh, didn't take the safety off. There we go. Oh my! Yeah!
Now.
I am the best!
How far did that
looked
go?
awesome. I looked awesome. What? No, he doesn't. Are you kidding me? I'm not giving it.
This gun doesn't even. It can't even shoot a T-shirt more than 41 feet. I have no idea how far a foot is.
The lie detector determined that was a lie. Mine went a quarter mile. Section 309 looking real live.
All right, we're going to send
we
it
have
to
an
another interview.
We have another interview.
I'm taking that. I'm positive.
No shot. 0.
Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with the T-shirt cannon. So while we're going to take a look at that, my name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Hannah, who showed up at 8 o'clock this morning for the video game championship finals tonight. Hannah, how does it feel to be up this early for something that's happening a long time from
Wait,
now? I'm really excited.
she's in the finals?
Can I make it worth your while at least?
I think she's in the
All right,
seniors.
how
I'm not
well
certain,
do you
but
feel like you can
as far as I
pronounce
remember,
Pokemon
I've seen her in
names?
the senior tournament once.
Good. Audience, how well do you think you can pronounce Pokemon names? Yeah? All right, here's what we're going to do, everybody. So, Hannah, we're going to show a Pokemon up on the Jumbotron, and you're going to get a chance to pronounce that Pokemon name first. When the answer is revealed, everybody, I want you all to just say it with me. I'll count
While
you in.
we are waiting,
and then, Hannah, if
we
you
have
get them all
3
right,
different
we will
categories.
have a prize for you
In
that will
between the
not be
categories, I
fired
will
out of the
open one
T-shirt
booster
cannon
pack.
at close range.
Just as
All
something
right,
to do,
here we go. Let's see
also
that
to
first Pokemon.
actually get these booster packs open.
How do you pronounce this
Had them for
Pokemon's
some
name?
time now.
Drapion.
All right, let's see it up there.
That is
Audience, are you
Drapion,
ready? 1, 2, 3. Drapion. That's okay. Let's try again. Let's keep it going.
So this is Sword and Shield. So this should
All right. Who's this Pokemon?
Illumise.
Illumise, yeah.
All right, ready? 1,
Karen,
2,
Sliss.
3. Illumise.
Go-Go.
Ha, got you on that one.
Theraphon.
That is correct. That is actually
Sandile.
correct. So, Hannah, do you want to take a
Lucario.
moment to maybe recenter here? How you feeling?
I don't know.
nervous
Duskull.
now. That's okay. Do you know reading is actually very hard?
Yeah.
Do you know what
Helmet
happens
and
when you play Pokemon
Nope.
games at a young age?
Crocodile. None hollow.
You teach yourself how to read, and then you don't know how to say things.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's what I did, so. All right, let's try this again. Let's see number 3. All right, we just saw a lot of this guy, right? Y'all were paying attention, right?
Rayquaza.
I didn't have my coffee yet, so I actually don't know.
Rayquaza.
All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza?
Oh, can we get a hint maybe, audience? You want to give a hint? All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza?
All right, let's count her in.
Yeah, Rayquaza.
1, 2, 3. Rayquaza! Yeah, Pokemon Unite has your back. We video games have to help each other out. All right, number 4.
Your pronunciation is sometimes horrible.
Who's this Pokemon? Okay, I think us VG players know this, maybe?
Farigiraf?
I think that's right. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. Farigiraf! Yeah! Fun fact, that's actually Girafarig scrambled around a bit, and it's actually very hard to spell. I did teach myself how to read. All right, let's go. This is going to be our final Pokemon here.
One of those I can read
And
Benjo's on.
it's going to be, another VGC favorite.
King
Gambit?
All right, is it King Gambit? Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. King Gambit! Yay, Hannah, you got all of them right?
Yeah!
Yeah, how's it feel?
Really great.
All right,
Wait, she
well, why
got
don't we
some
go
wrong
ahead
stuff.
and see what your prize is? Wow, it's a t-shirt! Now, Hannah, I know you said you're here for the video game finals, so I have to ask you a couple of questions. Do you have a favorite going into the finals later on tonight?
Geo?
And why Geo?
I'm also local to DFW, so.
Oh, she's
awesome.
not playing,
And if
she's
you had
just
any advice for
watching.
Geo going into the finals, what would that be?
Don't lose.
Don't lose. You love to hear it. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching, or maybe some of your friends back in the audience?
Yeah, Scarlett, Elle, Alex, Scraw, and Nathan are all here watching with me.
Awesome. Well, I hope that you have a lot of fun watching the rest of the games and that you're able to make it all the way to VG Masters Finals later on in the day. That's it for me here for now. Why don't we go ahead and check in with Butters and Caleb, who are all ready to go.
I don't know if she's a player or she's just about to watch. And here starts to go.
Pokemon trainers, we're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon Go.
And on one side, we have accolades and experience in Pokémon. On the other side, grit, determination, and most importantly, maybe a team composition advantage in Beelzeboy.
Yeah, and Beelzeboy, second ever World Championships, 4th place last year, and now at least a top 2. Incredible feats. He is also the first ever representative from the India qualifiers last year. One of only 2 this year as well. So much pride and joy for this player from his region.
And if you've been paying attention this season, you have definitely seen Patoman. He was the 2025 European International Champion. He's also a regional champion in 2024 Gdansk. He is going for the triple crown here. Can he also become the world champion and join its accent
And
and
to be GO judge
who
is
has
actually
already
insane.
secured that?
And we talked about it all weekend. These 2 players have looked on a different level compared to everyone else on the stage. And that's exactly why they are going to be our final 2 players here for Pokemon Go. Patamon coming in on the winner's side there, hasn't lost a single series. And of course, Beelzeboy, the only person to take him down is the man sitting across from him on the tables. Let's see if he could get redemption.
Because of course, this is a rematch of the winners finals at the end of day number 2 on Saturday. And of course, Beelzeboy did go down 1-3 in that matchup. So Patamon secured that winner's side of the bracket. And in Pokemon Go, we have double elimination tournaments. So if Patamon is able to win this series, he will become the Pokemon Go World Champion. But If he loses, that means we will have a bracket reset because Beelzeboy and Patamon will be tied at 1 loss each, and we'll have another best of 5 for you to determine your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
That's right, and you know, these are all, like you said, best of 5 games, can go the distance all the way to 10 games, like that first year we saw with Golden Hada and Dancing Rob. That would be absolutely epic. Let's not forget, you can also tie some games, so it might even go to 11 if you really want to push it.
Oh, absolutely, and Patamon, I talked about it at the start. He has the accolades, he has the experience. He is a former IC champion, a former regional champion, but he's also coming off a 3rd place performance at the North American International Championships, a finalist performance in Sevilla as well. He's been a finalist early on in his career. It's a trainer that has competed multiple times in championship series and has had a ton of success. I was going through his list of achievements. He barely ever gets out of the top 8 when he's ending a tournament. Incredibly impressive. And then Beelzeboy, remember, he qualified for the World Championships this season by placing top 4 last season in Hawaii. So this is a trainer that has been on this stage before at the World Championships, but a trainer we don't know as much about in championship series and definitely has less reps than Patamon.
Yeah, he's only played 2 tournaments on the big stage and on broadcast, and that's actually at the World Championships in back-to-back years. You know, an interesting story here, Joe Butters. At the end of Yokohama World Championships in 2023, I was walking out the venue, everyone was being ushered out, right? The event was over, and Beelzeboy comes up to me. First time I met him, he went as a spectator. He said, hey, like, I would love to compete here one day too. I didn't make it in the first 2 years, 2022, 2023. And look at him now, the following year, qualifying, being the only representative from India and getting 4th place, getting that auto qualification. He's back again, and now he has at least a top 2 finish. I can only imagine how he feels looking just 2 years back, thinking that he would be here at the grand finals.
And we heard it when Jim was interviewing him. It means so much to him. Like you mentioned, he's one of 2 trainers from the India region to qualify within the India region. Of course, Beelzeboy did it from the World Championships, and I believe both those trainers did make it to top cut as well, which is incredibly awesome performance from that region. But Beelzeboy able to qualify from last season, but he represents so much. He was saying he represents all the friends he has here, but most importantly, he represents all the friends that he has back home. This means so much to him. We saw last season, he got a little bit frazzled toward the end of day number 2 to not make it to Championship Sunday. Now he has a night to reset, to just completely refresh. And I believe he has a team composition advantage, and most importantly, he had a night to prepare.
I don't
he
have
had
any
a night to practice. So it could be a totally different situation here on Championship Sunday than we saw at the end of day number 2.
That's right. Well, let's head over to the stage with Anna. Let's get these grand finals started.
Are you ready for your Pokemon Go finals?
And also let's
get
give
right
a hand
to
the
it.
judges.
Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch 'em all. From my cap to the back and a strap on my pack, every challenge that I face is looking laughable. Worked hard to prove this. Hall of Fame's on my to-do list. Tall grass stains of the brand new kicks, and I hold down B to the championships.
What to say to my opponent? Good luck. You're gonna need it. This is gonna be a fun match.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way. I got a feeling it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be a good game.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon Go finalists.
And again, we have this awesome
First,
stage
let's make
arena,
some
which is gonna
noise.
be like
Your
a
champion
fundamental
from
thing
Spain,
to continue competitive.
And from India, please welcome Beelzeboy.
The thing is, this is a matchup I have done before, where Patamon won. he might have remembered Belzeboy's team. And he has a lot of time to
Just one quick moment with each of you. We want to talk to you about what's going through your head, what you need to do in this match.
They're doing double best of
head to your seat, what's going through your head right now, Pato Man?
I'm feeling really confident, honestly. I also want to play this final because Belzeboy is a friend of mine and also a teammate. So I hope he also enjoys the final, and let's see what's going on.
Yes, we love that. Having fun with your friends is the point, right? What about you, Belzeboy? What's going through your head?
I'm just here to play good games and put on a good show.
That sounds good to us too. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for your Go finalists. Take your seats and we'll get right into this match.
All right, it is time for the 2025 Pokemon Go Grand Finals. We have Patamon, we have Beelzeboy. Patamon looking really confident here. Beelzeboy just trying to put on a good show. He thinks the game is so amazing. He just wants to execute it at the highest level, put on an awesome performance. And remember, Patamon is super confident here, but he is a little bit vulnerable as well. He is coming off some losses, even though he won the matchup yesterday.
They are not allowed to
really
have
believe anything can happen on Championship
until
Sunday.
now.
That's right. I mean, he said, you know, good luck, right, to his opponent. I think Beelzeboy is going to need a little bit of luck here because he has to beat Patamon not only once, but in 2 series as well. Let's hear, though, from their friends and family here on the floor.
Jim Lawson here on the floor with friends and family for Beelzeboy as well as Patamon. We have Jorge, Patamon's father, as well as BJ, friend of Beelzeboy. We want to ask them a couple questions, maybe get to know them a little bit better and get some words of encouragement. Let's start with Jorge. Jorge, you have seen your son play Pokemon Go for many years now. Tell me about the evolution that you've seen as him as a battler now that we see him making it to the world stage.
¿Ha visto a tu hijo jugar durante muchos años? ¿Cuál es la evolución que ha visto en su progreso en el juego?
Bueno, una evolución grandísima, le ha puesto muchísimas ganas y bueno, desde que es pequeño y juega, pues la verdad que lo animamos mucho. Muy orgullosos de él.
He has a great progression. He put a lot of effort into it, and since he was a little kid, he's been playing and he loved it.
We love to hear that. For Beelzeboy, BJ, obviously, we don't get to see quite as much of Beelzeboy as we do Patamon on the regional circuit. For trainers that are just meeting him for the first or second time, what can you tell me about who he is and his skills?
I mean, he topped for World Championship last year, and now he is a finalist, hopefully winning. So that the consistency itself shows how great of a batter he is, and I believe he will do well and hopefully have fun here.
Well, do you have any words of encouragement or advice that you'd like to give him ahead of this match?
I mean, the general thing is
the level of play we see
Beelzeboy
from
needs a
him yesterday.
consistency.
For example, against a match against another friend of mine who is a player that is very good and I respect him a lot, Arrow. The level of play Beelzeboy have been playing and how he won that set against Arrow is just perfection. If he keep that up, I'm not worried, and I think he got this.
That's right. We've seen some impossible victories, it seems like, from Beelzeboy. We'll see if he can keep it up. All right, Jorge, I wanted to ask you as well, how are you feeling ahead of this match? Obviously, you're seeing your son participate in the biggest match of his life. What are your emotions like right now?
¿Cómo te sientes ahora cuando están en el partido más importante?
So right now while we're playing it, I will fetch something to drink. Like, I have like a few minutes.
Nervioso, emocionado, agradecido,
like 5 minutes, so
y tremendamente.
I will get something to drink real quick.
There's no words, like he's really nervous, thankful to Pokemon, and there's no words.
Any final words of encouragement, Jorge, for your son? Anything you want to tell him before he locks into his match?
Las últimas palabras para tu hijo.
Pues nada, muchísima suerte, que le ponga lo mejor de sí y nada, que hagan un buen encuentro, los dos.
Good luck, to do his best effort and go for it.
All right, well, that's all we have. These trainers are getting ready. Let's hear it from the crowd. Who's excited for the Pokemon Go World Championships? All right, we're going to go ahead and kick it back to the casters. Caleb Butters, take us in.
Thank you, Jim. It's fantastic to hear from friends and family of these top-tier players. You know, I spoke a lot about Beelzeboy, but Patamon, we've watched him grow, really, in the circuit. And he's always been good at this game. first ever tournament, second place, and then second tournament at World Championships in 2023, gets that day 2, gets that top cut. Third tournament, another second place. In fourth tournament, he wins his first regional title. Now, I think reflecting on last year, he
Perman is definitely favored a lot here.
Maybe not performing to his own standard after that first regional win, getting 81st place, only going 1 and 2 in last year's World Championships. But this year, he's on a completely different level. He's always been good at this game, but he's even better now. Getting second place at a regional, winning the European International Championships, getting third place at a North American International Championship, and now at least a top 2 at World Championships. It's so amazing to watch this young man grow to the player he is today. And honestly, you cannot be nothing but happy for him.
And that's why it was amazing to see from his father there, because we've seen the emotional moments between his parents in the past.
Boys team?
We all remember at the 2025 European International Championships, when he won it, he embraced his family. He has so much support. He's been through so much on his Pokemon journey. And remember, these are 2 young phenoms in the championship series. Beelzeboy is a young trainer as well. He has the heart of a champion. Can he prove it here today? And this team, I believe, actually has the team composition advantage against Paddlemon.
That might be true. Paddlemon, though, does have the set advantage coming from that winner's side, so that Beelzeboy has not only beat him once in a best of 5, but twice in a best of 5. And I don't know if anyone in the world is capable of doing it, but if there is one, it is going to be Beelzeboy. And you heard him talk earlier too. They're friends, they're teammates, they know each other well, and look at the accomplishments under their belts.
And we just have to break down this matchup for you all. I said it's a team composition advantage because Beelzeboy has a Galarian Moltres, and if you look at Paddleman's team, there is no Pokemon on his team that counters it. Yes, there are 3 Pokemon that can beat it in even Protect Shield situations. They are the Golisopod, the Cradily, and the Fortress. Guess what? All 3 of those Pokemon get countered by the Shadow Annihilate, and the only counter for that Shadow Annihilate of Beelzeboy is the Galarian Corsola, which gets countered by the Galarian Moltres. Beelzeboy is in a commanding position, I believe, in this series to dictate the tempo. Galarian Corsola is going to be utilized over and over again for Paddlemon, I believe, but let's hear it, Anaheim. We're about to get this 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships started. We got the Lapras.
I mean, you only need a few combos when you're
Shadow
fine.
Steelix is running Thunderfang. It's going to be super effective, but has to deal with the super effective Sparkling Aria damage from the Lapras.
And look at those Thunderfang's damage add up. Lapras almost in the yellow at this point, almost half health. In comes the Psychic Fangs, guaranteed to debuff defenses of this Lapras, making this matchup worse and worse for Paddlemon the longer he's into it. But he's going to leave, he's going to clear the debuff. He brings in Galarian Corsola, but in comes the Galarian Moltres, the hardest counter for it.
And this is the problem I was talking about, but at least this Corsola is going to be able to throw this super effective Power Gem into Beelzeboy and actually picks up the Protect Shield. Why not? Why not invest into this Galarian Moltres? It's so strong against Paddleman's team. Regardless, you're going to be able to get so much momentum here.
This seems like a wrong play.
For the fly to knock out this Galarian Corsola.
Oh, and he goes for the Brave Bird instead.
Oh, no way!
Slight miscue from Beelzeboy. It's going to be shielded up, and Paddleman's going to fight for switch advantage.
And now he's going to go for the next Power Gem. Has to give up the second Protect Shield, but it's not terrible. You might be able to Sucker Punch down. Remember, Paddleman's Switch Timer is getting close to back up, but it looks like you're going to get that full Sucker Punch down here, and you're going to bank so much energy, you're probably going to get that Protect Shield.
Oh! He catches the Resistance Sparking Aria on his own Lapras, banking the Brave Bird for later. What a huge play from Beelzeboy.
Not very effective on that Lapras. Predicted the combo play there, was able to swap out. Now there are no Protect Shields remaining. That Kanto Marowak has the Rock Slide that will be super effective, but first has to give up his
needs to
Protect
protect
Shield
him and he
against
needs
the super
to
effective
use his
Sparkling Aria, and the Switch Timers are not up for Beelzeboy, so he is just sitting there. He's gonna bank up extra energy, throw the Rock Slide, which will surely knock out.
Expert maneuvering from Beelzeboy, forcing Paddlemon to bring the ground type into the water type. You're putting yourself in a bad spot, but Paddlemon just could not stay in that situation here. And now comes another Brave Bird, enough to KO the Shadow Marowak. Beelzeboy in a commanding position. Lapras on Paddleman's side does not have a Sparkling Aria banked yet. Might even need an Ice Beam. Goes for Brave Bird. Here's the third Brave Bird here, as Beelzeboy is going to take a commanding victory here in game number 1 of this grand finals.
And there it is, the Galarian Moltres. There's no there is an answer, it's weak to Shadow Annihilate. Beelzeboy takes game number 1 of this series in a commanding fashion.
I mean, he doesn't need something to beat,
even
something
banking
that's
up a little
neutral,
extra energy before throwing that
something where
Brainbird
they
on
have
the
a
Shadow Kanto Marowak,
50-50
knowing
matchup.
exactly his energy count. He is on point early on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier. Maybe the Brainbird was a little bit too much there, but instead, he doesn't care. He gets so much mileage out of this Galarian.
Also, the thing that is
Moltres,
really impressive is also how judges are able to say that this is skill, because they need to know the math.
To outplay Padma is no easy feat, but Beelzeboy here, he's locked and ready and trying to go for that bracket reset.
And bringing that Shadow Steelix in the lead, also really strong against some of those bug types that could defeat the Galarian Moltres. So early on, Beelzeboy showed his hand that he's actually going to protect his Galarian Moltres, not with the Shadow Annihilate, because remember, at the end of day number 1 in the winners finals, he was heavily leaning on that Shadow Annihilate. Now he had a night to practice. It looks like he has a new strategy here on Championship Sunday. He's deciding to protect that Moltres with that Thunderfang Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we didn't see as much Galarian Moltres in their series yesterday. Padma did take that 3-1 victory over Beelzeboy.
Maybe
I
credibly,
think it was really
Marowak
because Padma
didn't
was
what?
bringing that Fortress a lot. Kind of a soft answer to that Moltres, but really good with shield advantage or shields up there. The bug bite damage just chews through that dark flying type, and you have the super effective Rock Tomb to throw at it. You can even bait with the Sand Tomb to guarantee the debuff on the defense as well. So a debuff machine from that.
I mean,
Fortress.
when it comes to
Let's
Go, I
see
don't know
how
a lot.
Padma's
I'm
gonna
just
make
like watching,
that
following
adjustment.
along.
You said it yesterday too, right? Shadow Steelix,
Trying to
one
come
of
in
your
with some
favorite picks
updates
here
like how it's
in
going.
this meta.
Also,
But I mean, look at the
being ready
teams.
for
There's what? 2
when
overlapping
CCG
Pokemon.
begins.
This meta is so wide here, and both players implementing their own strategies here to find their win conditions.
Well, I like the decision because it seems quite hard to bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Galarian Corsola into the battle. But Padaman did do that in game number 1 because both of those Pokemon get countered by the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is going to see a ton of action here on Championship Sunday as we are locked into battle number 2. We have the Galarian Corsola versus the Lapras. And you know what's crazy here? You might think the Galarian Corsola wins that matchup. Actually, swapping out, you can win that matchup with the Lapras, but Beelzeboy decided to say swap his Moltres.
I love this play too. Beelzeboy drawing out the Credilli, freeing up that Lapras for later. One of the hardest answers to that Lapras, knowing that Padma is likely going to bring this Credilli. First shield is going to be used from Padma. Wants to shield up his damage before the debuff comes through from this Rock Tomb. Beelzeboy going for a shield as well. Can he flip this matchup is the real question here.
Yes.
He come in with the Sucker Punch energy advantage.
He absolutely can. At this point, you can take the charge attack here. It is the fly. Is he going to try to call it? It could be the Brave Bird, though. Is Patamon going to double protect you to try to take out the biggest threat of the Galarian Moltres? No! What a call by Patamon to let the fly go. It could have been a Brave Bird, and now suddenly he's got 2 Protect Shields from this Galarian Moltres. Once again from Beelzeboy, he's just fully investing in his Moltres. Swap the Lapras. You can counter swap your own Lapras if you'd like, if you're Beelzeboy.
Yeah, this Lapras is locked in here, and in comes his own Lapras. Doesn't catch your energy, but Padaman can only throw resistant damage. I love this play from Beelzeboy, saving the hard-hitting Brave Bird for later, clearing his debuffs, and knowing that Padaman, even if he wins this matchup, is not going to get as much out of this Lapras, only throwing resistant charge attacks.
And this is not over, though, for Padaman, because you do have that Galarian Corsola in the back. You have a
this is still
shield
fine for
advantage.
Padaman.
If you can take out this Moltres somehow, some way, the Galarian Corsola will actually beat the Shadow Steelix in every single neutral situation. Even though that Shadow Steelix has the crunch, which is super effective, Galarian Corsola just outbulks it unless it gets baited on a Psychic Phase or something like that. So I think Patamon is definitely not out of it as he tries to swap. It is unsuccessful, and now the Sparkling Aria is going to be coming through. And more importantly, the Switch Timer is back up for Beelzeboy.
And Beelzeboy might swap right over to that Galarian Corsola. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's loaded on energy as well.
Oh!
He's going to throw the fly. Shields are still remaining on Padaman. He's going to shield the fly. The lesser damage move. Beelzeboy recognizing it as well. But the Power Gem's reach. I think Padaman's going to mess around too much. In comes the Power Gem to KO the Galarian Moltres. However, you still have the Steelix in the back. And Steelix has fantastic matchups against everything in the back of this. Here comes the Lapras going for the Ice Beam, the harder hitting move. Padaman has no swap out.
And this might not knock out the Galarian Corsola here. Can it endure? And yes, it does, but your timer is not back up. That is devastating for Patamon because Beelzeboy is able to get a little bit more energy here. The Lapras, though, is going to be able to come in, and that's terrible for Beelzeboy because he's made the double Sparkling Aria. One will be super effective. The double is going to be coming up. That's definitely going to be a knockout.
Patamon, Shake is nodding his head. He knows his win conditions. He found a way, and we're going to have an even series 1-1.
What plays from Patamon here, knowing that you have the team composition disadvantage. He is just bouncing around the battlefield, getting protections down. There seems to be a theme here from Beelzeboy. Beelzeboy is double protect shielding his Galarian Moltres every single battle. Patamon sniffed that out, and he was able to adapt, adjust, and win that game number 2.
And that's the thing with Patamon's gameplay, right? He's finding win conditions and saying, you know what, I had a fantastic lead, but I'm going to give up switch advantage. I'm going to use the shield advantage to my advantage there. After debuffing the Galarian Moltres twice, he knows that Beelzeboy has to give up his own switch advantage there because he's already debuffed. He doesn't want to stay in, throw energy into the bulky Lapras. I thought this was going to be pretty tough for Patamon at this stage, but just dancing on the switch timers really well. And his own Lapras, saving that energy for later. The double Sparkling Aria was everything he needed before getting Thunder Fang down from the Steelix.
You know, it kind of seemed to me, like I mentioned, Beelzeboy had a lot of time to prepare for this matchup. He obviously lost to Patamon yesterday. He probably put in some scrims, put in some work to have a different strategy. He saw that lead matchup of Galarian Corsola into his Lapras, and he instantly swapped. So I think he knew, this is my strategy. If I see the Corsola here, I will safe swap Moltres. But that Lapras can actually defeat the Galarian Corsola in neutral situations, even though you're taking super effective power gems. Lapras is the best neutral answer to Galarian Corsola on Beelzeboy's entire team. So in my opinion, if you find that early on, you might just want to utilize it. Lapras is actually the safest pick, I believe, on both of these trainers' team pretty much.
Yeah, the bulky water ice type. And Patamon bringing that Corsola in both games 1 and 2, risking that terrible matchup against that Galarian Moltres because he's so fearful of that Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate without checks, with 2 shields up, can just absolutely punch through your entire team. Let's see if Beelzeboy finally brings that Shadow Annihilate or not. We saw him bring it yesterday in the Winners Finals. He hasn't brought it out yet in Grand Finals, but this may be the game where he surprises Patamon and finally brings out his ace up his sleeve.
A quick refresher of what's on the line for these trainers. Patamon is already an international champion, already a regional champion. If he becomes the world champion,
is like putting out of Annihilate here, it's not good for him.
He is 2 games away, but can Beelzeboy bounce back and reset this bracket? We're in game number 3. We got the Lapras in the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A fantastic lead for Beelzeboy. The super effective Sparkling Aria going to dish out a ton of damage, but with shields up, this Marowak is hitting hard too. Tries to go for a catch, doesn't get it, and in comes the Steelix, but this might be what Patamon wants. Double water in the back, able to potentially even grab shield from the Steelix, and you get the Marowak lined up against Steelix later as a potential, freeing up that Golisopod.
And this Shadow Steelix Thunder Fang just wears on this Lapras here. The Lapras is going to be able to throw the super effective damage. Probably one of these are going to get no protect shield from Beelzeboy. Will he triple down on his strategy, the double protect shield that Galarian Moltres? He definitely could do so because at this point, even if you take the Sparkling Aria and get knocked out, you can absolutely sucker punch down. I actually expect Beelzeboy to just let this go for sucker punch down.
Exactly.
Galarian Moltres is so strong. Why not use it?
He has 2 answers. He can even sidewave down this Lapras. That would put Patamon in such a hole because he would have so much energy. Instead, he does bring in the Galarian Moltres, gets the full farm down without the Sparkling Aria, and this Marowak has it bait perfectly or land a super effective rock slide. First phone club's going to come through. It is a bait. Does Beelzeboy call it on the biggest stage? He's thinking, and he calls it!
No way! Beelzeboy calls it!
Phone club!
Wow, ridiculous! On the biggest stage possible, live in the arena. It is double, not very effective.
He's predicting. No, he's not. He's not predicting.
And he
Okay.
does protect shield this one. Now it's 50-50, but that means Patamon at least had to use less energy there. You're at the double fly if you're Beelzeboy. You can never swap out to your Golisopod to soak this energy because it's super effective.
Patamon's only answer here is the Shadow Kanto Marowak landing a rock slide. Otherwise, you're in so much trouble. But the back back-to-back fly is coming through. Patamon putting everything on the line for the Shadow Marowak. I don't think he's going to be able to land it.
Oh no, he's blocked. But there's no shields remaining, and he's gonna outpace to the fly. That is devastating for Patamon here. This is gonna be super effective, and some heavy damage into Goliathapod.
As a one-hit knockout, and Moltres is going to be the MVP for Beelzeboy so far in this grand finals. He gets a sucker punch
Okay, that's
out.
impressive.
He's one game away from resetting the bracket.
And Beelzeboy has used every single Protect Shield in this series on one Pokemon. He has used it all on his Galarian Moltres, all 5 of them. He didn't even need to use his 6-1 in that battle. Now he is one game away from resetting this and having the opportunity to win another best of 5 to be the grand champion. And this is where it gets tough for Patamon.
Are you guys thinking Beelzeboy will win?
Patamon just came off an NAI seed performance where he was top 3.
I'm honestly uncertain, but he might have a shot of it. He's playing really, really well and having made great predictions. So maybe he can.
To get second place. How does he adapt here? How does he overcome that to bounce back and become that Pokemon Go World Champion?
What a performance so far from both these players too. And for those that are confused, why did he even bring in the Goliath spot at that moment? Because he was hoping that his only win condition is Beelzeboy going for that combo play with the Lapras with energy banks. And if he did that, he would catch a resisted Sparkling Aria, has the Rock Slide loaded for later. He might have a win condition. But Beelzeboy, he was ready. He didn't fall for it. He carried himself with that Galarian Moltres.
Impressive plays by Beelzeboy, but also by Patamon.
And right now,
they're both super impressive players, and pressure is so much greater because they have a center of attention.
Those are going to be your 3 best neutral answers to Galarian Moltres. But you can't run that
also, if you're enjoying the stream and watching on YouTube, leave a like and subscribe. Help a ton.
It's not coming today. So
I'm trying to hit 1,000 subs. So.
Bring the Goliathapod, the Cradily, or the Fortress. Let's see as we are in this game number 4. Beelzeboy is 1 game away from resetting, and there it is. There's that Fortress in the back for Patamon.
And this Fortress has clunky matchups, but it does have play into everything on the side of Beelzeboy. Can we see any potential catches is the question, but the problem is all this energy is going to be at least neutral damage on both sides, so even catches energy is not going to be the best. In fact, it might be even better for the one that lands the Sparkling Aria, because right now you're just throwing resistant Sparkling Aria at each other. Charge Attack Priority does go to Patamon. That can be crucial for future matchups later.
And will the alignment matter here? Yes. The alignment in the back matters a lot for Patamon specifically. He wants no part of that Galarian Moltres with his Galarian Corsola. So I believe he's going to try to invest to win this switch advantage in the lead to ensure you have that Fortress versus the Moltres in the back line.
Let's see if either trainer is going to pivot out with 1 Sparkling Aria Bank. It can be crucial. Both have the back-to-back. Do they throw it? It's going to be Beelzeboy that throws the Sparkling Aria first. Patamon feeling confident, thinking he can tank this. I think he can. It's not going to KO.
Oh, he does!
Can he swap out? Oh, he gets sideways down. The 1 turn damage is going to register before he can press the charge attack. He brings in the Corsola, and in comes the Moltres.
But this is good for Patamon. He's actually avoiding his worst matchup, and Galarian Corsola is really strong against Steelix in the back. The problem is, if Beelzeboy can get a Protect Shield advantage, it's going to be tough to win against Psychic Fangs and Thunder Fang pressure in the back. No Protect Shield. Here comes the Rock Tomb. I'm shocked at that no Protect Shield, because now this Fortress is getting so low.
He's going for the undercharge, actually. Wants to leave it with some extra energy. The shield's going to be used from Beelzeboy, but if he can take out this Fortress, he can permanently debuff that Corsola for later with the Steelix, and that would put Patamon in such a hole. Another fly comes through. Does Patamon finally spend a shield here? He did shield earlier. He's not going to shield now. Everything on this Galarian Corsola. Can he do it? Or can Beelzeboy reset the bracket? He is so close. He swaps in. Tries to catch the power chip. Doesn't quite get it, but he's still in such a commanding position.
That would have been heavily resisted by that Shadow Steelix. Instead, takes the Nightshade. Galarian Corsola has been the best Pokemon for Patamon all tournament long. It is the best Pokemon in this matchup versus Beelzeboy.
You just have to
Can
use
it do
both
the impossible
protections.
and full sweep this back line? Here is the Psychic Fang bait. Does he try to call it? Yes! He calls the bait, but it's so dangerous. You're so low health. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining, but now you're in risk of getting knocked out by fast attack pressure as well.
You saw Boy, he cracked a smile already. He feels confident. He thinks he can fast attack down this goat layer in Corsa. He is almost there. Another Psychic Phase coming through. Absolutely brutal. Patamon finally spending his shield here, but he's already in the red. I don't even know if he has time for a second shield, but he knows there's energy on the Moltres. He's doing everything he can here, but I don't
This is gonna be close, Caleb. It's gonna be so close. The Nightshade is able to knock out the Steelix, but can he astonish down? Wait, no, Moltres just had an attack the whole time and can Sucker Punch, and that means Beelzeboy has now
So that means a reset in the bracket, which means Beelzeboy has to win 3 more and he wins the World Championship.
First series from Beelzeboy. He got 3-1 yesterday and came back today with a vengeance, prepared for his one and final opponent this year, the only person to take him out of that winner's bracket, and now they are only the respective trainers to take each other out.
And
as we take
how about this, Caleb?
Absolutely huge.
After this, he went for 1 Psywave. We didn't see it there. He went for an extra Psywave instead of throwing his Sparkling Aria, and it wasted all of that energy, which could have been a factor in the end game. An early and uncommon mistake from Patamon.
Yeah, you know, thinking that he could hang on, he did survive, but because the Psywave damage costs 1 turn at the same time you're throwing a charge attack, if the damage is enough to knock you out, you will not be able to throw that charge attack. Absolutely brutal for Patamon. The backline did not look great for him either, and just put him so far behind. Beelzeboy.
It's impressive how small details you have to notice as a competitive player, and also as a judge.
The last 2 years were just 3-1 performances from both players on the winner's side. We have a series on our hands.
And we got to talk about this right now, because coming into this matchup, we had experience versus determination in team composition advantage. How many times did we see on stage yesterday Beelzeboy lose the lead composition and still win the game? Now, you give him a night to prepare, he has a completely different strategy. In the winners finals, he was showing Shadow Annihilate over and over. He hasn't even brought it yet. He thinks he doesn't even need to use it in this matchup. And now, suddenly, we are tied here. Whoever wins this series will be your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
And, you know, I said it, it's not easy to beat Patamon in general. Not a best of 3, not a best of 5, not 2 best of 5s, but Beelzeboy is making it look easy. He's trying to be the one person to be able to do it. That has never happened to Patamon, to my knowledge, to date. Even at European International Championships, he got the bracket reset on him, but he came back with an absolute vengeance in the series reset. I was either a 3-0 or 3-1. Let's see if he can dig deep and make history repeat itself here on the biggest stage at World Championships. Let's go. Let's kick it off. The second series, the bracket.
It's gonna be interesting to see if Beelzeboy wins, because then we have a few big stories. We have Beelzeboy winning here, we have Peru being first place in America, team to win. We have Gabriel Fernandez in the finals of seniors, making it perfect year happen.
We got a fresh series here. We got the Shadow Steelix in the Cradilly. And remember, this is an acid Cradilly, so this is better for the Shadow Steelix now.
Yeah, this is a really weird matchup because both are throwing resistant fast attacks. But Beelzeboy going straight for the debuff, wants to start whittling down the health bar of this Cradilly. This is a good position for him to be in. He does not want the Cradilly on the Lapras. He does not want it on the Moltres. In fact, he gets it exactly where it is. Those shields, a Rock Tomb, a debuff Rock Tomb, but it's only resistant, doing absolutely no damage.
That is fascinating to me. Remember, both these trainers had the night to prepare, so Patamon knows exactly what he's doing here. He could have done the neutral grass type attack. Instead, he threw a rock type attack, which is resisted, but does debuff the opponent. But this looks terrible for Patamon here. You're going to be able to get the double grass knot. Maybe that's the win condition.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here. Beelzeboy so locked in. There's the back-to-back move though. Does Patamon go for it? He goes for now the super effective Rock Tomb. This is going to be pretty obvious for Beelzeboy.
This is so good though for Patamon, because now he can Rock Tomb, swap into another Pokemon that has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb again. And then also, your Galarian Corsola does not have to meet the Moltres in the back. That is such a huge swing in momentum for Patamon in this series.
And he he has the
You have
shield
to use
advantage as
protections
well.
here.
He can make a lot out of this.
Or you're
He's
saving
going
also
debuff
Cosla?
fly. He knows shields as well. He knows what's up. He's at the rock tomb. He's going for so many bug bites, going for more even. And Beelzeboy going for the back-to-back fly. Do we see the final shield? First shield from Powderman. It is going to be used. A lot of value here. He has so much energy. His energy goes somewhere into everything. In comes the Steelix back again. Super effective rock tombs. Super effective damage. Not a lot of damage, but you're going to debuff the defense every single time.
And look at that damage of the bug bite from the fortress. And now you go for the back-to-back sand tomb. Remember, Beelzeboy did have that crunch banked. He decided not to throw it on charge attack priority. Can he get the full Thunder Fang down here? No, the pivot into the Corsola, but now going for the huge bait. If you're able to pick up a Protect Shield on a Psychic Fangs, that could change the game here. And Patamon calls it. No shield on the Psychic Fangs.
Oh,
But
that's
remember,
great by
you have another
Patamon.
opportunity to throw a Psychic Fangs or a Crunch before you get knocked out. Decided to go for the super effective Crunch.
Wait.
Another no shield.
And his defense is debuffed, so this super effective crunch is going to do even more damage. And, oh, maybe a miscue. You can see on his face, did not like to see that. Look at the health bars, everything in the red on his line, and you got the bulky Lapras still to contend with.
And you're going to just be able to sideway through everything. Trying to swap. It didn't matter. He wasted the energy. What a play by Beelzeboy.
100 energy out the window for Powderman. Absolutely brutal. Gets to the sparkling area as well. You spend this final shield. There's no shields left. Beelzeboy is sidewave down. But what else is Powderman going to do? He's going to let it go. And looks like Beelzeboy is going to pick up another win here in the grand finals.
Wow! Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind here on Championship Sunday. Able to put on the pressure with that Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, that's just mainly because the Patamon got
He is
too
just
greedy.
2 games away from being your world champion. How about the adjustment? He showed Shadow Annihilate. Now he's relying on
Patamon
the Shadow
doesn't
Steelix.
like relax
And even
and
in
stop
that
being so
battle,
greedy.
Patamon swapped.
He will lose.
Played the Cradily and Fortress to try to counter that Glaring Moltres. It still wasn't enough because of catches like these.
Absolutely wild plays from Beelzeboy. That's 3 straight wins in this grand finals. 2 from the last series, 1 here right now, making incredible catches, playing out of his mind. These are plays that you just don't see coming because you don't know when he's even going to go for that catch. But he knew Patamon is at 100 energy. He has to throw something sometime. And then the super effective crunch. And look at this, absolutely brutal. Doesn't get the move off at all. That's so much energy down the drain.
And Patamon has so much on the line here. He's already one of the best trainers in Pokemon Go Championship Series history. But if he can get that triple crown, get that World Championships, and also talking about his Pokemon journey, bounce back from his last 2 performances. His last 2 performances included a back-to-back 2-3 where he lost in winners and losers finals, and then an 0-6 against HK Assassin where maybe HK Assassin had the team composition advantage. Can he learn from those moments and overcome them to be a Pokemon master?
Sitting across from him, his Beelzeboy. So much unknown with this player.
The issue is for Patamon here, he needs to be very, very aware of what does what can do, when he can do what, and very counting attacks, which is super, super difficult.
Too much about him until last year
like,
when he
even with
won
judges
the
is having such a hard time, like counting attacks and calculating damage in their heads and everything. Patamon Beelzeboy has to do it mid-game.
So maybe we're like, whoa, we need to know who this is.
In World Finals.
This year, one of only 2
It's
players
gonna be
to come
insanely
from
difficult.
that Indian qualifier, and again, another top 4 performance, a top 2, maybe even a top 1. He is so respected in this region. That Masterman here, the one that won the qualifier this year, built a team just to beat Beelzeboy in case he phases him here. Here we go, game number 2 of this bracket reset. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras.
Do we see the instant pivot? No! Beelzeboy instant pivoted before, actually this time throwing a couple sideways and then pivoting, getting the energy advantage against this Cradily, meaning that he's going to get to the charge attacks first before the AR debuff, going for the fly here. Is he going to repeat his strategy? Just double protect shield the Galarian Moltres. He's been using that strategy all day long to great effect. I think he's going to do it once again.
This is a really good play from Beelzebub because he shields it up. Even if it wasn't a Brave Bird landing, he can still outpace to the next move and force Patamon to either shield a debuff fly, which is much worse than the first fly, or just give up switch advantage. He's going for a charge attack priority. He's going to throw it. Does Patamon spend a shield now?
He takes a shield, yeah. He wanna hit.
Well, now you're going to be able to double debuff the Galarian Moltres if you are Patamon. That was charge attack priority, which is determined by the attack of each Pokemon. Galarian Moltres wins that one. Use the second Protect Shield of the battle from Beelzeboy. Pivot into Corsola. A risky play there by Patamon, trying to get the Power Gem first. But remember, there is a switch available. Beelzeboy is shaking his head at that one because he didn't throw the charge attack or swap.
A slight miscue from Beelzeboy. As you remember, he stayed in a little too long with the Lapras into Corsola, so Corsola had some energy coming into that matchup, and now comes the Shadow Steelix. Here, is this the opening Patamon needs? Beelzeboy going for just more Psychic Bangs, doesn't throw a move yet.
And remember, he already used both of those Protect Shields. This is going to be the Nightshade. Does he try to catch the back-to-back Nightshade on the Lapras when it is available? He does have his switch available, throwing the Crunch on charge attack priority. Does Patamon? Yes.
Yeah, you protect and you take a second attack with the Corsola and you win.
So if you can land this Nightshade, that means you are going to guarantee, and there is a debuff on that Crunch, but you guarantee you waste all this energy against Steelix. Now Beelzeboy only has his Lapras. Patamon has a Lapras and has two other Pokemon as well.
Yeah, this is absolute brutal. This is pretty much GG's for Patamon here. 3-ball flex incoming. There is only a Lapras left on the side of Beelzeboy, but there's a full health Lapras and 2 other Pokemon still healthy in the back here. First Sparking Liara going to do some resistance damage, but I think both players are starting to prepare for this next game 3.
And Patamon's going to be throwing a lot of not very effective damage. This battle will still continue, but remember, Patamon does have that Galarian.
So Patamon is winning this round. So it's a 1-1 scenario.
This is a mirror situation. Usually when you're in a mirror situation, even energy, even shields with the same Pokemon, they will knock each other out. So Patamon having those extra Pokemon in the back is a huge advantage for him, and that's why he's going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
Yeah, and absolutely the game, the win that Patamon needed. He needed to slow down this momentum, this absolute freight train that Beelzeboy has been on. This is everything that he needs to get back into this game. We have another tied series, 1-1 in this final best of 5.
And Patamon picks up his first win of this series. We are tied. It doesn't get any better than this, and it doesn't get any tougher than this for these trainers. You saw over and over again Beelzeboy putting his hand on his forehead, knowing that he really messed up in that game. We saw him slip a little bit at last year's Worlds against Inadequance. He made a bad play and kind of unraveled a little bit. But it's a whole new story this season. He has been so determined, showed so much grit, and he's already bounced back from a 1-3 yesterday. If anyone can stop the unraveling, it is Beelzeboy this season.
Yeah, but stopping Patamon is a no easy feat. You given him inch,
I mean, I think Patamon will win here because Patamon seems to be more relaxed. He finally made the mental reset. He's now relaxed and like doing it just how he should.
Full health. He takes that
which I think will be impossible for Beelzeboy to get through.
Beelzeboy, he's still playing really well too, but this is what happens if you make the smallest of mistakes. Patamon is going to run away with it too, and that's why he's been so good this entire season, maybe even his entire career. Like you said yesterday, seems like he's always sitting on that winner side, and for once, he actually isn't. They're both in this loser's bracket now after that bracket reset, but that is just how few and far in between his losses are.
Well, Caleb, there's more room for error coming in on that winner's side of the bracket. I believe Beelzeboy has been pretty dominant so far here on Championship Sunday, but all Patamon needs to do is just bounce back. He just needs 2 more victories, and he's the world champion. Yes, he's in an uphill battle. Yes, he maybe has a team composition disadvantage, but he's done it yesterday. He's won an international championship. He's won a regional. He is one of our most talented trainers. He can bounce back here, and I'm fascinated to see one adjustment in particular.
I think Patamon can actually bounce back here, yeah.
Go back to the Shadow Annihilate.
they are talking about it, I think we will see it happen as well. Padaman is playing super well here. Very in control, not getting too terrified even though he lost the first set.
We are about to go into game number 7. 6
Again, the first set doesn't matter too much, the second set is what really matters.
If he finally brings it, one of the most polarizing, strongest Pokemon in this meta. Oh, here it is! And it catches the absolute most perfect lead for Beelzeboy!
And the Cradily instantly has to swap. You're double resisting those Fury Cutters. This is not terrible though, because you meet the Golisopod with the Moltres. Golisopod can win this matchup, but all that damage from the Sucker Punch is adding up here, and Beelzeboy knows that he can just let this Aqua Jet go, and wait a second.
It's
there is the Corsola. There still is the Corsola in the back. So if Beelzeboy does lose the alignment here, if he has his Shadow Annihilate versus Corsola, that could spell trouble.
Padaman's going to try to flip switch advantage, but I believe he's able to do it, especially with the Shadow Claw variant of that Golisopod. Beelzeboy knows that as well. Does he give up switch advantage? I don't think so. He has such a commanding position right now because he not only can take out this Golisopod, he can still dish out some damage against the Cradily too.
Oh, Padaman could have double shielded there because he was right near the Aqua Jet. Decided to not double shield, and because Beelzeboy could have countered with the double shield as well. So now instead, trying to come in with the Cradily, the full acid down, but you don't get there. Galarian Moltres is such a force, and he barely holds on to reach the Brave Bird. Padaman, does he use his last Protect Shield of the battle? Yes!
That's going to be huge, but he is still down. He doesn't have switch advantage. He doesn't have shield advantage either. Beelzeboy knows he can tank one Grass Knot, no problem. And this Shadow Annihilate is still a super effective damage. He can dish out at the Corsola.
Wow!
But here comes the Lapras with a shield advantage still.
And because he was able to take that alignment here, he can match up against this Galarian Corsola. You can take a Power Gym, no problem. It's super effective, but Lapras has all that bulk, decides to use the Protect Shield early here. There are no Protect Shields remaining, but there is a swap available for both trainers going for the Ice Beam here. A crucial factor. You need to land an Ice Beam and a Sparkling Aria to knock out a Galarian Corsola. Double Sparkling Aria will not do it, so Beelzeboy knows his matchups.
Oh, and now the Power Gem is going to come through super effective damage. Yeah, could have thrown. The Cradily, though, there is no entry on it, so he can still overfarm a little bit. Let's see how much he's going to push the limits here. He's going for almost 2 Sparkling Aria. Here comes the first one. Try to go for the catch, but was not able to do it in the middle of the Astonish.
Can he get to the Ice Beam? That is the thing here. He is not at it yet.
Switch times are up.
Can he get to that Ice Beam with the Side Wave? He is reaching for it, and he gets it. Beelzeboy is able to get the Ice Beam. This is super effective. Cradily is bulky, but I don't know if it can take that, plus the counter damage. No, didn't even need the counter damage. Beelzeboy wins it.
Momentum back on the side of Beelzeboy, on the backs of that Shadow Annihilate. Finally brings it out here.
This is super hard for Padaman because Beelzeboy has a team that is basically built to counter him.
From becoming your 2025 World Champion, Padaman, he's one of the best in the world, maybe the best. He needs to win this game to have another shot here at his own title.
If he wants to prove he is a Pokemon master, this is the arena to do it. And Beelzeboy was talking to himself on stage just now. I think it's all hidden him. He's realized he's reset the bracket. He's up 2-1 in this series, and he is 1 game victory away from becoming the
I'm not talking too much about Go because I'm not really that much into it. I understand, but I'm not playing it myself.
I actually talked to him a little bit before this. I said, how are you feeling coming into this arena? And he says, it's so fun. I remember watching videos of Pokemon trainers in a stadium surrounded by fans and playing Pokemon. And he's so happy to be doing that today. All he said is he wants to put on the best show possible. And Beelzeboy, you are doing that.
That's right, and who knows?
Again, this is like the 2 smaller games we're seeing right now. TCG is next, and then we end up on VGC, which is probably the biggest one when it comes to competitive play.
World Championships, his consistency is absolutely wild here, but he is also still against Padaman, who also has the
But also this stage is really making some changes to how the competitive aspect feels.
Padaman needs to make Now you saw the Shadow Annihilate. You're thinking, man, if I'm calling that position again, I'm going to be in trouble. The good news for him, though, is that Galarian Corsa still has a lot of play into Beelzeboy's team, even if it doesn't have the matchup it wants.
And I think with your tournament dreams on the line, Padoman is going to lean on his most neutral picks, the Galarian Corsola, the Lapras, and try to do what he's done so many times before and outplay other trainers. Can he do that in game number 4? We are locked in. We have the Galarian Corsola versus the Shadow Steelix. Corsola wins every neutral scenario against Steelix except for the 2 Protect Shield situation if Beelzeboy somehow pulls off a lot of baits. So this is Corsola's matchup, and you get to avoid the Moltres. This could be the start that Patamon was looking for.
Here's the thing with Patamon, though. You're worried about that Shadow Annihilate in the back. Do you purposely give up switch advantage despite the fact that his backline is so strong in the Beelzeboys? He does not know it yet. He might try to predict it, but the thing is, Beelzeboy staying in this matchup as well, so it could be confusing. Let's see if both players stay in here or just play out these Zero Shields here, and in comes the Nightshade. Does Beelzeboy just let this go and Sucker Punch down?
He has such room for error. He doesn't need alignment. Galarian Moltres doesn't need alignment in this matchup. Looks like Patamon is looking to instant pivot. Probably the Moltres is going to be coming in here. Beelzeboy is deciding on his action. He has 3 seconds remaining. There's the Moltres. There's the instant pivot to the Lapras. Probably you're going to see a lot of banked up energy and then swap into your own Lapras. Do we see Beelzeboy once again? Yes. Now you can soak up all this damage, but remember, that ensures a positive backline for Patamon. He's going to have his Cradilly, 2 Protect Shields versus Galarian Moltres with 2 Protect Shields. This is anyone's battle right now.
It really is. He has a good matchup there, but Beelzeboy has a ton of energy on that Galarian Moltres. We saw it overcome this Cradilly multiple times already in this grand final series.
This is really
Beelzeboy,
getting dicey.
His switch timer is misaligned, which means that Patamon can swap over to that Cradilly still, to that Corsola even, and that's why Beelzeboy banging up all this energy in case Patamon goes for that swap.
And he instantly pivoted. He knows what he's doing in this scenario. He is predicting his opponent. He is trying to outplay him, and he is pulling it off with a swap like that, continuing his success of outplaying the other trainer, absorbing that energy. Here comes the Moltres, though, to bank up. What a precise undercharge from Beelzeboy to get a little more energy rolling onto his Moltres.
This is still anyone's game here. Look at how much energy is on Beelzeboy's Moltres, and the first fly gets no shield. It could have been a Brave Bird, but it wasn't. However, that damage is still doing a huge chunk. There's not a lot of health left on Patamon's remaining Pokemon. First Rock Gym's coming through. Shield's going to be used from Beelzeboy.
And remember, there is energy on the Lapras for Patamon here. If you can get both the Protect Shields down, you could combo play. Your timer is going to be up before Beelzeboy's timer is going to be up, but there is a double fly here.
Yeah.
But there are 2
I think
Protect
Patamon
Shields
has
remaining.
it, but it's
This one is going
getting
to come
close.
down to the wire, and the fly is going to come out back to back here, and the second Protect Shield, and the last one for Patamon in this battle is coming out.
Switch timers are coming up here. Beelzeboy on the precipice of victory. Can he pull it off? Can Patamon find a way here? Next Rock Gym's coming through. Beelzeboy, he lets it go!
He lets it go. He's going to try to win it all with Lapras. Here's the Lapras of Patamon. Patamon has the double sparkling aria. This is resisted. It is not very effective.
And he went charge attack priority. Beelzeboy not at his own sparkling aria. There's so much energy still on this Lapras. Beelzeboy, he needs to overfarm here because Cradilly is still pretty healthy. You can't sideways down.
It doesn't knock out.
He can't, doesn't he get to it? No. He goes for the sparkling aria. He needs to sideways down. This is going to be a fast attack down. I don't know if Lapras has what it takes. It's only got a few HP left here.
The World Championship is on the line.
We're going to game 5.
Cradilly, Patamon wins it. Now, this next game is going to determine your Pokemon Go World Champion.
Wow. Wow.
Incredible.
That's insane.
What a grand finals we have here in Pokemon Go.
See, this is the finals we like to see because it's so close.
Patamon was locked in on his strategy. He found the right matchup in the lead, the Corsola versus the Steelix. Won it neutrally, instant pivoted to keep the Corsola later, knowing that he might need a 3rd Protect Shield in this situation versus Beelzeboy in this negative team composition, and he executed right there to perfection. We call that a 3rd Protect Shield because a low health Pokemon could absorb that damage, step in front of it, to protect his fellow Pokemon on Patamon's team.
I mean, and let's think about that too. That's Psywave versus Psywave. One turn moves. You can't even avoid the catch if you want to, but you have to time that on a half second. And Patamon finding that timing on that 1/2 second there for Beelzebub to throw that, and that's what set him up for victory. Beelzebub not shielding the Moltres, knowing that there's so much energy banked on the Lapras, and you can see Patamon a sigh of relief, a fist bump, knowing that he still has a shot at this title. The pressure is mounting for both of these competitors. This is going to be the last and final game of Pokemon Go for the 2025 season, and we are just a couple minutes away from crowning our world champion.
This is everything, Anaheim.
Okay, what are we thinking?
One
I
of
think
these
Patamon.
trainers after this game will be the world champion. Will it be Patamon being the third trainer to get that triple crown of an international title, a regional title, and a world championship? Or will it be Beelzebub, one of the most determined, gritful trainer we have ever seen in championship series history? He is holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, his ability to win it all. He can do it, and he can do it right now.
Both players strategizing for one final team, one final line of 3.
Who gets bold here, Caleb?
One final battle here in Anaheim in the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion. They are locked in. I want to hear some noise. I want to hear some hype. This is
It's gonna be Patamon who wins.
of the grand finals.
Let's go. It is the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras. Lapras can win this scenario, but this is beautiful for Patamon, knowing he can avoid this matchup right here. The swap, the energy generation to hold on once again. How many times have we seen this scenario where Beelzebub instant swaps in the Moltres, and then the Cradily comes to answer it?
That's a fly,
He's
right?
anticipating the Lapras in back. Needs some extra energy because he knows he loses that charge attack priority. Another great call from Patamon. Doesn't shield the fly here. The last time around, Beelzebub spent both shields on this Moltres. He sent so many resources here. Definitely his MVP here in this matchup in the grand finals. He's going to reach the fly before the next rock tomb. Going to throw on charge attack priority. Both players going for it. Does Patamon spend it? I think he's going to spend his final shield here.
Yeah, he's gonna spend
this
one
play
shield
because
to
he's not shielding the first fly.
get
Taking
that
more damage
rugged.
should give Patamon less energy when he eventually gives us switch advantage.
And remember, last time we saw this, Patamon through this Rock Tomb instantly swapped to his Corsola. Corsola banked energy. He's probably going to do it again to go to the Power Gem. There
But the
it is
switch
again
timers
for
are up
Patamon.
now.
And the switch timer is up for Beelzebub.
He tries to catch a
swapped
Power Gem.
out.
Doesn't catch a Power Gem, but he avoids getting the Moltres knocked out. History is not about to repeat itself in this 5th game.
And there comes the Nightshade into the Shadow Steelix. Shadow Steelix doesn't want to take the double Nightshade. Can he reach the crunch first? No, actually, both of these trainers are over farming here. Here comes the crunch. Does he get the protection? Yes. Looks like Patamon is going to try to bank up a bunch of energy to try to have double charge attack. Maybe to Power Gem that Moltres. The patience from Patamon to get to 100 energy in this matchup.
This is so tricky here. Galarian Moltres is going to win charge attack priority against the Galarian Corsola. Do you see it coming? Do you throw it? It's a question. You see Patamon trying to swap over there, trying to avoid getting hit by that fly. If he can catch on Lapras, that'll be big for him. But Beelzebub, he's ahead of the game. Brings in his Moltres now. Has the Brave Bird loaded for this Lapras. This is so much damage for neutral here. Beelzebub still has energy on the Lapras as well. It's going to come down to this Lapras or Beelzebub to close it out.
This is so good for Beelzebub here. Beelzebub was able to pivot, Brave Bird, get this Lapras low enough that you can side wave down with your own Lapras. Yes, you'll have to take a Sparkling Aria, but that doesn't matter. It's resistant. Remember, the Galarian Corsola does have a Power Gem, but I don't know if a Sparkling Aria plus a Power Gem is going to be able to knock out the bulk of the Lapras. Beelzebub is counting it out. Can he do it here? He's trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in the back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if a Sparkling Arch is going to be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow!
He goes for the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024
So he did it.
World's Competitor. It's Beelzebub, your 2025
Champion.
That's impressive.
Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5 on the back of the Galarian Moltres. He wanted to put on a show. How was that show right there?
Absolute cinema. Beelzeboy makes the right call, goes for the Ice Beam, knowing that that is the one move it takes to take out that Galarian Corsola before it gets off that super effective Power Jam. What brilliant performance from this young man
That's
right here.
so impressive.
His
Congratulations,
second
both
ever
of you.
Worlds, 4th last year.
You
First
deserved it.
This year, is there nothing he can do?
Let's go to the stage with our champion, Jim. Take it away.
Butters, Jim Lawson here standing by with our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy! What a match we just witnessed. Resetting the bracket, coming from the loser side, resetting, and then a 5-game series. Just give me your initial reactions. How are you feeling right now, Beelzeboy?
All I can think of is nothing. Like the first winners finals that we played, I knew that I had made some misplays, and you know that is what led me to lose. And Pato really played. He just outplayed me, and I know I had to just lock in. It was time to swing the bat. I'm wearing the jersey. Right?
He's wearing the jersey, had to swing the bat, and he hit a home run. What an incredible series that we just saw. You mentioned some miscues. That game number 2, you didn't throw your charged attack. How did you feel mentally, and how did you recover?
Yeah, it was really hard. Like it's really hard to get back from a mindset where you
So impressive
misplay and
from
lose the
Beelzeboy.
game. But yeah, somehow
Beelzeboy or Beelzeboy or whatever you want to call him.
Drinking water, drinking lots of water, and yeah, just logging in.
Make sure you drink that water. Stay hydrated, trainers.
Typical
At what
Indian
point
guy
in the
speaking,
tournament
but-
did you feel like, I can do this? I can be the champion. I can win.
When I hit the Ice Beam on the Corsola, that is when I knew that I had won the game. Yeah, before that, Pato can do like anything, so yeah, I wasn't banking on anything.
Well, right at the very end, he says he knows he's locked in. Well, we actually have here, let's step over to the iPad. I'm going to have you, actually, I believe, let's see here. I think we are maybe logged into the wrong one here, but we have some swag that we're going to be given to you. You may have seen last year, we actually had some special pose as well as gear. I don't know if we can get the correct trainer logged in here, but we had a special world champion pose. Are you feeling excited for that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you here, because you mentioned yesterday just how much of a community effort and how much goes into you being on stage here, you being the champion. Obviously, so much practice and prep, but can you just talk to me a little bit about the community element and some of the friendships that contribute to you in this individual moment?
So impressive by Beelzeboy.
Tournaments, like we don't get to go to a lot of tournaments in person, so like I'm usually very nervous. And having friends by your side, not just with you, but like online or like my family, just everyone. Yeah, it really helps. I shout out to BJ, Abhinav, and Mihir standing over there. Yeah. BJ told me that you play GVL, right? You just think of it as playing a GVL match, best of 5. You just have to go 3-2. That's good enough.
Just a positive set, that's right. All right, well, I think we have the tablet ready here. Let's go ahead and have you come over here real quick. You can take a look here. Let's get it up on the big screen. We have his player profile logged in. Can we get you to go to the tab here with all of your different outfits? Let's go to the style tab there. Should be in our featured poses here. No, sorry, in the featured tab. There we go, right at the top. Let's take a look here. We've got your World Championship gear. Go ahead and equip it, Beelzeboy. We got the pose, and let's throw on the gear as well, right next to it. That's it. Congratulations again to our 2025 Pokemon Go champion,
So impressive. And honestly, if they put that into like game files and make sure he gets it like so fast after winning is so impressive.
How do you like the fit?
It's really cool. I think I'd like to get one of these jackets actually, like IRL.
We got to get him hooked up here. Someone make this happen, please. Well, one final question here for you. I know that we've talked about, you know, the circuit that we see online. You don't get as much exposure as some other trainers at all the different regionals and the broadcasts. But we saw you have such a successful run last year. 4th place at 2024 Worlds. Now, obviously, the champion as well. Is there anything that you want to say to all the trainers around the world about who you are?
I'm Beelzeboy.
And he's the champion. Congratulations again. Enjoy the outfit. Enjoy the pose. Let's give it up one more time for our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy.
He is Beelzeboy. He is the world champion. You saw he got that pose.
While he is getting celebrated and making ready for like the giving them the trophies, we will open this booster. Searching stocks.
Take home that $20,000 in prize money as well.
Remember, his name is Beelzeboy from India, representing that region. And again, only 2 competitors this year from that region, both in that top 10. And of course, the world champion. Last year, he was the only one from that qualifier here representing. In the first 2 years, none of the players from that qualifier made it to the world championships. But some of the best players in the world, and he bested over 200 of our best in the world to get to the stage. One of my favorite, if not my favorite, grand finals in series to date. So much competitiveness between these 2
and we have
players,
one booster left for today.
Was always on
And that one booster
side.
is of course Silver Tempest.
He didn't make it easy. He forced it all the way to that final 5th game.
And Beelzeboy, you're going to see this
super impressed by him.
in these highlights.
In general, just super impressed by these players who have made it to Worlds, who's playing at Worlds like they deserve it. All the love they get here in the on the stages, like they are so amazing. Play so well.
But he tried that yesterday. It didn't work. He went home. He made a new strategy. That new strategy included Shadow Steelix and a lot more Lapras. How flexible was he playing with that Lapras, with that Galarian Moltres, and just able to overwhelm Patamon with his team composition advantage?
Yeah, we talked about the Shadow Annihilate, but he only brought it into 1 game. 1 game is all he needed, though, because 1 game is what separated these 2 fierce competitors. This final game, this final Ice Beam is what sealed the deal. Look at his face. He knows it. He knows he's just 1 charge attack away from victory here. Look at the shock as well as he is going to throw that sparkling aria. What 2 fierce competitors. And Patamon, what an incredible season is for him. You know, in some ways, he might be disappointed, but there's no shame in the tournament and the season he's had this year. One of the best season runs here, and to
super impressive still by Patamon, even though he didn't win the Worlds, like he still performed super well.
Able to take out Corlish, which remember, he was a top 4 trainer at the World Championships as well. Able to take out Maxi that got into the top 8, I believe. Take out Lyle's Jeff, who also got into the top 8, and then take out your world champion Beelzeboy yesterday, and then the bracket reset. Of course, Beelzeboy wins that first one 3-1, and when it seemed all the momentum was on the side of Beelzeboy, Patamon battled back, and he was 1 game away from winning it all.
13 games. 13 games between these 2 competitors, going the absolute distance here, and Beelzeboy is gonna lock in that 1st place finish. Patamon gets that 2nd place, definitely not the last you'll hear of him. And LND's Hardjeff, the first time making day number 2, this top cut, and now his first trophy at a World Championships. A fierce competitor in himself, and I'm sure he's looking to improve that next year.
Let's look at the final standings at 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships. Remember, these top 4 trainers are guaranteed an invite for the World Championships.
Wait, number 8? Why can we not see a picture of him? I want to know who Masamihia is.
Will be there as well. Lyle's Jeff, Maxi, Firestar. How about Firestar winning 7 straight matchups on the loser side of the bracket to make it there? And then Master Mahir as well. Incredible performances from all of our top talent in Pokemon Go.
2 of 2 in top 8 from India, a region to be recognized, a region to be feared in future World Championships, and of course, our prizes. Not only do you get the glory, the trophy, you get prizes, you get packs, you get it all.
And look at what you get with these prizes. We just saw those trainers that are taking home those large sums. Congratulations to all of them. Congratulations to all the competitors in Pokemon Go that were able to qualify this season. It was the first season with championship points, and it was an amazing one.
Wow. What a World Championships, Butters. You know, we had so many people that we were watching out for, players to look at, multiple players with multiple titles, both regionally and internationally. 3 previous world champions also battling it out on this stage, but there can only be one, and there can only be one player to do it all. It's going to be Beelzeboy, your new world champion.
I am Beelzeboy. What a moment from this world champion. What a grand finals. You said it before. This was our first bracket set.
Let's see when the next TCG
ever World Championships in 2022. And Beelzeboy is repeating the feat that Dancing Rob did, winning it all from that loser's side of the bracket. He had the team composition. He had the determination. And I feel like he embodies the Pokemon spirit. He has such positive energy, determination, and just the want to put on a show, have fun, and that attitude is what brought him to the biggest stage at the first time in an arena, and that's what brought him the first place trophy.
Let's crown our champions here. Anna's on the stage to hand over their beautiful trophies.
Let's cheer on our finalists and our
These players
2025
just deserve it.
Pokemon
Like, there's no way to come
Champion.
say anything else. They have played
to
so
our
well.
finalists
Did so much
from
work for these
Spain,
trophies. So huge congratulations. We're getting some love in the chat. Big congratulations to these players.
And now it's time for a roaring round of applause for our 2025
How are we doing, guys, on watching on YouTube?
World Champion.
Are you enjoying the World Series so far? So we have seen Unite, we have seen Go. Next up we are going to TCG, which is where I'm really getting interested. Like, that's the one I'm trying to get to this upcoming season. Like, just get to play in Worlds, that's all I want. My first goal is to make it to Worlds and make a day 2 in the regions. If we make day 2, next goal is to get top 8.
Next up,
after top 8,
we
we're
have
going
the
for a win.
Pokemon trading card game with all divisions, juniors, seniors, and masters with their finals matches. Are you excited? Freya and Ethan are standing by, so I think we're ready.
Small ad break, and then we are going into last game of Master Pokemon TCG.
Well, we've crowned champions in 2 games, and now we're moving on to the Pokemon trading card game, where our juniors, seniors, and masters will battle it out to see who can become the very best. Welcome in. My name is Ethan Heggie. Freya Pierce is alongside me, and what an honor this is. We are going to see excellent star-studded players battle it out here in the arena.
Not just an honor for the players, of course, but for us, for the first time ever, our TCG finals cast in this awesome arena. Everyone, a round of applause for the trading card game finalists.
Absolutely. We have 3 different storylines to showcase. Starting off with our juniors division players, it will be an international battle. We will have Jose Cruz, a decorated US player, up against a junior from Japan, Yuya Okita. This is going to be an absolutely epic battle between our two
I don't think I've heard
two
before.
titans of the game have been playing for such a long time in their respective divisions, and of course representing almost like the two big forces in the Pokemon trading card game, Japan versus the United States. Who is going to come out on top today?
We will have to see as things build up. This will be a best-of-3 match between both players. Battled through the first day of competition, Swiss rounds, played their final round of Swiss on day 2, and then had to treacher through a very difficult path. Asymmetric top cut, top 8, top 4, and are now here one match away from becoming a Pokemon trading card game world champion.
Yeah, and we've talked so many times before about how this is really the moment for the juniors and seniors to sign. Normally, we're only featuring the Masters players, but now if you make it to Championship Sunday, it doesn't matter what age division you're in, you get to show the world just how good you really are.
You have to feel for these players here. Don't get a lot of opportunities to play on the big stage, and what a large stage this is. The arena filled up after we've crowned our Pokemon Unite and Pokemon Go champions. If you're in that spot, you know, there's a lot riding on the line. I'm sure you're excited, but you've got to be feeling just a little bit nervous, no matter how confident you are going into this final match.
I'm feeling secondhand nervousness just like standing here, and I'm not even playing, so I can't imagine how our juniors are feeling right now.
Are getting ready. We are almost set to get into this first matchup. It will be
what I'm most interested in seeing is like
against Raging Bolt. So this seems to be the continuing story of 2024 and 2025. Dragon-type Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG continuing to be a dominating force.
Yeah, and two very different kinds of deck, right? The Raging Bolt just dealing with everything in front of it. That huge bellowing thunder attack, able to take a one-hit knockout on anything in its path by discarding all the energy from the field. The Dragon Bolt decks, on the other hand, a little bit more sneaky. You're placing the damage on the bench with the Phantom Dive. You're setting up multiple prize turns. Two very different play styles of deck that we're going to see in this junior finals.
We'll get into the nitty-gritty bit of it once these players are sat down at the table.
Dragon Bolt versus Raging Bolt is always a weird one.
This is every player's dream in the Pokemon TCG. You battle through a one-per-year tournament. You only get one shot at the World Championships. You have to play through the entire season through local events, regional, international championships, battle it out for those championship points.
I feel like Dragon Bolt can technically win here.
Going into Worlds. There's no day
it requires a good draw engine, it requires a good setup. Both Dragon Balls gets a good setup and gets a bit early, but there's nothing much Raging Bolt can do.
These players are no exceptions.
Yeah, and what a place to do it as well. 8 years ago, when we were last here in this very convention center for the 2017 World Championships, we played on the stage in the hall, but now we are here in the arena to crown our 3 champions. And what a better, I can't imagine a better stage to do it on. Imagine winning here, but maybe the most hype moment of your entire life, let alone just in your Pokemon trading card game career.
As mentioned, these players had a treacherous journey to get here as we look at the bracket for our top cut.
Honestly, I respect the juniors so much for how much time and effort they put into it.
In this top cut, 5 representatives, but you see here Jose Cruz just going on an absolute tear, taking down a Japanese representative in top 8, beating Haruki in the top 4, and is now in a finals playing against Japan's final representative in this top cut, Yuya Okita.
2 down, 1 to go.
Personally, I would like to see
taking down a
Dragon Bolt win.
fellow Japanese Minato, and then
I think it's a better deck than Raging Bolt, so
and now going to be facing up against Jose
and also way more skill based than Raging Bolt.
This is such a polarizing bracket to look at. There were no 2-1s at all. Every single match was decisive in this top cut. 2-0s all across the board in top 8, 2-0s all across the board in the top 4. We'll have to see if that trend continues, or if these 2 players on an absolute tear through the bracket are going to give each other a run for their money.
If there's ever going to be a 2-1, I imagine it's got to be in the finals, especially as you rightly pointed out, given what a clean sweep it was up until this point for both these players.
So who will emerge victorious? Will it be the hard-hitting power of Raging Bolt EX on and off the forefront of the meta since its release, or will it be the disruptive and explosive pressure late in the game that
Dragon Bolt is better here than Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is fine, but if it's the just one-shot fast one-shot Raging Bolt, it's not as consistent.
Now kind of going up against what he had success with before, so that's going to add an interesting interplay as well.
You know, it's a little bit of betrayal in a sense. This is your partner Pokemon. You were an international champion with it. And now now, for the biggest accomplishment, the biggest match in your career, you have to go up against your old friend, somebody who has helped you so much in your trading card game journey. It's now essentially the final boss for Jose to take down if he wants to become a champion this weekend.
And there's something a little bit poetic in that, isn't there, you could say, but I cannot wait to see which of these two comes up on top for these two players. The biggest match of their life so far, no doubt about that.
Let's not forget what's on the line for these players. The world champion gets so much prestige and is immortalized in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. There's of course the prize money, and let's not forget the Pikachu trophy, and more so for our trading card game fans, that exclusive World Championship playmat. That's gotta be about as big of a flex as possible.
Like, just imagine going to your local League Challenger League Cup and just slamming that down. Your opponent just goes, oh, that's what I'm up against. I'm up against champion material. That's got to send some nerves across, I imagine.
Intimidating indeed. These players waiting backstage, anxiously awaiting their appearance on the arena. Their first players ever to come out for the Pokemon TCG will be playing a 75-minute best-of-3 match. The player who can win 2 out of the 3 games will be emerged victorious. Anticipation is building. Things are going to get exciting.
So, between these two players, who do you think is going to take down the title today, in your opinion?
It's really hard to tell. You've got the experience of Jose. He's, I would say, the more decorated player, very much used to playing in these large regional and international events. He has, I think, over 5 top cuts just alone this season of the 8 or 9 regional championships he's attended.
Okay, so he's way more experienced.
Not played in a whole lot of events, and that's really the difference between the systems. The Japanese players do not get that high volume of regional championships and internationals to attend, so a lot of the time it really comes down to those small appearances. Those fields, however, are so much larger, and getting top 4 to Champions League, that's no slouch of an accomplishment at all. We'll see if he can take that momentum and experience at these big tournaments and convert that into potentially a World Championship title.
Absolutely. And then for me, I'm going to give it to you, purely on deck advantage. I mean, the Dragapult versus Raging-Bolt matchup can go one way or the other, but generally speaking, if you're able to take a one-hit knockout on a Dragapult EX and you can carry that on, you're pretty good to go. It's going to take a few tricky moves, a counter-catcher and the like, to really play around that. But for me, at least, I'm giving it to Yuya.
Very interested to see how some of these tech cards come into effect. Again, we'll wait for those players to have their headphones on so we don't foil any of the fun for our competitors. You at home and in the arena, we'll be taking you guys all through the action, showcasing how the Pokemon TCG is played out. See how, some of these key cards, mainly those ace specs, go into play, right? We've got the very powerful Prime Catcher compared to something of a little bit more unusual aspect. Not a very popular card months ago, that Neo Upper Energy, very useful for that Dragapult EX to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Neo Upper Energy being basically the ace spec that was the most dismissed when it came out, thinking, hold on, I can bring something up from the bench. Why would I just want a card that lets me have 2 energies of any color? As it turns out, being able to one attachment power of a Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, pretty good and worthwhile.
There's so many dynamics on the table between both of these players. Gotta feel for both of them in this spot, right? You worked all the way through to top cut. Nobody wants to go home at a 2nd place finish. I'm interested to see, how some of these early pressure nerves, and those nerves are going to be inevitable in a space like this, especially when you're in front of such a large crowd here at the arena.
Yeah, and this is not something any
the nerves must be like it must be really
obviously
nerve-wracking
we get
for
some
these
very big
kids.
crowds for the juniors, seniors, and the Masters Division finalists in our previous finals at the major events around the world. But something like this, we have never, ever borne witness to this before, and I am so hyped to be here, I'm not going to lie.
Curious to see, how that dynamic plays out as well between some of the more supporting key Pokemon. Things like Badoo has taken over the format. He may be small, he may not have a lot of HP, but boy, is that itchy pollen an absolute annoyance to deal with.
Yeah, but I think the arena's heard enough from us. Let's throw it over to the stage to introduce our junior finalists.
It's time for your Pokemon trading card game Juniors final match. Are you ready?
Dragapult versus Raging Bolt.
Let's get ready to welcome our competitors to the stage. First, from the USA, Jose Cruz Galindo Resendiz. And from Japan, Yuya Okita!
Oh, he's young.
Congratulations to our finalists for getting this far, and now it's time to watch them play. Casters,
So the
take us
Japanese
away.
player is definitely younger than
Once again,
the
it
American.
all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title of becoming a world champion. And look at that as well. They've got their friends supporting. We've got any fans for Team Zorua out in the crowd? Any Zorua fans out here? And you gotta ask the other way here. We got any Dreepy fan? Who loves Dreepy out here? Come on, you gotta give it up for Dreepy, right? So we've heard a little bit about the players. We've heard about their friends supporting them. There's some other friends out in the crowd supporting them as well. Let's throw it to Chip and hear for some of these player supporters.
And we cannot hear
Jose's
Chip.
family and Yuya's family here in the venue, and they are so excited to see their children up there competing. I'll start with you, Ram. Jose's got some experience under his belt. He's the North American International Champion from a couple seasons ago. How do you think he'll rise to the occasion here on the stage? How do you think he's feeling in this moment right now?
I'm sure he's a little nervous, but he's used to the big stage. He practices a lot, so I think he's ready to go.
And now over to Yuya's family. I'll ask you, Mom, the journey for your family to get to this point, what does it mean to now see your son up on this stage?
ご家族として長い道を渡ってきたと、ここまでたどり着くまでに長い道を通ってきたと思うんですが、お息子さんが舞台に登ってどういうお気持ちですか？
とても嬉しい気持ちです。私もとても緊張しています。
I'm very happy, but I'm also very nervous.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that. And now for you, Yuya's brother, I'm sure you both practiced a lot together leading to this tournament. Do you think he's ready for this moment?
お兄さんもたくさん準備してきたと思うんですけど、
I
準備
think
はし
we
っか
will
り
see
できていると
Dragapult
思います
be
か？
more consistent here, and that might be able to
Yep,
pull
he's
through.
doing well if he's ready.
But it depends a lot on
Love to
how
hear from these
Yuya
family
is
members who
playing
I'm sure
his
are rooting on
Raging
these
Ball, and
players. I'm sure
depends
everyone
on
in the crowd is
which
going to be
version
ready to root on these
which one
players
it
as
is.
well. Let's kick off our junior final match.
I think our crowd is ready. I think our players are ready, and the families are as well. Now all that's left is for these competitors to shuffle up and get ready to play some Pokémon TCG. Dragapult EX, piloted by Jose Cruz, paired with that Dusknoir and its Curse Blast ability, going up against one of the strongest Dragon-type Pokemon in the format, Raging Bolt EX, piloted by Yuya.
Now, we've asked, or rather, we've been between ourselves who we think is going to win. We've asked about support for the Pokemon, but for our players, let's ask everyone in the arena, if you're backing Yuya to win, make some noise!
Got some solid support. If you think Jose's got what it takes, let me hear you scream!
Great support for both
Got about
players.
a 50-50 split. That's what I like to see. You know, we call that an even matchup here in the Pokemon TCG. And this is definitely a close matchup. There's so many different dynamics that these support Pokemon can provide, mainly the Dusknoir, and some of those non-EX Raging Bolts can be really powerful against this Dragapult deck.
Yeah, absolutely can. A lot of love for both our juniors as well. You'd love to see that. It's when you're at this age as well, it means even more knowing that you're at such a high level at such a young age in one of the coolest like sports you can really do. It's got to be such an honor even to be in the finals for both of these juniors. But at the same time, like we already talked about, the nerves have got to be coursing as well.
So that card we sort of
Honestly,
mentioned, but
it
alluded
seems
to
less
is a card
nerve
that Jose Cruz
rate
is playing.
than
It
that
is
old.
that Ace Nullifier Genesect, a card released in the Shrouded Fable expansion. Says that once during your turn, you know, if this Pokemon has a tool card attached to it for the rest of the game, your opponent cannot play A-Spec cards from their hand. And when I asked Yuya before the match what his most important card in the deck was, he gave a pretty straightforward but reasonable answer, that one of A-Spec Prime Catcher. Having that Genesect set up early could shut off some of that aggressive pressure Prime Catcher puts on the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Prime Catcher, ever since it's come out, it has almost been the go-to A-Spec. If you're not sure which one to put in your deck, you know, bringing something up on the bench on an item card so you can still like draw into it with a supporter card, pretty good.
Over on Yuya's end, in terms of this list, pretty standard. It will be the Raging Bolt paired with the Noctowl engine, that Jewel Seeker ability, thanks to having a Terra Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in play, allowing you to search out your trainer cards, execute your strategy, and just put on a whole lot of damage. You've got to expect when attacking with the Dragapult EX, there's a very realistic chance. Bellowing Thunder, discarding 5 energy, 70 damage for each energy discarded off the field. That's going to be a big thing you're going to want to keep your eye on with how many energies you guys able to flood the board with to apply maximum pressure.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a double dynamic going on. Of course, you have to think about that Bellowing Thunder and the big one-hit knockouts that it can do. But much like against the God of War deck,
but if
the Raging
goes
Bolt player
second,
can set up
is
that single
huge
prize
advantage.
Raging Bolt. You build up more damage or more energy onto it rather, and with that Thunderburst Storm attack, you can control the board very, very well. 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy on that single prize Raging Bolt. A very strong attack.
Players will shuffle up, of course, the Pokemon TCG. Before anything is done, players will flip a coin, see who goes first and second. Player who wins does get to choose, and this is, again, a little bit of an interesting dynamic with the deck. We talked about this on the mainstream for TCG yesterday. This Raging Bolt deck, thanks to the Fan, Rotom, and Noctowl, a lot of the times wants to go first, and on Jose's side, his deck sort of wants to go second and then get this Budu pressure. Is there a world where, each player has their own sort of philosophy with how they want to start? Or they decide, my opponent going first is too powerful. Maybe I'm okay to put myself on a little bit of a back foot in terms of playing supporters and deny my opponent the opportunity of starting the game.
Not like these kids are not insane skill, but I don't know if they will think like, okay, we know his list already. If they have know his list already, maybe they are thinking about it already. But if they don't know his list, I'm not certain they will react in time to like, okay, he plays this and this, so I have to play like this and this
We'll be ready
to react to his list.
Those first 7 cards from the top of the deck. We'll take a look and see what the coin flip result was. Who is going first in this game? And Yuya will be starting things off. Exactly what you want as this Raging Bolt player. You get that first turn 1 fan call. That's the Rotom's ability to let you search out all of the colorless Pokemon. And then from there, can start applying pressure with the various ancient Pokemon you have at your disposal.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is specifically this version with the Noctowl engine with the Fan Rotom, one of the few decks that really doesn't mind going first at all. You want to get this Hoot down, so then on your second turn, you get that Teal Mask Ogerpon down, you evolve into Noctowl, your Jewel Seeker for exactly what you need, and you pretty much can pick up the perfect turn to respond to whatever your opponent's done.
Taking all 6 prize cards in the Pokemon TCG, how a player can win the match. We're waiting to see what those 6 cards will be. Both players will take those off the top of the deck, put them into our prize cam, and we're going to see right now what cards are unavailable. You take those and put them to your hand when a Pokemon is knocked out. So let's see what that looks like. We'd love to see a little bit of those Pokemon, and that's not really a great sign. Double Cloak, that Recon Directive ability is super important.
What I'm more worried about is
as you work your way up to becoming a powerful Dragapult EX.
Yeah, not quite as bad as some of the 3 or 4 count prizes that we have seen over the course of many, many streams, including, of course, Piper Lipine yesterday prizing for Gimmighoul, but 2 or 4 Dragcloak, not really what you want to see.
Prize cards are out, our players are ready, cards in hand, anticipation building, you can feel it in the air. These players are nervous, they're anxious, but they know what they want, and that is a World Championship title. We are all ready to get things kicked off. Here comes the handshake, and with this, we will be seeing the start of our Juniors Finals. Let's get right into it. Our first TCG Finals match here in Anaheim 2025.
Our first match indeed, and our first turn of play. The first move done, a Teal Dance onto this Teal Mask Ogerpon. 1 more card drawn. Oh, it finds that single prize Raging Bolt. What a great draw of that Teal Dance.
Absolutely important draw. Getting that baby Raging Bolt down with an attachment threatens probably your most important attack on the second turn of the game. That Thunderburst Storm. It does 30 damage for each energy card attached to this Raging Bolt to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. Normally, you can only attack the active Pokemon on the Pokemon TCG, the Raging Bolt, and its long neck, able to reach over the opponent's bench and pick another Pokemon to a time pleasure to. And we're actually going to see Yuya hold this Ultra Ball in hand and choose not to grab something like the Fan Rotom, such a key, powerful piece we can see sometimes when you don't use that Fan Call ability, your board can really struggle down the end.
It can, but in this specific situation, given that Yuya already had 2 Hoot in hand, I like this a lot. Something that the Dragapult player can do to kind of capitalize on the Raging Bolt player's board is to do a little snipe on a 70 HP Fan Rotom. So if you have 2 Hoot down without that, why put down the Fan Rotom?
Jose, solid start, gets down that second Dreepy, the attachment for turn, air balloon onto the active Dreepy, allowing it to potentially retreat into a different Pokemon as both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom, draw 6 cards, but wow, this hand really not looking too solid here for Jose. He's just gonna want to preserve this Dreepy, retreats for turn into Monkey
Yeah, that makes
Dory,
perfect
no
sense here
Itchy
to
Pollen.
retreat
So as things stand
into
right now for Yuya,
Monkey Dory.
he's gonna have full reign
Monkey
to
Dory
the
is not gonna
various
do
tools
much
at
for you
his
this
disposal,
game.
and already has the Crispin in hand, allowing you to search out 2 different types of basic energy, attach one to one of his Pokemon, put the other one in his hand, meaning that there can be essentially an extra energy accelerated, and with there being 3 energy on that Baby Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm can target either of those Dreepies and start to put immediate pressure on Jose's side.
About as good an INO as you could have asked for. Straight away with the Crispin, there's other things ready to go in hand as well. I saw the Latias EX, so you can put that down, and of course, with its Skyline ability, you can retreat that Teal'c Ogerpon for free and conserve the energy on it for a later Bellowing
The
Thunder.
big thing
Super
is-
strong draw from this INO that Jose played for Yuya.
We'll use the attachment effect from the deck to the Raging Bolt. Grass energy goes into the hand.
Okay,
Will
yeah,
just be
yeah,
straight
he's
up
definitely
attached,
thinking
and
so.
Yuya just wants to preserve and keep these bench spots open as long as possible. Does not want to fill the bench up with things like the Latias. Understands what he wants to do. No hesitation. Thunderburst Storm as Yuya Okita strikes first in game number 1.
Oh, and a big top deck for Jose as Jose draws a Professor's Research. That hand was looking pretty dead otherwise, so gonna be pretty happy about that. Double Night Stretcher can get back one of those Dreepy and an energy for good measure, so you can attach that onto the Monkey Dory for retreat, and then Professor's Research really bailing out Jose here.
You want to power up these Dracloaks on the bench, but Jose understands you may need some disruptive pressure with something like the Budu for an item lock this turn. We'll see 7 fresh cards on the top of the deck, and the last card is that Budu. So Itchy Pollen can be the attack of choice. However, there I don't think was any Dracloak found into this hand.
Oh no.
Meaning that Dragapult EX is not even going to be able to come out next turn, would have to rely on something else, and this is the best that Jose can do at this spot. Play the counter catcher since he is behind on prize cards, bring up his Hootoo to try and stall, and use the Itchy Pollen, shutting off item cards for
Oh,
Yuya on
Latias,
this
yeah,
turn.
this
Yeah,
game,
and of course,
game 1 is going to
normally that would be
Yuya.
pretty devastating, but we know that Yuya already has that Latias CX in hand. Yeah, sure, you want to preserve bench spots generally speaking, but if you could just retreat into this Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm again, and start picking off more and more Dreepy, I think you're feeling pretty fine.
Yeah, so sort of getting rewarded for holding that Latias EX. Of course, if that Pokemon is down, there's no point in playing the counter catcher. Holding it and preserving it, allowing Jose to essentially burn a powerful resource later on, using the Teal Dance, and is just continuing to wreak havoc on the Dreepies over on Jose's side, taking another prize card.
Thunderburst storming his way to his second prize card of the game as Jose is left with a really tricky hand to work with. Was that a Dracloak drawn for turn maybe? No, it wasn't even.
It's tough because no matter what, you're not able to deal with this Baby Raging Bolt. You can commit energies, you can put Dracloak into play, but it is immediately going to be knocked out no matter what you can do this turn because it's already got all the energies and no Pokemon can be trapped, like you said, thanks to that Skyliner ability.
Yeah, and there is, of note in Jose's list, there is one singular copy of Rare Candy. If you can find the Rare Candy and the Dragapult, that could be one way to get the Dragapult into play. And if you can find that Neo Upper Energy, that would be the one way you could do a Phantom Dive this turn. But from the looks of Jose's hands, I don't think that he found it.
Jose has not even had the opportunity to search the deck yet. We're at turn 4 at this point, and nothing has essentially happened in terms of allowing Jose to find pieces. We'll have the Buddy Buddy Poffin, one of the staple item cards in many evolution decks, allowing you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. The big thing to note, though, there's a Dreepy in the prize cards, a Dreepy in the discard pile, and a Dreepy on the bench. So this Buddy Buddy Poffin can only grab a single Dreepy, and this Baby Raging Bolt already having a guaranteed lineup on one of these Dreepy means there will only be that last one remaining as a potential attacking threat. Your Dragapult EX deck will do nothing if you, shocker, can't attack with the Dragapult EX itself.
Yeah, and given all of that, Jose's shaking his head, and who can blame him? Such a rough start in this game. This one singular Raging Bolt is just wreaking havoc on your board, and
I mean, there's still an option here to win.
See if Duskull is a potential choice. You know, that Curse Blast ability, a lot stronger in the game when, you know, the prize race is a little bit more even, but with a guaranteed another prize being taken and Yuya having taken 3 of the 6 prize cards come next turn, he's got to sort of debate what the rest of his board is going to look like this turn. Do you just grab the single Dreepy and maybe lean into something like a Phantom Dive later on in the game. We talked about some of the cool inclusions that are in the deck list here for Jose, but one of the big omissions from this deck list is it plays no copies of that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which can be an easy way to close things out at the end of the game and attack with an energy-efficient Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a near stable in so many different archetypes with its Blood Moon attack and the ability for every prize card that your opponent takes.
It's going to be
the Blood
really
Moon
interesting to
EX
see
attacks
how
with 1 less energy,
he plays with
so
that,
in the late stage of the game,
because this is a
absolutely
really
1 energy
tough
attack,
spot for him.
240 damage, very effective. Not an option available to Jose though, unfortunately for him.
It will be the Duskull and Dreepy, the two choices from the Buddy Buddy Poffin. And there is an energy attachment, but you kind of have to wonder, is it even worth attaching it to Dreepy if your opponent's going to want to knock one of them out anyways? They're just going to choose the one that has the energy, and because of that, it looks like we're actually going to see, is that a Psychic Energy? Wow, Psychic Energy being put on the Monkey Dory. We may see some Mind Bend action as a desperation attempt from Jose with how poorly things are going in this game 1.
No, who can really blame him at this point? So it really is on Yuya here just to keep capitalizing and actually just going to attach to the active and Thunderburst Storm for 120, dealing with the Monkey Dory before it even can do anything.
Wants nothing to do with any attacking options outside of Buddy Buddy Poffin. Or Buddy Buddy, excuse me, Itchy Pollen. There's Poffins and Pollens, and it's a little bit confusing here on Sunday. A little bit disorienting.
No monkey business around here even.
Absolutely, just wants to make sure any of these basic or stage 1 Pokemon can be knocked out with a Thunderburst Storm. And sure, Brock Scouting can find this Dracloak from the deck, but it will just essentially be knocked out as the choice from
Game 1 will
Thunderburst Storm
probably
the
be
next
over
turn.
because he is
Yuya,
not able to
with us
stabilize his
being,
board.
just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
Just this Raging Bolt wrecking absolute havoc and just really sitting uncontested. And this is the power of that single prize Raging Bolt. It's something that if you just aren't able to deal with, you just keep letting it do these bench sniping attacks. You control your opponent's board and you can't evolve up into your Dragapult. And if you can't evolve up into your Dragapult, you're not controlling your opponent's board and your whole deck shuts down.
Does have Ultra Ball, so this is the bare minimum Jose really needed to find this turn to stay in the game. 2 Dracloak, meaning that even if one of them are knocked out thanks to the Thunderburst Storm on Yuya's side, Dragapult EX can finally come into play and start providing some sort of attacking threat, and more importantly, deal with this Raging Bolt in the active spot.
Yeah, going to be some big recon directives coming up. Of course, that really strong ability in the Dracloak. What you want to put each Dracloak you have out, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you put one into your hand, the other one goes in the bottom. There's going to be some big recon directives these next few turns.
Really not what you want to see if you're Jose. You already have the energy attachment for turn. You're going to be left with just 2 cards in hand. None of them a supporter, none of them a way to draw more cards, and it's just going to be the attachment Itchy Pollen. But this is again the situation where Yuya was going to knock out one of these Dracloak regardless, and now we'll just choose your energy attachment. You're essentially just sending it to the discard pile over on Jose's side.
I think it's important to say, Yuya's basically done almost nothing this game. Like, what's Yuya done? Put a bunch of energy onto this Raging Bolt, announce Thunderburst Storm free now 4 times, and take him 4 knockouts. Even if Jose can mount a comeback, and let's not forget, Dragapult, like Gardevoir, is one of those decks that can make use of a lot of comeback cards to try and mount a really, really big comeback. We've seen loads over our time casting all of these games, but even this situation, I mean, the fact that you haven't even got a Dragapult down when your opponent only has 2 prize cards left to take, I am not liking Jose's odds here.
Sometimes the simplest strategies are the ones that are most successful. We may see 6 Thunderburst Storms take this game. That's Thunderburst Storm number 4, taking a knockout on the Dracloak. And while Jose does have the opportunity to put Dragapult EX in,
what he want to do here is he want to take as much as possible.
There may be a position where we may not see Phantom Dive announced at all during this game. Needs to find something, and does find 2 supporter cards to choose from, that Hilda and the Iono. What effect could either of those have in this situation here, Freya?
So Jose's going to make a very critical decision here. Jose needs to decide, because that Hilda will grab you both the pieces you need, the upper energy and the Dragapult. But the Iono is going to disrupt your opponent, and that'd be one of the only things you can do to stop your opponent from finalizing the game by taking the last few knockouts. It's a very tricky decision. Actually, didn't I see, what did Jose take out of the 2?
Is the Hilda, so prioritizing getting a Phantom Dive online. If you're not using that attack, you are not winning. Plain and simple, this is the bread and butter strategy of the deck. Is now just considering if it's worth putting another Duskull in play. It is not, and here we go. Combination City, Dragapult EX and the Neo Upper Energy, the Pokemon and energy card chosen from this. We're gonna see the Phantom Dive. This Raging Bolt will finally be answered, but you just got 2 Grass Energy on the bench with this Ogre-Pond, has built up a large hand size just from draw passing over several turns and using that Teal Dance. just needs to find 5 energy cards to discard with a Bellowing Thunder, and Yuya will close out this first game.
Yeah, so here it is. Phantom Dive is going to take a double knockout, so that's going to be 2 prizes for Jose. Does Yuya have the pieces to put together this KO on the Dragapult to take game 1? I see a Dual Seeker.
I think it's already in the hand. This can grab Nest Ball and a Professor Sada's Vitality, and if there's another ancient Pokemon in the hand...
Which there is, because the Koraidon's already there.
That's correct. All that would be missing now is just a basic energy, and Yuya already has the Professor Sada, so it's going to play this out, and it looks like all the pieces are there. Nest Ball grabs the Raging Bolt EX, a second ancient Pokemon hits the board, Earthen Vessel is going to grab these 2 energy cards, and we are going to be showcased how easy this deck can just flood the board with energies and set up a Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, so Earthen Vessel grabs the grass and the fighting can go ahead and teal dance
And
with
if he
that
has
grass energy to
Sada,
draw
I
an
haven't
extra card
seen
and
if
to
he
get
has
an extra
Sada.
energy onto the board, and you've got to imagine the Professor Sada's
Oh,
Vitality,
he has
there
Sada.
it is, it's already in hand. Yuya has everything, all the pieces to put together to take this game 1, and we are going to be moving very swiftly on to game 2.
Very, very much so. Multiple options as long as there's a Lightning Energy in the hand.
Oh, wait,
Yuya
no!
Yuya misattached the energies, and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the Lightning Energy, but instead, that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place. It's now going to have to use Flip the Script to try and bail himself out of that small mistake, which could cost him a fortune.
With all the nerves on the most important stage of all, just a small mistake, but it could turn into a huge blunder that could give Jose a chance to come back in this game. So yeah, it's going to come down to this Flip the Script to try and find this Lightning Energy.
There are still plenty of options in the deck. We'll see the Teal Dance be used first, so it can draw 4 cards to the deck. 1 card off the top. It is another Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, and here we go. Big 3 cards. Flip the Script. Lightning Energy is the key to win this game. Does not find it, but we do have another Grass Energy in hand. If there's something like an Area 0 Underdepths potentially, that could extend the bench to 8 Pokemon to open up another spot, but I actually don't know if that's quite there. We'll take a peek at the deck with Ultra Ball. It's just going to go ahead and start thinning. Grabs this Ditto, that transformative start, not important in this game. And yeah, just that small misstep from Yuya is going to make what was an easy situation, a locked-up game, a little bit more complicated, especially if he cannot find this KO here.
I feel like the latest victim of commentator's curse with that one, I'm not going to lie. Goodness me, just the slight misattach with the energy turned a guaranteed win into, I mean, I think Yuya's still in a pretty good position to take this, but could have guaranteed the win just then and there. We'll go ahead and use the Prime Catcher with that Koraidon to at least take out this Duskull. I like this as a backup.
Yeah, we'll make sure that no more Curse Blast abilities can be used since Yuya does go down to 1 prize card, and Jose does not have any bait and draw support currently in the hand. We'll see the top deck for turn, and that's a big one to find. Finds the Iono. That in combination with a disruptive effect and potentially smartly avoiding a knockout. That's really a big question. If Jose has the option to, should he maybe prolong taking a prize card here so he can maybe avoid that Flip the Script ability?
Yeah, I think actually that's why it's kind of, this is one of the really important skills in the Pokemon trading card game. If you do make a mistake, trying your best to like play back around it to recover, and this is actually quite wise, bring up the Koraidon, because you can't really play around not knocking it out as easily if you're Jose. It forces Jose to have a gust to not trigger the Flip the Script.
You can see how one small mistake in the Pokemon TCG can just spiral out of control. And good thing Yuya played that Prime Catcher last turn, because there is the Genesect with the Tool card. That Ace Nullifier really not going to have a lot of impact this turn. I think things are pretty straightforward for Jose. No other options in the hand. Jamming Tower already in play. That can't be played down, and it will be a Phantom Dive. Jose can put himself to 3 prize cards left, and by putting damage counters onto the benched Noctowl in this spot, actually No is purposefully going to avoid taking prize cards. We'll see what Yuya has. Just needs to find a Lightning Energy. Does not have access to that, and because this bench is full, Yuya now has to make another decision. Do you promote this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn and attack with it, use that Myriad Leaf Shower to set up a 2-hit KO? Or do you maybe try and, ring around the rosy a little bit and put another Pokemon up that can hopefully either A, be knocked out to trigger that Flip the Script, or some other option?
I like a third option. You bring up you bring up this Rage Bolt EX, burst, roar, discard your hand and draw 6 cards.
Sometimes the best way to end is not by dealing damage, but setting yourself up for success the following turn. And now Jose is put in another tough situation. We'll need to potentially find another way to disrupt the hand. There is a counter catcher off of this Recon Directive, but I'm not sure there's any supporter card, especially that Iono is really just debating which of these two cards, either the Arven or Counter Catcher. They are pretty similar in this effect. It now really just comes down to if Jose wants another item outside of that Counter Catcher in this spot.
So, was there an Ino in a hand for Jose to disrupt the hand again? I don't know. I don't see one. So, yeah, just the counter catcher to try and make something of this. Gonna go ahead and bring up that Teal Mask Ogerpon. And then another Phantom Dive.
And nothing you can do. Don't want to trigger that flip the script ability, but no matter what, Yuya is one knockout away. Just short of taking the KO on the Teal Mask Ogerpon, meaning there are still more than enough energies on the board.
Yeah, you have to get rid of that.
Actually, so flip the script is a potential option, but Yuya still just needs a single lightning energy. Will he find it this time? And
boss's orders!
Doesn't even need the lightning energy. Boss's orders, targets down the Badu. It acts as a liability, and Yuya Okita.
Yeah, but there was nothing else he could do. Like, he made the only right decision.
Huge credit to Yuya there. I think it's so easy in that position. You know, he made a bit of a blunder, get a little bit flustered and just throw the game from there. But after Yuya recognized the mistake, was able to play back from it, recognize I still have the advantage here, and still take the win. I think it's huge credit to Yuya for being able to come back from that potential, though, very flustering moment.
Mindset is a big part of the Pokemon TCG, especially on a big stage like this where there is so much pressure. Like you mentioned, credit to Yuya for staying locked in and figuring things out. But it was the Thunderburst Storm show. Raging Bolt showed why it is so strong. Not just the EX, but this baby Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm after Thunderburst Storm, just consistently applying pressure to Dreepy. And with there being a little bit of that prizing issue, the 1-2 line in the prizes, it was just a little bit too little, too late for Jose to finally get Phantom Dive up and running. Even though there was a bit of a misstep from Yuya, he misattached the energy cards, got rid of this energy switch. He was still able to claw back after he did what he thought was game on his turn.
Yeah, so putting down the jamming tower, and then very wisely in this sort of recovery play, playing this prime catcher to bring up the Dust Skull. Definitely the best thing to target here because you don't want your
there's not like a lot of stuff that could have been changed for Jose. Juja was just so far ahead because of the early game pressure.
You know, Jose, many would consider the favorite going into this just with his long list and resume, and knows this Raging Bolt deck so well. He's got to be asking himself, Frey, a question that many players are at this point too. How can he adjust into this game 2 and try and force us into a game 3?
Set up more Dreepy, don't prize a big part of your Dragapult line would be a good start.
You know, not prizing cards is a valuable skill in the Pokemon TCG.
It really is.
If you just believe you don't prize any important pieces, or if you just never check that they're there, it's almost as if, you know, they're not prized if you really think about it.
That's definitely how it works.
See what the decision is here from Jose. If he wants to go first, he'll go ahead and go second in game number 2. So both players, it seems, very set on their opening strategies. Going first with Yuya's Raging Bolt deck, and Jose valuing the plethora of options he has on that first turn going second.
Yeah, I guess as well, if you're Jose, you don't want to be in a situation where you go first, don't open with a supporter, and then your one lone Dreepy or something can be KO'd with something like a Fan Rotom. That's definitely not a situation you want to be in. And if you're forced your opponent to go first, then you know they can't attack, and you're more likely to be able to set up by virtue of being able to use a supporter.
Okay, so Julia is one game away of becoming the first TCG World Champion we see this weekend.
So players will set up.
But if Jose can get the figured Dreepy line,
coming out. Once again,
yeah, that's one of the issues. Kids are rushing it. But like what we need to see here is Jose like putting a figure line down. Last time he couldn't,
you were able to play through a mistake, and you are only one game away from becoming world champion in the juniors division. And I see a Fan Rotom.
I think that was the one card off of the Teal Dance. Not a bad one at all. Regardless, plenty of basic Pokemon at Yuya's disposal. Already has the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play. The Fan Rotom already down.
You want to find Ditto.
Now the question again, we saw how important it was for Yuya to get not only the baby Raging Bolt down on turn 1,
Ditto
but
prized?
attach that energy card from hand.
If Ditto is not prized, you have to find Ditto here to get out of the deck.
And they are not going to be having a good time.
No, they absolutely aren't. And so it's going to be absolutely vital if you can to, just like in game 1, yeah, get this Raging Bolt down, get an energy on it, and just threaten that Thunderburst Storm as soon as possible. And unlike in game 1, is able to make use of that Fan Call. What does Fan Call do, Ethan?
To search out some Pokemon, colorless at that, and 100 HP or less, and can still grab out
He's
evolution
rushing
Pokemon.
This is going to cost him.
Very conveniently, and I'm sure purposefully, having exactly 100 HP will be the 3 choices from that ability. And now the second question becomes bench management and energy management. Yuya's definitely going to put these 2 Hoots down. That will be no surprise. But is it worth, you know, locking yourself out of the bench spaces for the time being? you want to put this energy, and Yuya does have the fighting energy in hand. It seems small and insignificant, but down the line, it really is going to matter when a Thunderburst Storm for 90 is just so impactful in the second turn of the game.
Absolutely is. These Dreepy have 70 HP, so if you can get an energy down on the first turn, then on the second turn, either with a Crispin or a Professor Sada's Vitality, you can get 2 more energy onto this Raging Bolt, and then Thunderburst Storm is doing that devastating 90 damage snipe that we saw Yuya basically carry him all through the first game.
And deciding to preemptively retreat that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, it of course is always an option to retreat in the Pokemon TCG, but just wants to make sure that Pokemon EX with 210 HP does not take the 10 damage from the Itchy Pollen. It sounds insignificant, but it does put you in exact math range for a Phantom Dive down the line. Would be a little bit more happy if this Raging Bolt in the active spot takes the small little tickles that come out from Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, so often we see that Phantom Dive maths works out really nicely. If you hit something in the active, you hit a bunch of 200 HP, 2 prizes. Oh my goodness, the prizes again! Jose, you didn't take our advice!
Cloak, you need to direct yourself to the main stage here. You cannot be in the prize cards. That is not a happy home if you are a fan of Jose Cruz. Does also prize the Monkey Dory. It's not an important card in this matchup, but you always got to keep note of what pieces are available. They are still manageable. A lot of the times, you know, like you said, that one copy of Rare Candy, just getting Dragapult EX into play and not having to worry about the long and treacherous path of normal, regular evolution when you're facing down constant pressure from Thunderburst Storm could be the main piece Jose was missing in that first game to get himself back in game number 2.
Yeah, and in this game, Jose is starting off nicely with an Arven, so we'll be able to get some Dreepy down quite nicely. Is already leading with
what
the
is really
so we know that this turn is
important here is that Jose doesn't rush himself.
We do know, of course, that the Noctowl is already in hand from that fan call, so we'll be able to Jewel Seeker for a Crispin to get all the energy onto this Raging Bolt and start doing some damage.
If he rushes himself, he will lose here.
Getting Pokemon down, getting ready for evolution, and the energy attachments, on this turn at least, not really significant, since you put them on the Dreepy, it's just the choice from the Thunderbird Storm to be KO'd.
Yes.
Jose, I'm not sure, has that energy card right now, but that's okay. Usually they're important pieces. Put it to a side for now. Number 1 fact, getting these Pokemon down, ready to put into play, and did have the Brock Scouting in hand too, but smartly choosing to play the Arven this turn, since finding your Cloak could be a valuable option on the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely could. You want to make sure you have the option to find that. And of course, now Jose will be looking through the deck. Unlike in game 1, able to look through the deck a lot earlier, and we'll realize, oh, the 2 Dragcloak again, are you kidding me? I need you in my deck, not in the prize cards.
But I do need you to make a decision.
So Jose taking a decent amount of time is nicely told by the judge that we'll need to select a card. You don't have all day in the Pokemon TCG. Come on, Jose. We got plenty of matches to showcase here. We got to pick things up. Respectfully, of course, will be the Air Balloon as well for the item card, rather the tool card of choice. Poffin gets played. Double Dreepy comes down, and sure, you're going to item lock your opponent. And interestingly enough, Jose is actually going to also get Dust Bowl down. Ultra Ball is always a key piece to grab
that seems greedy.
Pokemon, but just values potentially getting that up and running some point in the future.
Yeah, just got to go ahead and get that now. I mean, we did see in the first game, Yuya targeted down that Duskull, knowing that some combo turns with Dusknoir can be absolutely devastating. But in the meantime, Itchy Pollen, that small little Budu that could, preventing Yuya from playing items on his next turn. How does Yuya respond?
Jewel Seeker, the prime ability choice for Yuya. Just going to make sure he checks how many cards are in the hand. Of course, both players want to make sure they have track of all resources available. How many cards you work with are a big option, and it's actually going to be Yuya going for the Professor Sada and finds the lightning energy off the top 3. Are you kidding me here? What a draw from Yuya.
Yeah, I guess it was already guaranteed because the Noctowl was in hand, so you could go ahead and search for the other vessel. Oh no, you can't, of course, because of the buddy word. That's huge. That's why you go for. I mean, do you know the Crispin's? Oh, the Crispin's prized. He plays 1, that's why he had to go for that risk.
Only 1 Crispin in the deck. Yuya taking note off of that fan call on turn 1. That piece was not available. You gotta risk it sometimes in the Pokemon TCG, and this is the best match for you to find those pieces you need. Hits one of those 3 lightning energy in the deck off of the Professor Sada, and now Dracloak are no longer safe in play. Thunderburst Storm again striking, and with how Jose has again been drawing to the deck, it seems like we're seeing yet another repeat of this first game. The Dreepies and Dracloaks slowly come down, but that's all they do. They sit there and draw cards and are prime targets
what
for
he needs here is to somehow find the Wrecking Duskull. If he can pop that Raging Bolt, he wins.
And start putting this pressure on, and now Jose is once again, even with leading with that Itchy Pollen, it's very much on the back foot. Gonna go ahead and use that Buddy Poffin, can get some more Dreepy down from that. Maybe a second Duskull if he feels like that might be the best move to make. Nope, just gonna go for the 4th Dreepy.
I would really like to see Jose attach his energy for turn to a Dreepy instead of a Dracloak. At that point, your opponent's then got to make a decision. Do I either take out your easiest access to put Dragapult EX into play next turn, or do I do something else? But yet again here, Jose crucially missing an energy attachment.
But it doesn't matter, he has Neo Upper. The judges is making it such a big deal he misses the energy attach.
Go, buddy.
But in this deck, it doesn't mean too much.
Is this the Thunderburst Storm World Championships we're seeing here in the Junior Finals? It sure feels like it right now.
We are in a treacherous storm for sure. Nobody is safe when the lightning sparks are all around. Hilda is the choice for turn, so if Jose does have that one copy of Rare Candy, could potentially put a Phantom Dive pressure on this turn, but yet again, will be just that single piece short. Instead, just going to find the Dracloak. Does now have the energy attachment for turn, but yet again, if you attack into that Dracloak, it's just going to be the target to be KO'd. It will mean Dragapult EX at minimum can come down, and now Jose is going to make the play we talked about, attach the Dreepy, and present Yuya with that choice of which Pokemon he wants.
And he has Neo Upper, he has Dragapult next turn, he can win from here.
Directive did find that Neo Upper energy, so in a worst case scenario, you know you have the energy attachment ready to go to power up your Phantom Dive. Really crucial find off the Recon Directive there.
For the first time this set, the bench has become larger. Terra Pokemon are ready to show their immersive power. Area 0 under depths, thanks to there being a Terrestrial Pokemon in play, means both players, if they have that type of Pokemon, can extend the bench up to 8 over the normal 5.
But no
this Raging Bull deck wants to play as wide as possible. Start things off with the Teal Dance, still under item lock, so can't do anything else, and it's actually going to be Thunderburst Storm, and does target down the Pokemon on the bench with the energy. Like you said though, Freya, Neo Upper energy could potentially be the savior.
That's going to cost Yuya the game.
Yeah, it could. Having said that, I think I still like Yuya targeting down the Streepy, because you want to target down the energy on the field, and you don't necessarily mind 1 or 2 Dragapults being evolved up, because then of course you come in with your big bad Raging Bolt EX, and you take a one-hit knockout with Bellowing Thunder.
See both Recon Directives be used. This combo may be online. Got the Air Balloon and the Genesect are in the hand, so if Jose chooses to, could bench that Genesect and attach the tool card, thus shutting Yuya down from playing Prime Catcher at any point during the rest of the game. We'll see the evolution, Neo Upper energy, and now the choice becomes, where do you put this damage counters thanks to that Hollow Just Flying entry ability will be on those 2 Pokemon, and instead is actually going to omit from playing this Genesect, discarding it off Professor's Research, so not valuing that as a bench slot, wants to keep it open for something else.
Yeah, which I think makes a lot of sense in this situation, and also gotta love the placement on the flying entry. Put 1 on that Teal Mask Ogerpon so that it's more vulnerable to a Phantom Dive later, and then 1 on the Hoot Hoot so that Phantom Dive can also do residual damage on the bench to KO that too.
Importantly, does evolve that Dusclops, or excuse me, from the Duskull into the Dusclops. Did discard Dusknoir from that Professor's Research, so we'll need to play something like Night Stretcher down the line to get that Pokemon back if he so chooses to. But yeah, just the lack of energy attachments early on in this game means Jose just doesn't feel comfortable with this hand size Yuya has slowly been accumulating for attacking with his Dragapult EX, since there's no way to accelerate the energies.
I mean, it's obvious you don't attack here, you need to disrupt him before like going for a big attack.
Storm again, but I think I want to target this Dusclops. This feels like the most threatening thing right now. I could put together a combo to make some kind of comeback. If you target this down, you are then just 1-2 prize knockout from winning the game with a Bellowing Thunder. So I think that Dusclops is really important to target right now.
It's tough, right? You put yourself to 2 prize cards, and I guess at that point, you don't care about back-to-back Dragapult EX attacks. So
no, exactly.
Jose's just going to put himself in range where the same situation he was fearing is just going to be part of the game.
I like the play.
Okita is now just 2 prize cards away from becoming a world champion.
Targeted down at Dusclops, preventing any Curse Blast shenanigans from happening. So now, with just 1 knockout on a Dragapult EX, Yuya will become the world champion. But it's not over yet. Jose is going to be fight tooth and nail to come back in this game 2 and try and take us through a game 3. Let's see what he has.
Plenty of Pokemon left in this game. Never count Dragapult EX out. It has made comebacks more far-fetched than this. Jose already has the Dragapult EX powered up. Phantom Dive is online thanks to that Neo Upper energy. One piece that
he has to take over Noctowl and the Hoot Hoot.
Hand disrupting Yuya while potentially taking out multiple Hoot Hoot this turn, or even something like the Raging Bolt in the active spot,
getting rid of those 3 energy cards may be the needed combination piece, but I'm not sure Iono is there, and you can see Yuya has again amassed a massive hand, and this is a combo deck, this Raging Bolt deck. You give it tons of cards to work with, it's gonna put something together that you're not gonna like.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, we did say in the last turn, Jose opted to discard that Genesect and isn't getting back with his Night Stretcher, so Prime Catcher is still an option for Yuya to try and steal out this game with a Professor Sada's Vitality and Prime Catcher on the Dragapult.
It's just gonna use Professor's Research. Yuya's gotta be breathing a sigh of relief. He gets to keep his large hand size as Jose draws 7 cards. No counter catcher, no way
Key
to
item
dust
Lux here.
around this Pokemon. But you gotta really feel like taking out the energies from play, denying the large damage essentially guaranteed next turn from a Bellowing Thunder is gonna potentially be an option. And no, it's just gonna pass the turn over using the
Because even if he
Pollen
takes a
to
price
shut
here, he
items
is
off
putting him down
again.
to 1 card in hand.
If Yuya can find a Lightning Energy card under this item lock, then Boss's Orders could take a KO on this final Pokemon. Let's see if Yuya has the pieces. He's gonna search through the deck with this Jewel Seeker, see what is available. Looks like without having the Lightning Energy here and being under item lock, just wants to preemptively grab some pieces. That Crispin was taking off the prize cards, which means he can just flood the board with even more energy, preparing for any option or any play Jose throws at him.
Yeah, I don't think Yuya is going to be able to have game this turn, but he can essentially put himself in a position where he's checkmating on Jose the next turn. And so I think very wisely here, Yuya not being greedy about it, thinking, you know what, I'm so far ahead of here, let's not get ahead of ourselves, let's just set up my board well, so I know on the next turn I can close out this game and become the world champion.
Will be the Lightning and Grass Energy. We'll see the Lightning Energy most likely attached from the deck to the Raging Bolt, and then the Grass Energy is going to be put in the hand. Means multiple energies can come down. No Teal Dance abilities have been used yet. That could draw some extra cards. There it is. Attachment from the deck. Grass Energy to hand, splitting the energy smartly between these Teal Mask Ogre Pond to make sure they're preserved as well as possible. Yuya can take a knockout on something like the Halucha yet again with this Thunderburst Storm and put himself 1 prize card away. And interestingly enough, going to discard his own Stadium to bump his bench down to 5 and get rid of that Noctowl, which could be a liability down the line. Gonna knock out the Budew, and now just 1 prize card away from becoming our first TCG World Champion.
So now we know that Jose has the Iono in hand, so it is all gonna come down to this. You play the Iono, and do you stop Yuya from finding the pieces to take this last prize card and win the game?
It's just so tough because there's already 4 energy on the board outside of this active Pokemon. So if you knock out this active Raging Bolt, all Yuya needs is an energy of any type, whether it's through a supporter card, an attachment from hand. It does not matter, but this is what you can do. There's no Pheasantipity in play, just the 1 Hoothoot. Big 1 card here for Yuya, as Jose will disrupt.
It's a Lightning Energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. He's going to do everything he can here in this second game.
He's going to do everything he can. I guess maybe thinking if you take out as many energy as possible, as many energy as possible from Yuya's side of the board, but I don't think you do a residual knockout onto this Raging Bolt. So you're going to take out the energy here. That's going to be it.
Yuya, I think making sure everything is done correctly is actually instead going to potentially use something like the Jet Headbutt to play around the KO. Potentially an option. It looks like we're just figuring out the Phantom Dive damage here. So here we go. We're going to see the Phantom Dive, or excuse me, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive's being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges. There it is! Lightning Energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes
that's why I don't rush in this situation here. You need to chill.
Huge congratulations to Yuya, our first champion for the trading card game here in the arena, doing it in stunning fashion. A Thunderburst Storm has descended here in Anaheim, and it has crowned Yuya as our first champion.
Put on an excellent display, showcasing how strong Raging Bolt can be when it gets the pieces set up, and Thunderburst Storm puts on work. There was a no dream zone this today. We will see our first champion on Championship Sunday, Yuya Okita. Congratulations.
Yeah, doing it in barely broke a sweat doing it as well. It was really the Thunderburst Storm show, just over and over again, KOing Dreepy, KOing Budew, KOing Duskull, taking out Dracloak, and just never really letting Jose set up and just completely dominating the game from there. What a display from Yuya.
Let's take a look back on this set, see how things played out. It was just the Raging Bolt turn 2 Thunderburst Storm that proved too much for Jose.
Congratulations to
Yuya. Just turn after turn,
knocked out,
Becoming
Dracloak
the first
taken
champion
care of. And you did make a
TCG?
little bit of a misstep towards the end of this game after having up to a commanding lead, but that is a showcase of a great player in the Pokemon TCG, not letting a mistake that could potentially have cost him the entire game get to him mentally. He clawed back, found a way to win, correctly used that Thunderburst Storm early on, and then using the attack on that Raging Bolt EX to discard the hand, burst roar, draw 6 cards, and
I mean, the only reason that Joe's loses this matchup is because he's rushing shit and because he prices has unlucky prices.
5, 6, or maybe most of even the prize cards across those 2 games are just completely unstoppable. And right there at the end, all the energy onto the field, bellowing thunder, knockout, prize card taken, and a world champion title crowned.
Congratulations again to Yuya, our first champion here on our Sunday. That was a great way to kick things off.
Absolutely.
The Raging Bolt's had an up and down year, but I know there are some Raging Bolt fans out there, really the main star of the show. It's always been about that bellowing thunder attack. But I have to admit, you know, I was a little bit skeptical of the Thunderburst Storm Baby Raging Bolt. It really, if there are any doubters of how strong that card is, even for an attack that on
we will
paper
get
seems
a
underwhelming,
Raging Bolt
it's really
deck
the pressure of just
on
being able to
World
put that
Stack
90 damage
2025.
anywhere on your opponent's board.
And not only that, it turns Raging Bolt from being a bit of a one-trick pony deck to a deck with options, where you can suddenly control your opponent's board. You can pick off these lower-priced Pokemon. Doing it with a single-priced Pokemon of your own, you're not just going blows for, 2-hit knockout, or rather, 2-price knockout for 2-price knockout, and you have so much more versatility in your lines. And, in that game alone, the ferocious display of power from being able to snipe the bench without a single-price Raging Bolt, and it really makes the deck what it is today, I think.
And you got to give it up to Jose as well. He put on an absolute fight in that game. The draws really weren't on his side. There was really nothing going on. He did his best. He tried and capitalized on a situation, still going home as a World Championship runner-up, adding a very impressive accomplishment to his resume.
It's nothing to sniff at, right? I mean, second place at the biggest stage of all, and also the first 2 ever TCG contestants to contest the finals at a stage like this. That's got to feel special by itself.
We still got 2 more matches to come up as well. I'm excited to see how the rest of our finals matches will go. But man, what a way to kick off our first match here for the TCG Juniors division.
Yeah, I think Anna is ready on the stage though to hear from our winner. So Anna, take it away. Let's hear from our first TCG World Champion.
I am here with your world champion, Yuya Okita. How does it feel to be called a world champion?
気持ちはどうですか?
とても嬉しいです。
He's very happy.
I would be too.
He doesn't
I bet
look
a lot
happy.
of people here are also very happy for you. Is there anything
He
you
just
want to
looks
say
annoyed.
to the audience or your family?
何か観客とかお客様に言いたいこととかメッセージありますか?
同じに、WCS のシニアリーグで3位になった
okay, now he's
リックとデッキを共有してたので、お互いに勝ってとても嬉しいです。
So he has a friend in the seniors that was 3rd place, and he's very happy that they were both able to win together.
Oh, congratulations to your friend. Thank you, Yuya. Let's hear it one more time for your world champion. Thank you, Yuya. You can leave the stage now and go celebrate. All right, you know what that means. It's time for your world championship match in the seniors division. Please help me welcome to the stage your competitors. First, from Brazil, Gabriel Fernandez.
Oh yes. I really want to see him win.
Hello. And now, please welcome from China, Fuguan Liao.
I want to see Gabriel win.
Welcome to the stage, competitors. We cannot wait to watch you play. Please take your seats, and our casters will take us right into the match.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. What an entrance to have there
the player we're all watching in the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez, coming out, the storyline we're watching. But on the other side, Fuguan coming to try and show the story is not always about the Titan, it's about the competitor. My name is Mike Ellis, joined by the mastermind himself, Joe Bernard. We're going to be taking you through all the action here in the Senior World Finals.
This one's a special one, Mike. It's hard to say at any point in any game that we could eclipse a Masters final, but I think we've got all the elements today. This is going to be an absolute thriller. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, we had a lot of players making their way through the tournament. We started 353 seniors, went through 10 rounds of Swiss, and it ended in the top cut here. As you can see, both players
Gabriel
meeting in the final, ready to complete their journey. I know you, Joe, went to go and watch the semi-finals. You got to see the action there. Talk us through what happened.
Fuguan had a really interesting matchup against Raging Bolt, and it was actually the Pikachu EX that was pretty much hard carrying in that matchup because the Raging Bolt EX wasn't playing the Slitherwing in the list, which meant it was able to take a huge chunk of prize cards and really overtake the game. Whereas Gabriel, it was a very different story. He was able to overcome a Golden Go EX deck, and it was all about patient play and setting up that position. And I think that could be a story of our final, in fact, Mike, because that use of Toadscruel, that use of Iono, that's going to be critical coming into this final. There's no secret that Gabriel has taken on a number of Golden Go, but this is a slightly different list, and it's going to cause new headaches and new challenges.
And there we go. We get to see the deck choices from both our senior finalists. Gabriel Fernandez.
Please do it, Gabriel.
Enzo Rock, a card we didn't expect to see much here at the World Championship. Two made it into the top 8 in Masters. And Gabriel finding his way all the way here, as well as Fuguan Liao on the other side, merging two decks together, a Golden Go EX and that Joltik box, trying to cover each other's weakness, and it's worked so well.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see that Golden Go has been the talk of the tournament in our Masters division, being so popular in day 1 and in day 2, a number of them in the top cut. The same story could be said for the seniors division, but this list is a mash. We're also throwing in early game Joltik, Iron Hands as a potential threat, Pikachu EX as a threat as well. I'm trying to coin the new name for this deck. I'm calling it Cash in Hand. What do you think?
You are a bit of a master of merging decks together. You've tried it in the past, but no one has been as successful as Fuguan has here, taking down many Golden Go. In fact, through rounds 2 to 5, went through the Golden Go gauntlet and took down 4 in a row. And on the other side, Gabriel Fernandez has faced off against 4 himself. So, interesting storyline here. We've got 2 decks, Golden Go, Joltik Box merged together for Fuguan. Gabriel Fernandez has beaten both Joltik Box and Golden Go on the route to this final.
It's just that merge, that combination that's going to be more dangerous, perhaps, with Fuguan having that aggression.
Gabriel is just about setting up his soul right.
The Toadscruel, so effectively with only 120 hit points, perfect math for the very much an attack that I'm sure our players have heard throughout the season. It's been such a ever-present Pokemon in our TCG. And as you said, Mike, it's a combination of Fuguan, who is undefeated in the tournament, up against Gabriel, who's been essentially undefeated the entire season, to be honest with you, getting 4 regional victories and the Grand Slam, all 3 international championship victories this season. The crowning achievement awaits. Already a world champion in Yokohama, picked up another Pikachu trophy with a top 4 in Honolulu, is now back on the final stage, trying to become a 2-time world champion.
Yeah, that is quite the achievement. No one's done it quite like Jason Kaczynski in the past, but Gabriel Fernandez could be the one to make history in many ways today. And on the other side, Fuguan Liao, our first world's finalist in the TCG from mainland China, only introduced in 2024 season, making their way all the way here. And both players have shuffled their decks, taken their first hand, put their active Pokemons out, and we're just getting ready for that start. I'm sure this is one of the most anticipated finals of the day.
You can see the reaction from what? Oh, and
season prize cards coming out already. I saw Gabriel looking up at the heavens, possibly frustrated with that opening hand. Let's see if there's any jeopardy here. Well, Mike, I see a couple of one-off Pokemon already in the prizes for Fuguan. That's a 1 copy of the Miraidon EX tandem unit, one of the easiest ways that you can grab both Iron Hands in addition to Joltik.
I think Gabriel will win, but
also a couple of those supporter cards that can help
it is not a free matchup.
And for Gabriel, one of the few Pokemon that can reach knockouts cleanly onto Fuguan's EX Pokemon, that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the prizes as well.
Typically only attacking at the end of the game, right at the top of those prize cards. Might not see it this game, but our players are ready. Are you guys ready in the crowd?
Oh. I hope he's going second then.
Anticipating it all through the season. The perfect season from Gabriel Fernandez. All 3 ICs won by him. 4 regional champions. Even went to locals and won 4 cups and 4 challenges. Looking to try and complete the perfect season. And here it is. The players begin as we begin our Seniors Worlds Final.
We have the fist bump, we have the draw for the foot turn. It looks like Fuguan has been forced first here with a Genesect EX in the active position. A phenomenal new inclusion from the Black Bolt set with that metallic signal. We also see early game Bull Search and a Gimme Ghoul to boot. So a pretty decent opener here for Fuguan.
Yeah, looking for those Bull Search cards. Nest Ball featuring in many of the top decks, allowing you to find a basic Pokemon and put it straight onto your bench. 2 in the hand there for Fuguan. And we'll look to try and find the Gimme Ghouls as well as that potential Miraidon, which he's now going to find is in the prize cards.
Fortunately, a couple of Nest Ball actually in this hand, so he still can go the long way about things. I think there's even the Brock Scouting in hand for next turn as well, which would open up the door for the likes of Latias EX with that Skyliner to move the 2 retreat cost Genesect EX. So we can start developing a few of these basics, and even without the Miraidon EX, it looks like the hand is strong enough that we should be working towards a Jolting Charge. It's basically the only way this deck gets into the game. It's not like a regular Golden Go EX deck where you can try and find that Energy Search Pro very early on. This build is quite different. The A-Spec is the Prime Catcher.
And that's the issue here, he needs to
load your energy early with a Joltik. You allow your Lightning Pokemon to get knocked out, and then you use Superior Energy Retrieval throughout the game to reload with your Golden Go EX. So quite different flow to a regular Golden Go deck.
Now we see Fuguan's Lucky Charizard on the table with him. His favorite Pokemon has brought it here to the world stage.
So he is not, he is like forced into early sticking knockouts turn 3.
Well, we've already seen a few pressure moments in that junior division, so no doubt you want to be caught in a strange situation based on something you didn't check. That information's free to you. You may as well take the time to do it. Especially because
he needs to be really careful about how he does with his hands, because it looked like he signaled to Gabriel, hey, it's your turn.
Into what is remaining when you're constantly able to search cards, and also towards what you're drawing with Golden Go throughout the game. As we pass the action over to Gabriel, let's see that opening hand. Have the turn 1 Arven. This is a phenomenal supporter card in Gabriel's deck, allowing us to get early access to Bull Search cards. In addition to that, we have some phenomenal tools like...
Yeah, Arven allowing you to search for 1 item card and 1 tool card from your deck, introduced in Obsidian Flames, right near the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet era, and it has remained a consistent card, especially in these evolving decks, as the TM Evolution is a great way to get things set up early on, and I'm sure we'll see Gabriel using it many a time in this final.
Combination would mean an energy in hand or a Bull Searching card, and then the Arven can find the other pieces alongside that Technical Machine Evolution. So a buddy popping to get a couple Zorua.
It's like the only correct place to find the TM Evolution and the
Poffin. Exactly where you want to be as Gabriel, because not only is the End Zoroark EX one of your early game attacking options, but also it's the way that you draw through your deck, and already we're seeing Gabriel look through their prize cards. One of the cards already on top of that deck is that Toad School, because there is that Toad Scroll tech card in the list, Mike.
Yeah, the Slime Mold Colony has helped Gabriel take down all the Golden Go in the tournament. But this is a different matchup, as that Superior Energy Retrieval in Golden Go is not the only way to attack. So we'll shut that down, as well as the Levincia in the deck.
Right.
But there are other ways to attack, thanks to the Iron Hands. And so Fuguan will find another way, and that's why that Joltik has been the target early on. But Gabriel, including this Toad Scroll, is a great decision coming into the tournament.
Especially when you've seen how many he's had to face on his route to the final, beating Golden Go in the top 8 and top 4 matches. But this is slightly different, so some different challenges going on in this finals. In his top 4, he had to navigate a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX and had to position quite carefully, using his Monkey Dory and whatnot. I think it was actually a scratch attack from an Enzarua, which closed him out the way to this final with a Binding Mochi tool in the list. So we're going through those final actions of this turn number 1 from Gabriel. It looks like we are lining up Earthen Vessel now to grab some Darkness Energy. It is.
So our 2023 World Champion, Gabriel, has come here to try and make it too, but in this situation, he's come up with an unusual deck that many will not be ready for, but he's up against something a little bit unusual on the other side. That Joltik box combined with Golden Go is not something he necessarily would have prepared for, and we got a chance to chat to him before, and he thinks it's a pretty even matchup, so this will be a very skill-heavy matchup between our 2 seniors here.
Yeah,
this is definitely a Gabriel favor. When the Joltik box thingy, Golden Go box thing, whatever you want to call it, needs to set up with Joltik.
But in this instance, an Iron Hands EX, it has a lot of hit points. It's difficult for a Zoroark EX to punish early on, but also that Ampu very much can brute force through some 2 prize knockouts, even on these lower hit point Pokemon.
Yeah, when Iron Hands EX came into the format back in LEIC a few years back, it was the star of the show, a fan favorite that Ampu very much, a very powerful attack, and one of the main reasons why Joltik Box has been included in this Golden Go, allowing you to do what Golden Go cannot at the start of the game. And that Genesect EX in the active spot has been a fundamental part of why Golden Go has been so popular here. Metallic Signal, such a powerful ability.
Allowing you to search for 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon immediately, as we see the support of the turn, that Brock Scouting. That will grant access to a Pikachu EX in addition to a Latias EX, it looks like. So rather than the Iron Hands EX, there's also this attacking option, Mike. We know the Resolute Heart is a very frustrating ability to get around for certain archetypes. Gabrielle's is one of those, so the Pikachu EX can quite confidently put a huge number of energy on it, all from this Joltik. And we're even searching some metal energy out as well here, Mike, from the Earthen Vessel. This Pikachu EX can run riot on a board, and it doesn't have to be concerned with Toedscruel either.
Many of you will be very familiar with this Pikachu EX, a very popular Pokemon, a very popular card, and that ability has allowed it to sustain an aggressive deck like Joltik Box and like this deck here today. 300 damage, a great number into these stage 1 archetypes like Zoroark, and I'm sure Fuguan has been using it into the Golden Goes throughout the tournament. And that Latias EX with the Skyliner ability, allowing all the basics to retreat for free. And the Joltik will be in the active spot. Jolting Charge, allowing Fuguan to put 2 Lightning and 2 Grass energy from his deck onto any of his Pokemon. Very powerful way to set things up.
I love this turn 1, spending your energy attachment as metal onto the Pikachu EX, knowing that the Jolting Charge can pull out 2 Lightning and 2 Grass energy onto your Pokemon.
There's technically 2 options
here.
here.
Versatile attack. That's the only use of the Joltik in this list. There's no Galvantula in this instance, which you would see in more traditional builds of Joltik Box, but we don't necessarily have the space in this build to go for that. So instead, we're going to put 3 energy onto the Iron Hands EX, floating the Lightning onto the Pikachu EX. It's going to be all 4 energy from Fuguan going towards the Iron Hands. Now you still have 1 hit KO threatened via your Golden Go EX, so you can go down this direction and allow your Pikachu to be a more of a late game sweep option.
Well, we're going to see the Iron Hands EX powered up, but if there's no Pokemon on Gabrielle's side with 120 HP or less, it's going to be tough to utilize that Ampu very much. The Pikachu EX will be a viable option at some point during this game, and that's why these decisions are so tough for someone like Fuguan in this moment. A lack of familiarity with this unusual pick from Gabrielle and Zoroark. It's going to be really tough to navigate it here.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. The ability Trade, allowing you to discard 1 card from the hand and draw 2. Such a phenomenal ability that allows you to cycle away cards that you don't need right now, or also fuel your discard pile for resources later. All the while
this is such an amazing position for Gabriel Fernandez.
Especially from a stage 1 Pokemon. Gabriel opting to evolve his active En's Zoroark as well now. Just 1 energy attachment and an En's Reshiram away from using that Night Joker attack to begin putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, those trades have been so key for En's Zoroark throughout the tournament. One of the most consistent cards in the format once set up. Golden Go on the other side has been touting that with the coin bonus. But being able to see 2 cards just for 1 discard, often that discard being a benefit.
What you really want to do here is actually get up the Latias and one-shot it.
Darkness attack, Night Joker in the active, does nothing unless there's a Pokemon with N in its name on the bench to attack with, and that will be the N's Reshiram, which we don't see currently, but Gabrielle will be looking to try and find it right now.
Have 1 more trade. It's a tough debate. I think there is a counter catcher that might be discarded here. See a couple more cards. No supporter just yet. Have a Nest Ball coming down now, though.
Wow, that Nest Ball coming in so clutch there. The N's Reshiram, a basic Pokemon searched and put onto the bench. And now that Night Joker can copy either Virtuous Flame, or if the N Zoroark has some damage on it, the Powerful Rage. Well, what a moment to start the thing off here. We've got all 3 of the N Zoroark on setup, and the N's Reshiram waiting to take the first knockout here in our Seniors World Final, and it will be Gabriel Fernandez.
A decent start, Mike. It's just a single prize knockout, though, and I think from this stage on, Fuguan might look to just keep this board of multi-prize Pokemon. The 1 prize KO means that Fuguan can't put down additional Gimmighoul without some sort of major drawback, and I think that's what Gabriel's going for here with the single prize KO, trying to say that at some point my win condition might involve INO. So I want to try and stop my opponent from having access to too many Golden Go EX to still coin bonus their way towards any combination.
Wow, and another Joltik coming down. One of the huge benefits of that Joltik box archetype is the singular Joltik in play is just a one prizer, nothing to worry about, but you can see how vital it is for Fuguan to get all that energy in play and set up all those attackers, as Enzorok can't really knock out much on this board, can only hit for 170 with the Night Joker copying the Enz Reshiram, so all of these big basic Pokemon EX are safe from a knockout.
Using an Arben here as our supporter card for the turn, I only saw one energy available right now, with no easy targets for that Iron Hands. Looking like a tough turn. If we'd floated one Lightning Energy to the Pikachu EX or one of those Grass Energy, we could have had an easy route to take a KO, but we could be holding back on that Topaz Bolt, knowing that it's such a late game great option. So we're actually going to go back into the Joltik here instead, and just go for another Jolting Charge.
Well, here we go, another Jolting Charge, and you mentioned about that knockout.
Okay.
So we're worried about the ace spec of Gabriel, the unfair stamp that requires a knockout to be taken and can be very disruptive in these early turns. And so maybe this was the game plan that Fuguan prepared with his friends. We heard that he had some practice into this exact deck. A complete difference here in the finals we see at Pokemon, where you can practice exactly what you're going to be playing against the next day. And I'm sure they've been thinking through all the different lines, and it seems like the double Jolting Charge is the line Fuguan has gone for.
We're over-attaching to the Pikachu EX. The Topaz Bolt only requires 3 energy, but it does discard 3 energy as well. So by having 4 energy on, we can then keep manually attaching up to continue to chain this Topaz Bolt attack. We're basically trying to make the Toedscruel a non-factor in this instance, Mike, so that we don't rely on that Make It Rain to be our late-game win condition.
Well, nothing much for Gabriel to do here other than swing into that Joltik, but we'll be looking to stabilize throughout the game, and that's the advantage of the trade. You can discard all those cards you don't want to ever see again, but also start finding those powerful one-off cards like the Unfair Stamp, the Professor Turo scenario, these options that you want to be sprinkling in at the right moment. The more of them you have in your hand,
what you want to find is a boss so you can get rid of
turns.
And I think we will still have to work towards a Toedscruel. It's just about the timing for Gabriel. That's what he has to get absolutely perfectly in this game number 1 here. One of them will be discarded. It's a 2-1 line, so don't be too panicked just yet. We do have additional Darkness Energy. Keeping up on attachments is really important maintenance here for Gabriel as well. It feels like we could easily be going up a second prize here. Be quite content still with the board overall, knowing that we're gripping the Unfair Stamp.
You know that TM evolution will be possible to get the Toedscruel out in a single turn. It won't have to sit in play for long, so there are those options to think about. And on the other side, Fuguan, our only undefeated player in seniors. Gabriel Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss to Raging Bolt EX, but in this final moment, it doesn't matter. All that matters now is one match to find out who will be the world champion here in Anaheim.
Gabriel will be using his support of the turn on an Arven, one of these situations where he didn't have much else to do, so instead we'll grab some resources for a future turn. In this case, it's going to be the energy switch. Already holding on to some Nest Ball and some other options, as we have a massive hand size. You have to expect Gabriel to be constantly holding on to plenty of cards with the amount of trade on the board, and with Fuguan not having access to any hand disruption whatsoever.
Feels like a weird spot here for Gabriel.
How many cards he has.
We know that Toedscruel will come down at some point. Now, there is a number that's very important on that Toedscruel that we'll be looking at as we go forward, but Gabriel taking a knockout there on the Joltik, and now it is on Fuguan to look to respond with a knockout. 2 prizes ahead for Gabriel, but do not count out Fuguan. He's gone for the setup.
Typically, you would expect the Joltik Golden Go deck to go ahead and at least attempt to, allowing 1 knockout on the Joltik perhaps, but I really like the setup from Fuguan here. Opens up the space to venture Gimmighoul this turn pretty reliably. Has an easy knockout lined up already with the Pikachu without access to any other cards required just yet. We also see the Air Balloon attached to the Golden Go EX now, making that coin bonus an even more effective draw engine. In addition to a flip the script now from a Pheasantipity EX, having suffered a KO on the previous turn, you can now draw 3 additional cards. And we have a superior energy retrieval. I do like the use of this proactively, knowing that you shouldn't have too much difficulty to reach when you need to. And getting any manual attachment at this stage onto Pikachu EX seems really valuable, and it's actually going to be alongside a Bravery Charm as well here.
Well, that Iron Hands EX is sitting on the bench And we mentioned earlier on how it wouldn't have a target on the board. The Enzorok on the other side is 280 HP, is out of range. The Pikachu is the attacker there. But why is that Iron Hands on the bench such a worry for Gabrielle as the Pikachu comes forward to take a knockout?
Trying to starve your opponent from putting down that Toad-Scroll combination. At any point, Fuguan can then capitalize and pounce and take an easy 2-prize knockout. Gabrielle is aware of that, so it also keeps the Golden Go EX open as an attacking option, especially as we start to throw these energy in the discard pile with Topaz Bolt here and taking a big 2-prize swing.
Topaz Bolt, a hard attack cost to get. A Grass, a Lightning, and a Metal Energy.
Okay, that's sick. That's a sick setup. They have that.
For 300 damage. Pikachu taking 1.
Passing action back over to Gabrielle now. In a tough position. The board doesn't look easy to navigate here. There is a Dark, weak Latias EX you can try and target down this turn if you would like. You could go down to 2 prize cards remaining yourself. And then you can try and pivot your attacking options towards the likes of a Petrarunt EX with its Irritated Outburst attack that can get stronger in the late game, or the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that can combine with Binding Mochi to take knockouts on even very high hit point Pokemon, including that Golden Go EX. So I think that's what Gabrielle has to do in this instance. He's ahead in the race. There's an easy 2-prize Pokemon that he can look to take out with Night Joker this turn. That could be his means of closing.
Yeah, that would actually make yeah, that's also what I was thinking. Like, get rid of Latias and then next turn use something like Raging Ball, no Blood Moon or something.
The game could be a way for him to weave in a late game Petrarunt EX sweep.
So those first 2 prize cards could be key for Gabrielle, and that Pheasantipty EX mirrored on the other side by Gabrielle. So much draw on board, trade on the Enzorok, combined with that flip the script, which could only be used after one of your Pokemon was knocked out. Seen in pretty much all of our top decks, a great way to come back into the game after a knockout is sustained. And those energy attachments, nice and simple, just 2 Dark Energy onto the Enzorok. And right now we'll really need to see that Gust option, that Boss's Orders, which is so key in the format.
I know that we've been mentioning this unfair stamp, but honestly with Gabrielle, with enough pieces in the hand right now, maybe looking just to hold everything, if he can work towards a sort of checkmate situation on the final turn of the game, it could be a decent line for him. Now is the time to grab our Toad-Scroll by the looks of things. We're going to try and weave this in, force one into a strange spot. Zoroark is a threatening attacker. It has the energy that could be E-switched off onto other threats. At the same time, that Toad-Scroll could be so awkward, and now we're going to see the Petrarunt EX. We know this is definitely in Gabrielle's thinking for his end game. We actually see the Binding Mochi attached to the active into the End's Castle. Going into the End's Reshiram here. Then we're going to be poisoning our own Pokemon with Subjugating Chains. It's going to be increasing the damage output with Enzorowak. Poison normally a downside, this status condition, but in this instance, thanks to the Binding Mochi, we're going to be buffing our damage output by 40, crocking the Resolute Heart of this Pikachu. No, we have the Force's Orders instead. It gets even better for Gabrielle here. We'll be able to pick up the draw engine, but also keeping all this energy around so there's not the threat of a Golden Go attack.
We said that 170 damage is the peak limit with End's Reshiram's attack, but when you have the Binding Mochi and the poison, it allows you to reach that perfect number of 210 hit points.
And when you use Unfast Time, I guess?
In pretty much every deck. So what better way to find it than the Binding Mochi combination? And there's multiple ways to set it up. We have the Janine's Secret Art as well as that Petrarunt.
Yes.
And there we go, the ending of this turn with an unfair stamp. The Ace-Spec and Gabrielle using the Boss's
Okay,
Orders
this is gonna be huge for Gabrielle.
Taking out the draw engine, and Gabrielle looking to really storm ahead.
Can we just appreciate the sequencing from Gabrielle? Absolutely masterful.
As well, don't forget. So we'll be ending on a catalogue of cards going into that final turn. Looking to try and close out the game with that Petrarunt, no doubt. That's if Fuguan can keep up here. There's no guarantees with just the 2-card hand. Even with the coin bonus in the active position after this Pheasantipty is knocked out, it's not guaranteed that there's going to be a backup Pikachu play or even an Iron Hands with a Gusting card.
Just so much done in this turn. Really setting up Gabrielle for the next turn. The knockout on the active, the hand looking pretty weak on the other side, and that Golden Go is going to have to pull some levers with that coin bonus as we draw another Buddy Poffin. That's not quite going to do it, but it will help set up a little more, and this is why that Pikachu, having extra energy on it was so key, limiting the amount required this turn for a knockout, but it is really tough right now for Fuguan. The perfect turn for Gabrielle preceding this one. And the draws will be big now. It's just 2 draws with that
All
coin
he is
bonus when it's in
boss.
the active spot. 2 cards can be enough in the Pokemon TCG, but will they be the 2 draws Fuguan needs?
This is massive, folks. Game number 1 of our Seniors Division Final. 2 draws from coin bonus.
Oh, is that a Metal
Energy? That's the right combination for Pikachu EX. This is going to come down to the wire. Pikachu threatening that knockout now. Be taking out all the energy from Gabriel off the board as well, forcing him in a situation to use Janine's Secret Art alongside Pecharunt EX. But also that Resolute Heart of Pikachu makes it so difficult to knock out into those final stages. Fuguan going down to 2 prize cards.
Topaz Bolt for 300 damage, and Enzo Rock flies to the discard pile. Now Gabriel will have to find a way to respond. The disruption didn't work, but now the draws to find the win. Can he do it? It's a big turn ahead.
We can't find.
It's definitely not over.
There is defensive opportunities as well. Have means of picking up our Toad School with Professor Turo's scenario, and then we'd be out of range of the Amp You Very Much final couple prizes. That's the only Pokemon currently sat on board with energy. Would then be forcing a gusting effect. Even then, it's a tough situation. But Gabriel has to work towards their couple last prizes too here. With no energy in play, it's tough.
Yeah, that Pikachu EX, the Resolute Heart, really denying a knockout this moment. Also the Bravery Charm, putting up to 250 HP, helps a little bit. But being able to deny a one-hit knockout forces so many resources out of Gabriel. You can only play 1 supporter per turn, so the Janine's Secret Art in combination with the boss's orders isn't possible. The counter catcher isn't live right now. They are equal on prize cards. And what you just mentioned, that defensive play, has been initiated.
It's what we have to do here. Gabriel can now slowly attach to his Pecharunt EX and look to have a gusting supporter on the next turn to win the game, hoping that Fuguan has no outs to close here. Not impossible though. We could try and get a Golden Go EX attacking, and it could close out the win.
This is where that synergy comes in. The Golden Go EX, the finisher, when you have all that energy in the discard pile, the superior energy retrievals on the other side will be possible, and promoting the Ends Reshiram, forcing even more. And this is the kind of positional play we see at the highest level of Pokemon TCG. Defensive positions where you're waiting for your turn, next turn, asking questions while you set up. And Gabriel Fernandez, one of the best at that in the game. That's why he played decks like this. Charizard EX previously, the kind of decks where he can dictate the pace of the play.
If you can't win on this turn, make it difficult for your opponent too. And in this case, Gabriel is forcing Fuguan into a means of moving this Pikachu. We have the Latias to do that. But then the coin bonus would have to find a combination of superior energy retrievals and gusting effects to make it happen.
Well, boss's orders going back in the deck. The card came out back in Rebel Clash over 5 years ago. A very powerful card, and has been so in the format for a while now. Throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, it's been a key component of many of these decks. Palpad, a familiar face for those who've played the TCG a while, putting it back into the deck, and now we see that turn of Gabriel setting up, just passing back to Fuguan. It's his chance now to try and win the game. Does he have it in hand? Will he draw into it?
We've drawn the boss's orders. That means we're just a few energy away with 2 coin bonuses, one of which can draw the maximum 2 cards, giving us outs towards superior. We need more than just one though. We have to find superior in addition to an extra energy. 5 is the combination here to knock out that Pecharunt EX, only having 190 hit points, so we have to manually attach to our Golden Go EX, as well as find a superior here. We're going to use the Pokegear first to thin the deck, hopefully, of a supporter card, knowing that Boss's Orders is already their best option. And then we have some big coin bonuses, Mike.
You love to see the Rocket's Petrol there.
It's a one-of in the list, a 5th Arven, if you will.
Just getting that one out to thin it. Not the supporter required this turn to win. The boss's orders that's in hand waiting there. And now 3 cards from the Golden Go to draw into superior energy retrieval and something like a Night Stretcher or a Levincia to complete the combination. And it will be that Golden Go in the active, ready to swing in just a moment.
Coin bonus.
Is it there? Earthen Vessel?
Earthen Vessel could easily be a piece here, Mike. We can thin any energy of the deck. I know we've thinned plenty with those early Joltik. Are there any remaining in the deck? Or is it just one draw? I don't think one draw
I don't think there's any remaining.
unless Earthen Vessel has any energy remaining in the deck.
Well, I think that's going to be the case now. You've got to check those energy in the discard pile.
We can search with Genesect EX. We have the option to look at the deck now.
Just give it one last check over, and it will be the Earthen Vessel here. Are there any energy in deck? There is the metal energy, so a draw to get one card in the deck. Superior energy retrieval has to be found here off of one card. Coin bonus, come in clutch.
Go EX so often looking towards this card to close the game. It's superior or bust here. Have to imagine Gabriel has the winning combination on the next turn if it's not found from this one draw from the bench Golden Go EX.
Just checking, always important to check. 190 hit points on that Petrunt EX. That will be what it takes for the knockout here. Oh, tense moment right here, Joe.
This is everything we're going. Is there any other option before we have this one card draw? I don't see it. We need the boss's orders as a supporter to push the Ens Reshiram out the way. So it has to be superior, and it has to be now.
Just working out what to do.
It needs to be the top deck of the century.
It's better to Arva now, play it safe, rely on the missed opportunity here. There is the Prime Catcher.
Prime Catcher play instead here.
Well, that would guarantee more draw as well. 2 draw from that coin bonus. Great vision here from Fuguan. Not only will that thinner card that's not superior energy retrieval out the deck, but it will give you an extra 2 cards. So going to commit to the play at this moment.
That's why Fuguan's in the finals. We're not. We were thinking it was just 1 card. Now we get to see 2. To find that superior to close the game. Holding on to that A-spec has been so vital. Keep these outs open. They've been held the entire time to keep Iron Hands EX.
You can feel Gabriel getting annoyed because Fuguan is playing super fucking slow.
But the Prime Catcher allows us to push away the Golden Go EX.
Just confirming here with the players, making sure everything is done fairly. In these tense moments, this is something we often see in the Pokémon TCG. You could think for hours about every decision in these high-pressure moments. But the players will be looking
like this should not be. He has taken so long this one turn just of sitting.
Or Gabriel will look to try and do it next turn, and it will be that Prime Catcher committing to the play. Needs to draw 2 from this next coin bonus. Golden Go from the bench into the active. Will it be now, Fuguan?
The chips are all in the middle. Let's see 2 cards.
Oh
my goodness.
Not sure what's happened there. That is an unfortunate moment. That is the superior energy retrieval, but not how you want to see it at this moment. Fuguan will just be waiting now to find out from the judges how we pan things out.
Talk about suspense. You have to
That's honestly one that is weird.
No doubt about it, but what a high pressure situation. Something no one expected to see.
I don't know if that's double price points here, what that is. I've never seen that scenario, so that's actually really interesting for me as a judge
Give us a
to
moment,
see.
we'll keep you as up to date as possible, but this is this moment in the game number 1 of the seniors finals. Fuguan staring down 1 draw to win this game number 1. It's only the superior energy retrieval that can do it. And make it rain, knocking out this low hit point Petrunt EX is his route. He played so well on this final turn to identify the Arven as the better option than the boss's orders.
I would probably check if it's marked first, honestly. In this scenario, it's the only card that can make him win, so if he marks it during the shuffle, that's the only way, that's like one of the few ways I think it can flip around like this.
So few in the deck. He should have an easy means of winning this game if Fuguan cannot find it.
Well, Anaheim, we're just going to take a moment here, but I want to find out who you guys are supporting. If you're behind Fuguan Liao, cheer for me now! And if you want to see the perfect season complete, Gabriel Fernandez, make some noise! I'm sure these players are feeling the tension, as all of you are in the crowd. A lot of history going to be made today in our Seniors World Final. Whether it is that perfect season from Gabriel, or whether it's Fuguan in the 2nd season of mainland China, competing at the World Championship, taking that victory, and so much to adapt for them in the tournament structure out here at the World Championship. So much on the line. We're talking about a huge opportunity to win prize money, to win the playmat, the coveted playmat.
I think this is a double prize penalty.
Card and that Pikachu trophy. And I'm sure these players right now are just focusing on the Pokemon itself.
Not to mention the history, the acclaim. Both players have played so well in this game number 1. Just to remind you, just tuning in, we are under a judge review right now on this final turn by the looks of things from Fuguan. Just trying to sort out how the card was flipped during a shuffle.
I'm unsure whose fault it is, that's the issue. One thing I also noted was Fuguan saying to Gabriel, you need to shuffle it more. So I think the only correct solution here is shuffle the deck up. The issue is in the scenario that it's energy retrieval that is the last card he needs. So both players couldn't mark it off. The issue is here that Fuguan was just in the deck and handed immediately to Gabriel after. And I couldn't see any cards flip around during the shuffle. That's why I think it will be put onto Fuguan. And this is a weird one to make a call on. The correct call will probably be a reshuffle. Or just flip the card around and look at what is he draw.
One of the best players we've ever seen, regardless of division.
And will be in the Masters division next season, already competing in challenges and cups.
It will not be a DQ. A DQ is way too soft on this one. No way you give him a DQ. You mostly give a warning at this point here, or a double prize penalty. It will never be a DQ or a game loss for that small scenario there. The issue we well, he had it anyways. If Gabe was cheating, he would not hit with superior energy. Like, I know some people are rooting for Gabriel's downfall, but in this scenario here, this has nothing to do with Gabe. This is mostly on Fuguan, because if you hear what gets said during the entire scenario here, Fuguan says you need to shuffle it more. Almost like Fuguan wants it to be shuffled an extra few times to make sure he gets that superior energy retrieval. Like Fuguan saw what was on the button where Gabe was like, oh, no. So I think if anyone cheated here, it was Fuguan, because he was looking where every stuff ended as Gabe shuffled it.
Was the vital corner piece to take you through to the victory, and it was those decisions early on to set up more.
Because you could see there was one superior energy retrieval at the bottom, which is a small detail which the judges can't see because of the angle they're setting at, but it is a thing to note in this scenario here.
Take away the draw from Flip the Script, and it was with that poison package he was able to do so.
Yeah, such a vital one-off inclusion, allowing the Enzorark, which typically is known for having weak damage output, being in range of the Festivity, combining it with the Unfair Stamp as well. It felt like
so I think that will be a warning to Fuguan, and that's it.
Gabriel gave himself this window of opportunity. There was no guarantee of a Pikachu response KO here. It was a big coin bonus that helped out Fuguan find a back-to-back Pikachu. Here was the draw. The Metal Energy found from the Golden Go EX into the Pikachu. Second Topaz Bolt in a row. Gabriel identified his safest routes on his turn.
But again, my ruling is not like the perfect one. I do not know exactly what ruling happened, but I would think they made the correct decision.
As we're about to kick off into our next game, make sure you get involved on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live and get your hands on some of these.
Like again, it's hard to say anything about that ruling. I didn't get exactly what the ruling was.
And I'm sure you guys want to see whether history will go towards Fuguan or to the other side, and that's not the best start we see.
One with the attach pass into the Iron Hands EX as that starting Pokemon. Gabriel Fernandez with the Toad School. Cool guy, if you ask me. Has been one of the mascots of this World Championships here in Anaheim, rolling around on those roller skates, and kicks things off with a buddy poffin as well. To get a couple of those ends at Zorua down quick sharp as we start to see some prize cards. The Pal Pad and the Super Awesome reloading options, which can be handy. Also, the second copy of the Toad School in the prize cards as well. Meaning that Gabrielle has to try and keep track of this one and keep it as safe as possible, knowing that it's a great stage 1 Pokemon that can evolve up and slow down.
Okay, technically this is actually a fault on Fog1. Fog1 should actually get a DQ on it, because the rule says, however, players must shuffle that deck where their opponent can see it within a reasonable amount of time. They should also make sure not to damage their cards nor peek inside the deck while shuffling. The only reason Fog1 said to Gabriel, hey, you need to shuffle it more, was because he could see inside the deck. So in this scenario, it's actually against the code of conduct for Pokémon TCG. That's something I noticed in this scenario here, so
still has to employ a similar strategy, you would think.
I think this is a weird scenario that is kinda iffy. I understand some people are like, we don't want to say too much about it. I think it smells a little weird. Let me be honest.
Great Arven technical machine evolution play he would have hoped for, but at least gets access to a few of these basic Pokemon eyeing up for next turn.
Well, it was the energy last time that was limiting factor, not being able to get those attachments in early so that the final knockout was in range. So Fog1 will be eyeing up what's possible there. A Brock scouting in hand, an Arven as well as a boss, so supporter options available. And it will be something like that Brock scouting that could be vital here to get multiple important Pokemon out in the same turn. Arven would not have been able to do so. A great inclusion in the deck, a card we saw come out and journey together and has been splashed about in some of our top decks.
And the Brock Scouting is excellent, specifically in this deck, because you can find essentially more than 2 Pokemon, because you grab Miraidon as one of those basic Pokemon choices, and then you immediately have the tandem unit. Also, Fog1 will be finding the bad news of these prize cards, because Mike, there's 2 Golden Go EX in the prizes right now, and he only plays 3 copies, so that could be a huge issue as we try and progress.
But again, this entire scenario here is a little weird.
Because he had multiple Golden Go EX.
And again, sometimes you have to look at the rules as a guideline, especially when it's in the World Championships and in the finals. Mistakes will happen. The nerves on these players are sky high.
Joltik box is the lack of draw. So the coin bonus coming through for the Golden Go EX allows the deck to continually draw throughout the game and helps in those vital moments, as we saw last time, to find the key pieces to close out the game. And Miraidon, tandem unit, an amazing ability, one of the first cards we saw in the Scarlet and Violet era, and it has been able to show its power throughout its tenure.
It's like not opting to grab the Pikachu EX in this instance, and we'll just be powering up the Iron Hands, you would think, with the Jolting Charge.
You don't need to mark the Lachas, but okay.
Not found in this case. Instead, it's going to be loading up Iron Hands, possibly some energy to the Miraidon EX itself as well, and threaten the Pheasantipity EX, as well as the Pecharunt EX, so it can be a decent backup option.
Yeah, and we see the instant evolution on the other side from Gabrielle. The draw engine has started, and the energy will just be attached now by Fog1 to complete the action of that Jolting Charge. The 2 Lightning and the 2 Grass splattered about all over those Pokemon. Miraidon prepping for an attack in the future as Enzorok will be beginning the draw.
We have a couple End Zoroark already, which is fantastic. Getting us trading is exactly what Gabrielle wants to see. So it makes up for the fact that there was no TM evolution early on here. And begin seeing more of this deck. Rid of another Buddy Poffin.
Oh my god.
Trying to work towards some support cards. We've got to try and move this Toad School. It's actually one of the more difficult Pokemon to retreat because it's not able to be reduced by the Ends Castle that's just been thrown into play here. So we will see a fresh 6 cards from Iono before making any other action.
Yeah, the Iono, a key card in many decks, early on allows you to filter through your deck. You shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck and draw cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. So early on that will be close to 6. Towards the end you can force your opponent to have 1, 2 or 3 card hands, and it will just be a pass there. No tempo from Gabrielle like we saw in the first game, and we'll be offering Fog1 the opportunity to race away with this. That target in the active, weak to Iron Hands EX, and Iron Hands EX is able to defend against all of the attacks on Gabrielle's side until the end of the game.
This is
I mean,
looking
depends on who
very
you're rooting for,
promising
but it's a
Guan
big
here.
issue for
Although we did
Gabriel.
know that he'd like to go slower in that game number 1. But we are seeing the tandem unit just to shuffle the deck. This is a heads-up play, knowing that you've been hit with an INO on the previous turn. You'd like to have access to some of the cards that were just thrown to the bottom of the deck. But that indicates we're not going to be going for a Jolting Charge, powering up a Pikachu slowly, unless it's already in the hand. Instead, it's going to be a Boss's Orders, bringing up an Enzarua here. It's going to be, by the looks of things, the Skyliner allowing us to retreat this Joltik freely straight into the Iron Hands EX, threatening that huge Ampu very much. Another 2-prize knockout now. Vital text on the Ampu very much, and Fuguan races ahead.
Iron Hands EX taking 2 prize cards from a 1 prize card Pokemon. It's now all on Gabriel to try and restabilize and take the game back. The Toedscruel is in play, but no energy is in the discard pile at this point. Fuguan is in a prime position to keep running away with this. What can you do at this point, Gabriel? Show us that world champion ability you showed so well in Yokohama.
Step 1 seems to be Unfair Stamp, immediately searched from the Arven here, in addition to the
This is a
Binding
little
Motion
bit of a
card.
soft situation.
So Gabriel is unlikely to be launching any attack here. Your energy acceleration, not the Ends PP up that you would sometimes see in traditional builds of the End Zoroark. Instead, it's going to be supporter-based acceleration. So we're actually just going to be spending an attachment on the bench and seeing a fresh 5 cards for Gabriel. Just 2 for Fuguan, who, crucially in this case, doesn't have access to any Golden Go EX.
No draw on board, so those 2 cards will likely be the only cards, plus the draw for turn for Fuguan in the next. And that Unfair Stamp, a great card seen in many of the decks since it came out in Twilight Masquerade. The A-spec of choice in these decks that like to give up knockouts early on, Enzarok one of those. So a great decision from Gabriel to include it, and one that can punish decks just like Joltik Box.
Gabriel will have a few trades after these 5 cards, so still we will be developing this hand, but his board position is still looking rather shoddy. Nowhere great to retreat into, because Iron Hands can take out lower hit point Pokemon. You're just hoping to sponge right now with your active Enzarok EX and build toward a better turn here.
Well, the Janine's Secret Art would be a great find at this point, but I believe 1 is prized. So we'll make it harder to accelerate energy into play at this point. At the bottom of those prize cards, so may see it after a knockout, but at this stage could be the difference between swinging this turn and not.
Gabriel hoping that this active Pokemon can be a decent sponge. I'm not sure anything else is worthwhile putting onto this board. We've already
all depends.
used our disruption, and we're hoping for the best here.
Fuguan finds...
That was me passing things over. Fuguan has an easy turn lined up, to be fair. The Skyliner, if you can't take a knockout, you could go back into Joltik, then you can use Tandem Unit. Grab that Pikachu and start loading up energy onto that Pokemon. So if Fuguan doesn't want to go aggressive, it doesn't have the hand to do so, he still could be developing his board.
Yeah, and with that tandem unit on the Miraidon, can even get the Pikachu out of this stage. So a wonderful position for Fuguan. Looking incredibly dominant in this match. We know the matchup is one he's confident in. He said he's had the practice against the list. His friends helped him out, and he feels confident. And you can see exactly why. The lines are there, and he's followed them perfectly through these games. And on the other side, it's just not quite going as Gabriel would have planned, even though he's seeing so many cards with that trade.
Flip the script into the past then, Gabriel holding on to a ton of options. Ready? Vessel, the superior energy retrieval, not too much going on. I'd love to see Fuguan here go for a Pikachu EX search from that tandem unit. I feel like it's a great opportunity. Even with the Earthen Vessel in the hand, you can even search out some metal energy and begin manually attaching on top of your Jolting Charge.
So the Scarlet and Violet era, the Pokémon TCG, all in play here at the World Championship. Every set, from base set up to the Black Bolt and White Flare.
The issue is,
yet we see the
is there any way
combination
to
of that
shuffle?
Miraidon's tandem unit with a later card coming into the game. That Jolting Charge from the Joltik will be used right now to finish off the turn, and a setup turn from Fuguan, despite taking an early knockout, now just looking to stabilize.
Looking like those prizes are already mapped out for Fuguan. See a multi-prize Pokemon in the active, and go Pikachu EX. See a smaller single prize Pokemon, and hunt it down with Iron Hands. Fuguan happily 2 attacks away from closing the victory here. Gabriel with a mountain to climb. Kicks off his turn with an Earthen Vessel, discarding a Cleffa. Grab a couple Darkness Energy. They've been elusive in those opening couple turns. And at least start launching back some pressure.
And it is at this point
So here you wanna
feel the pressure when you've lost
Oh,
game
that's-
1 in a final, and you know you're on the back foot. You have to resolve some crazy scenarios, and who better to do it than Gabrielle? Unfair stamp.
Some weird
didn't
scenario
do
here.
enough.
You need
A
an
turn
E-switch,
for
you need a
Fuguan to still
Janine.
set up just means these later turns are going to get harder and harder. The options will be reduced. Too many knockouts to take, and it is that energy full board on the other side staring down the Enzorok that's not able to take a big knockout on many of these Pokemon. Only the Latias EX in range of that Enzorok, so needs a gust here, needs an attachment. Otherwise, it's going to be a single prize knockout on the active.
Oh yeah, you don't
which is
catch much
not
about
enough at this
Pikachu.
stage.
Because you
Such
have
only
Bloodmoon on
jeopardy
hand,
for
then you
Fuguan is
cast
that
off
there's
the...
no draw power at all on the board. Boss's orders will bring up the Latias EX. This is the easiest means for Gabrielle to take a 2-prize knockout, thanks to the dark weakness of Latias. We can freely retreat thanks to the En's Castle into our En's Zoroark EX that we've been powering up over a couple of turns. En's Reshiram that we can copy with our Night Joker attack, and we will be responding with a 2-prize knockout, leveling up game 2 of the seniors finals.
Even if
Incredible
you use
knockout from
Pichu here,
Gabrielle, navigated
send
the
up
board well, hoping that Fuguan doesn't have a way back into this, but we
Hermes?
know there's something in that hand that is so good at coming back into the game. We have an attacker ready to go. It's whether you can set up for future turns, and what better way to set up for future turns than a Pokegear top deck to start with. Find one of those vital supporters, but even that Pheasantipity EX to flip the script and draw 3 more cards. We said there's no draw engine on board, but it was sitting in the hand waiting to go.
Gabrielle's so often writing these scripts, been the hero of every story this season. One has been flipping the script and has now found Pheasantipity EX, in addition to a Buddy Poffin, can finally start looking to weave in some Gimmighoul here. Some semblance of draw power starting to come together as he works towards this late game. Pikachu EX already looking terrifying. Easy 2-prize knockout lined up. Guan then would just be looking towards Iron Hands to close the game on the Toadscruel on the bench of Gabrielle, or can start looking once again towards a Golden Goat EX late game if Gabrielle feels the pressure to pick up the Toadscruel as he did in game 1.
Well, we've got to bear in mind that Topaz Bolt will discard 3 energy for the knockout, 300 damage on the Enzorok. Fuguan, 2
Okay, so
prize
here you want
cards
to
taken,
put up the
2
Bloodmoon,
remain.
cast up the...
Gabrielle needs to navigate this end passage here
Oh.
perfectly. Does have great endgame options to attack with, whether it's that Petrunt EX or the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, which was so unfortunately prized last game, and there it is. It's going to come down with the energy straight away.
Well, it was hit Nespal first. Going to go through the motions here, Gabrielle, as we know, so clinical, making sure his outs are always in his favor. Nespaling out the Petrunt EX first here. Said Mike, there's already the Bloodmoon Ursaluna plus energy combination. We can be taking out that Iron Hands EX, and when you take out Iron Hands EX,
Does he have the counter
that's
catcher as well?
allowing you to keep your Toadscruel in play very safely. And it makes the Golden Go EX far less of a threatening Pokemon, because no
Yes, he
longer
does.
superior energy retrieval
Does he have the
with
Iono?
energy that you're about to discard here. Gabrielle's found a really good spot this game.
That counter catcher coming in here allows for a supporter for turn as well, so maybe even some disruption at this moment. Bloodmoon Ursaluna, a great way to knock out, and that's going to be a scoop from Fuguan. Gabrielle
Oh my God.
takes game 2, and it's that relentless pressure from Bloodmoon.
Holy Christ, that's an amazing play by Gabrielle. That means he might actually have a shot at winning.
These are the moments, Mike, where champions reveal
I don't get why
themselves.
Fuguan is scooped.
A game down in the finals. The pressure mounting. Fuguan with just 2 prize cards remaining. Gabrielle found the perfect line, removing all the energy from play. The threat of the Iron Hands EX was looming. Gabrielle picked it apart with the Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX. So capably. Thanks to that tech stage 1 Pokemon, the Toadscruel has been so vital to get him into the finals, as we see how it played out in this game number 2.
Well, the early turns looked perfect for Fuguan, taking a knockout not only on a 1-prize Pokemon, turning it into 2 with Ampy very much, but the Enzorua before it evolved. And then we saw the return knockout on the Latias, and we could see a shimmer of hope for Gabrielle as he navigated those 2-prize knockouts. But it was the energy dissolving from the play, the Topaz Bolt, later on not able to be returned as the Toadscruel sitting on the bench, so effective here at the tournament. Been a great tech card into Golden Goat, but on this occasion it was taking out all those energy that meant there was no way to return them.
Yeah, I think the big issue there was an energy floated on Miraidon. There wasn't an easy way to chain Pikachu EX. That's what allowed Fuguan to get into such a great position in that game number 1 here. It made it too easy for Gabriel to nullify the threat of Golden Go in the later stages whilst also taking out that threat of Iron Hands. So often in the Pokemon trading card game, it's about having a backup strategy for when your active Pokemon is knocked out, so that you have something to do on the following turn. But Gabriel able to neutralize one, knock out another, put him in a great closing board state. And Fuguan recognized that. Suddenly, we're moving on to a game 3 to decide our Senior Division World Champion.
As you can see there, Gabriel Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss stage, but was able to beat 2 Joltik Box and 4 Golden Go. Now they're smushed together by Fuguan. Will he be able to take him down as a combination piece? Fuguan, however, unbeaten at the tournament so far. Will he be able to take the first TCG victory for mainland China only 2 years into their addition to the World Championship?
I mean, I think Gabriel will win here because he has more experience. This is like insane pressure on them right now. You never know who will take it, but
ended up having
I do believe Gabriel will have it.
Ursaluna being in the prize cards, of course, in game number 1 meant that he couldn't make the line he just did. So we're getting into the action in game number 3 here. Make some noise in the arena. No! It's an attached pass, Mike.
Attached pass for Gabriel Fernandez, just with that Petron EX in the active. Being forced to go first is a common state in this TCG. We often see players unable to set up well when they're going first. You need that supporter, which you can only play when going second. Whereas for Fuguan, he has the Miraidon EX in play. With that tandem unit, can start to set up the Joltik and power up those key attackers.
At the crucial moment, Gabriel with just 1 card in hand that was able to be played, and it was a Darkness Energy. Far from ideal. Starting a Miraidon EX, like you say, Mike, tandem unit means we can grab all sorts of lightning friends here. Taking a peek at those prize cards, there's one of those Genesect EX, one of those Iron Hands EX, but there are 2 copies within the list, fortunately, and there are also 2 Joltik. So we are getting away with some of those basic Pokemon being in the prizes. So it means we should have easy access towards the turn 1 Jolting charge. It won't take much here because we've already led with the tandem unit. We can happily find our Lightning Pokemon. If we have access to a Ball Search card, we can use that Skyliner to move this Miraidon EX out the way. Equally, if there's Arven in the hand, we can use Air Balloon as well to get into our Joltik. It shouldn't be too difficult to power up a threatening Pokemon here.
Well, Fuguan teasing us by not showing us that hand, and there is outs, as you mentioned. The Nest Ball will be a way to find a basic Pokemon and put it onto the bench. The Latias EX is in deck and will be a free retreat option with that Skyliner ability. So important for the mobility of this deck. As well as another Nest Ball in hand, ready for either now or future turns. Pretty much got everything he needs. The energy onto the Joltik would allow him to get going. But we'll be playing that Nest Ball, just trying to find all of those important cards at this stage. The Gimme Ghoul to set up the draw engine from Golden Go. And pretty much the perfect time for Fuguan early on here.
As everyone expects, we're going straight into the Joltik. We're going to swing an energy on and Jolting charge up. Miraidon EX might even be powered up in this stage. Be threatening the Petron. If you've caught Gabriel on a weak hand, you could try and put 2 energy onto that Miraidon EX and put the pressure on that way. Iron Hands EX is always tempting, though.
And could just Jolting charge again next turn. There's no harm in doing so. But the Iron Hands will be set up. That kind of blocks Gabriel out of putting any single prize Pokemon in play. But with that TM evolution, there is a world where there will be Pokemon out of range of the Iron Hand, so we'll be looking to do that this turn. The Iono, as mentioned before, each player shuffling their hand, putting it on the bottom of their deck and drawing cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. At this early stage, that is 6 fresh cards to look at, and the late game will be a key disruption piece for Gabriel.
Oh my god.
Doesn't one Ultra Ball, Mike.
Not ideal.
You're telling me. He's putting it mildly, getting rid of 2 and Zoroark. Finding a Cleffer. We're being forced into a grasping draw here. Wow. We can retreat this Petron TX, we can attach to it so that we can move it once again. We're power panning back in the Iono. We'll be drawing a huge amount of cards here with the grasping draw. In fact, it's the full 7. Gabriel navigated an awkward hand as best he could. Grasping draw, a great way to top back up on 7 cards. By no means ideal, but still in the game, and he'll have 7 fresh cards to put himself in a better position.
Well, last game we saw that Iron Hands knockout early on and thought, oh my goodness, that's Gabriel out the game, but he was able to come back. And so recognizing that here and recognizing how important the grasping draw will be to have the perfect turn next turn, as 7 cards into hand and the turn ends through the attack. And now Fuguan will be thinking, what is the plan here? I've not seen this scenario before. This is an unfamiliar deck with an unfamiliar start. All the testing they would have done last night to prepare for the final would not have seen this, so he now has to work out, does he play it safe and go for another jolting charge, or does he get aggressive and take a knockout on that Cleffer?
Well, we see the tandem unit, which might indicate that it's time for Pikachu EX to make an appearance once again.
He's trying to play it super safe, but also set up super well.
Going jolting instead here. With additional manual attachments, it feels really good to power up this Pikachu. So the Team Rocket's Petrol in the hand that could grab an item card, or potentially a supporter for the next turn as well.
Great navigation here from Fuguan. Not being phased by the slow start of the opposition can often be quite tempting to get aggressive when your opponent has a slow start. In this case, slowing things down. Oh, will be going for the aggressive knockout with the Iron Hands EX, and the Pikachu going to be manually attached to try and increase the energy count, and that is 2 prize cards for Fuguan, just 4 prize cards away from being a world champion here in Anaheim.
Gabriel finally finding some buddy poppin, can get access to these crucial basic Pokemon. Fuguan is already putting him in this very steep position, as we see some prize cards.
All those prizes are also abysmal.
Should be plenty of darkness energy, but all such cards will be integral this turn, Mike. I think, honestly, we might need to try and work towards Double-Toed School this turn, in addition to our Enzarua, because it's so, as we see the pass back.
Oh no, just the pass. And that's not ideal again, and there's a target down on the bench. A prime catcher into the Enzarua will go into a free retreat pivot and some draw at the same time. This is going to be a wonderful turn for Fuguan. Just 2 prize cards here will put him 1 knockout away from becoming the world champion. As Gabriel playing it slow, not out of choice, out of necessity. And Iron Hands EX, amp you very much for the knockout. What can you do, Gabriel?
A 1 trade from Enzarowak. Can we get any disruption into the mix? Are we going to have to use Irritated Outburst into this Iron Hands EX? Going to be pivoting into the Enzarowak. Poisoning with Subjugating Change, going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna E-Switch combination. We have the Professor Turbo scenario to pick up our Enzarowak, which means we can get a response KO here. Gabriel is not out yet.
And that response KO, using that Blood Moon for 240 damage, a way to knock out the Iron Hands EX. Yes, it might have seemed like Gabriel was out of it, but all of his most powerful attackers are only viable when Fuguan is on 2 prize cards remaining. So playing into that at this moment, Fuguan now, no Toad School in play, the Golden Go could be the outcome, the way to win the game, and we'll be looking to draw as many cards as possible. And with some superior energy retrievals, an Earthen Vessel, something to get the knockout, this could be the winning play right now. Fuguan, what have you got?
Already have 1 energy in the hand. Here's Flip the Script for 3 additional cards. Golden Go EX already there. It looks like all the pieces are coming together, Mike. We're just making sure with this coin bonus, but ripping onto so much here. Arven in the hand. We have Metal Energy in the discard pile. Is that the only piece missing?
It requires 6,
we have access.
so it's not bad.
We're going through the motions for Guan here.
Is it there?
Superior would be game, but as long as we had access to Metal Energy, but we don't right now. Somehow, there's no metal here. The only Metal Energy we've seen is attached to a Joltik right now.
Is there one in deck? The Earthen Vessel could find it out of the deck.
That's not enough to deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. 260 hit points is still a lot. Riel, skin of his teeth stuff here. Let's make sure.
As he puts the play together here, there's that Metal Energy, which will be used to attach to the Golden Go. The question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Fuguan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn.
Well, keeping calm in these moments is integral, Mike, and Fuguan has done just that. Creeping closer with Pikachu EX. really awkward Pokemon that Gabriel can't just take out in one turn thanks to Resolute Heart. And it is so threatening. 300 damage can knock out everything Gabriel's arsenal. Leaving him with just single prize attacking options. Not many of those.
And that Pikachu will just sit there until the return knockout is required. There's no single prize attacker for Gabriel to knock out with. It's going to be a tough old position to navigate in these final turns. Can't even leave damage on board. We don't have anything like that Monkey Dory. We don't have the ability to finish off. Maybe even a scratch into the Pikachu might be the only option at this stage to set it up for a knockout in future turns.
That's definitely the best play this turn, Mike. That's all we have. There is Energy Switch in the hand. Move on to the Enzarua. The only way we can proc the Resolute Heart and put some damage in safely. Try and two-shot the Pikachu EX.
In combination with a bit of disruption, that could be a mighty effective way, but no Gust here. We'll need to find it on the other side of this Iono.
And how does Gabriel move this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is the last question. Well, we have the Heteron EX to do that, so it will... Can we find a counter-catcher here from this
Again,
Iono?
for one, not shuffling.
Big 4 cards. Is there counter-catcher? Yes,
There it is! Oh wow, Gabriel Fernandez always finds a way. Got that scratch from the Enzarua to put some damage on the Pikachu with Resolute Heart. Unable to one-hit knock it out. The only way around it here is 20 damage now and hope to finish it off later. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become
No perfect seeds for Gabriel. But I noticed something. Every time Iono get played, Figuan just quickly slap them together, put it on the table and say, one card? That's not how it fucking works. I know I'm like swearing a little bit here and getting a little bit annoyed, but Figuan is honestly doing a lot of things that is technically against the rules. It's a very slim stage area and the judges should say something about it. I just think it's bad for the game that we see some players not needing to do the correct way of shuffling compared to what is said in the rules, and doing it consistent whenever it says shuffle.
Getting the early Iron Hands EX from Figuan kicking off. Well, this is actually game 3.
It was a thing I noticed was not consistent an issue, is that he didn't shuffle.
Get into the mix, taking a bunch of prize cards, and crucially the Golden Go EX still stuck on the board here. A bigger threat and some additional draw power. Ampy very much going down to just 2 prize cards remaining in quick succession.
Enjoyed how both players played patiently, didn't look to force knockouts, were comfortable with the idea of just setting up, getting rid of the options, using that jolting charge from Jolting, more turns than one. Something Figuan lent into in game 1 and lent into it here again.
Yeah, it might just be me that is like
counter-catcher find. We thought it was
noticing stuff like that. I just think it's really, really bad for the game, and it's something the judges need to be over. This consistency in the ruling is really, really important for the longevity of the game.
Once again, the World Championships decided by such a crucial supporter card. What a crazy deck that we've just seen winning the World Championships. Who would have thought it, Mike? Many may have expected Golden Go EX. Some may have expected Joltik. Hardly anyone would have expected the two combined. What a crazy deck that we've seen here. Figuan piloting it beautifully as well. A very deserving champion.
An unexpected synergy. That metal energy, the missing piece of energy types with the Jolting charge, also works synergistically with the Golden Go. And we saw how key it was to finish the game in that early knockout. The Golden Go able to clean up the weaknesses.
I will get something to drink while we are waiting on the last game to begin.
Hard at the end to take big knockouts. Golden Go, a key draw engine too. So amazing initiative from Figuan to put them together, bring them to this event, and take the title.
Gabriel, commiserations. You came so close and so far. What a phenomenal season, though. We can't doubt that he's been a force, completely awe-inspiring to watch every time we've seen him in those finals. And yes, we've seen him get fortunate at times. Yes, we've seen him play brilliantly throughout. It wasn't your day-to-day, but you're going to come back in the Masters division and be a huge threat.
Wow, what a performance. And the crowd here, you guys were behind it the whole way. A tense match. At any moment, it could have gone either way. A missed piece would have meant the other player raising ahead, but it was Fuguan who settled down in key moments when the cards were missed and recognized the safe play, and that's the sign of a true champion. Fuguan, a player to watch.
No doubt about it. World champion means you're known around the world by every Pokemon fan. That's our second.
I think I will not be the only one pointing it out that there was some issues in the way Fuguan did the shuffles.
Quick note on that, Mike. We have
And
Riley, we have
I don't know if
Justin.
you noticed for the last one, Xavier, but I noticed it pretty clearly. Fuguan didn't shuffle and just put it on and say, hey, wanna...
Well, I think it will be one to watch
wanna
later,
meet
but I
fight?
want to find out now
Where
for our champion.
the
Give it up
judges
one more
finally
time for
said,
Fuguan
no,
Liao!
now this time you have to shuffle it, but a lot of times he didn't shuffle it. That was why Gabriel was after it.
Champion Fuguan Liao. Now, you're here representing China. You were called an underdog. Did you know that this is how this match was going to go?
先恭喜你一下，你是代表那个中国去比赛，然后我们还没有认识你，你有没有觉得你会成为那个世界冠军呢？
就是因为第2次参加世界大赛嘛，感觉就是挺不容易的拿到冠军，然后来之前也没有想过能拿到世界冠军，就觉得自己一开始就目标是打进第2。
Yeah, he says it's not easy coming here, and he never thought about being world champion.
Well, now you are the world champion, so how do you feel in this moment?
所以你现在感觉如何？
我感觉挺开心的，就是因为毕竟拿了冠军哦。
Yeah, he's very happy because yes, it is first place.
I would be happy too, and I know a lot of people here are happy for you as well. Is there anything that you want to say?
It feels like the juniors and seniors are not really enjoying the win. Like,
我首先要感谢我父母嘛，因为他们特别支持我，然后我还要感谢
it feels kind of like they are
第
not
一战队，然后他们的大
getting
哥他们
ecstatic
都
about
会
it
跟我
as
打
the
牌，然后
masters
还要感
do.
谢我的那些朋友啊，比如说什么9区、白 Chester， 很多人他们都会跟我打牌，然后对，然后还要感谢所有人。
Yeah, there's a lot of people, but yeah, mainly his mom and the league that he plays at, and there's a lot of friends that who he practiced with, who helped him all along the way.
Like
so
in
thank
the
you.
Masters division, we see people like legitimately crying over winning at regionals because they get so happy. These juniors and seniors have been ice cold the entire time. No reaction almost.
It is time for your Pokemon trading card game Masters Final.
You have a good deck, but that's only half the battle.
My Dragapult is gonna take down your Gardevoir.
I have come all this way here and make my stand on the edge of my fate.
The Masters game, I think this is very favored against like it's not Justin Newdorf will have such a tough time. Justin Newdorf versus Ryder McKay. It's very favored for Ryder McKay because he plays Gardevoir into Dragapult.
First, let's hear it from the USA, Justin Newdorf. Come hang out with me, Justin. While we welcome your competitor from Canada, let's hear it for Riley McKay.
Very favored for Ryder McKay, let's be honest. It's a little sad of finals where the matchups is so favored.
Come join us, Riley. Luckily, we have just a few moments with both of you before the match, so I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. Come on close to me. Come close to me. Now, I heard you had been practicing together before this. Can you tell me about that? How did it go?
So basically, we practiced on like Tuesday night at like on one of our hotels, and we practiced the matchup, and I was able to make some edits to my deck thanks to my testing against Riley.
That's exciting. Riley, are you confident against those changes?
I don't think the changes are super important into my deck. I think they're just good for his deck in general. And I've already beaten that deck, so if things go right, I can do well.
We're very excited to see how this goes. Thanks for the insight, both of you. We're going to let you take your seats, and we're going to get right into this match. Casters, take us away.
And that was just pure mental warfare.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Oh
Everybody,
my god, right, that was
trading
mental
card
warfare.
game is not just about the cards. It is not just about the decks. It is about the legacy. And right now, on this stage, the biggest Pokemon stage
If you
that we
don't
see,
notice
two
how
trainers
much
sit
that
at the
affected him,
peak of our Masters division.
that was insane.
They battled fiercely through the competition. They are now at this moment in time, taking down these rivals, and one prize remains, and it is eternal, the title of World Champion. Everybody in the crowd right now, you are sitting in a real Pokemon stadium. You are a part of this history. You are a part of this match. Let's give it up for our Masters Finals! Of course, here on the casting desk right now, Shelby Boo joined with Kyle Sablehouse. You just saw that bracket. You've heard from our players. They're sitting down. The lights are bright. This is the setup here, Kyle. Are you ready for this match?
We are in an arena to cast the World Championships. It does not get much better than this. Two incredible players, two amazing decks. Which player will come out on top? We've got Justin Neudorf sitting on our left. He is challenging Riley McKay, who was just at the NAIC finals table, and he has some pretty solid results for his own. We saw in London 2022, a top 8 in the senior division, followed that up in 2024 with another top 8, just barely missing on that auto invite both times. And then he's told he's going to the Masters division. And what does he do with that? He takes his favorite deck all the way to the final table.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We've talked about there are so many incredible seniors players that move into the Masters division, but Justin should have been way more on our radars here, Kyle, because look, he's sitting at this table right now, facing off against, of course, Riley McKay, who has also been a little bit on the back burner this season too, up until NAIC, and now it just feels like
I think
that
this is
NAIC
very, very fair
final
for Riley
position
McKay. There should
was
be
his
no
destiny
doubt
for
that
him
he
now
will win.
to meet us here at this table in the Masters final at
It's
the
like
World
1 in 1,000
Championships. There is so
games
much
where he
on the
will
line for both
not-
of these
1 in
players,
1,000 scenarios
but
where
they're
he
going
will
to
not
keep
win
it
Worlds,
nice and clean here between
because
the
everything needs
play.
to
You
line
heard
up
from
very
them
well for
already.
Justin.
They've already
And
play
Riley needs
tested
to
here for the World
not be able to
Championships up
play.
until this point. There's been a couple of tweaks in the decks, but is that going to make a difference in this matchup? I do want to say here, Riley had some difficult matches against Dragapult in former matches in this tournament. Up until this point, no one is counting either of these decks out.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent match between these two players. Yes, we heard that Riley is fairly confident as he's played against this deck before, up against Justin himself, and knows that Justin has made some of those changes. There is a second copy of Hilda to help with assisting with finding those evolutions, maybe something as impactful as that Neo upper energy that we've seen. But we've seen some excellent play from Riley. He knows what he's up against. He had the pass heard around the world in top 4 of NAIC against Tord Reklev, and he brought some amazing play into the finals where he came up just short to Isaiah Bradner. But maybe this is his moment.
Yeah, maybe that was all leading up to here for Riley McKay. We're gonna have to see how this goes down between these players, but these two decks are absolute titans of our formats. These players know these decks well, and these are clean
This
lists
should be
too.
very
I mean,
favored
there's no
towards Riley
gimmicks
McKay.
in them. There is just pure
should be no
skill
doubt.
sitting behind these decks. piloted by these two players. They are truly at the top of our Masters division here in 2025. And these are polarizing decks. I mean, there's tons of you out in the crowd, I'm sure, that have either piloted or gone against Gardevoir, have piloted or gone against Dragapult. Many different lists, many different flavors, but this is what has made it to the top.
Yeah, we've seen Gardevoir reigning supreme. It's done so well at so many major events. But maybe this is the time for Dragapult to take over the crown.
I think this will just be
see which one of these decks will do just that, and we
thing
may
that
just be
says
in
Gardevoir
for a 3-game
is the
set.
best
Oh,
deck
I
in
hope
this
so,
format
Kyle.
ever.
It's always been so exciting here, and how much more exciting could it get in a giant Pokemon stadium for both of these trainers? You're gonna see these animations on our floor here, so you can follow along with our match as well. I mean, this is just such a cool experience.
And both players drawing those opening hands, something so important.
What is the
as
next?
you
So
think
they
about
start
this
using CGI
all
as
throughout
well.
the night, all throughout the tournament. What will that hand look like? Maybe a buddy poffin.
Let's hope so. I like to feed my Pokemon here. They be eating. Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, one of the major setup cards in our format at the moment. But there is going to be a lot more than just the setups between these players. There are cards that do change the pace of this match. What the Pokemon TCG is, it always comes down to these big, pivotal moments that might just be small decisions, like, for example, taking a quick pass. You know, it might just come down to that, but all of those decisions are well thought out by these players. I mean, their minds are like none other in this game, and to get to this point now is just incredible. So you know, both these players are competing at the top of their game. They're ready for this Masters Finals. They're gonna get set up, and we'll see how those intricate decisions come into play in this match.
Yeah, there's so much to think about, and obviously for both players, it has a different approach for you. For Riley's taking that deep breath, that composure, you're trying to regain that for yourself. As you know, this is going to be a long battle. You have a great competitor against you who has been to this stage before. Top 8.
I honestly don't
this
think
is the
Riley
third
is
time now
favored
in,
here.
what, 3 years for him to come back and do this again. So maybe Worlds is just Justin's tournament.
Exactly. I mean, he's been training since he was very young here, but I do want to say, Kyle, you know, Riley used to be a Duraludon gamer.
Oh,
right?
of course he was.
So even though he's playing my arch nemesis Gardevoir, I still find myself rooting here for Riley McKay. But now it's going to be Gardevoir in his hands. Maybe this is going to earn him a world champion title, or Justin will stand in the way of that. Both these players have been playing these decks throughout the season. We're going to see the prize cards. Hopefully nothing too detrimental here. But oh my gosh, can we just stop seeing these evolution lines in the prize cards for our players?
Yeah, we've seen this already before in the earlier divisions. Multiple Dracloak prized, and it's happening once more. There is a Curly on the other side, that one-of copy of Fluttermane in the prize cards there as well. But I'm not feeling great for Justin on that.
This is really
I'll tell you
rough
what,
for
I think
Justin.
it's better than maybe free Dragapult EX though.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
He's come back from worse.
He has beat the odds, as we saw in our former matchups with Justin. So if he can do it again, or if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be him here. So we'll see. We're getting the fist bump here. We're kicking off our trading card game, Masters Finals. Let's hear it from the crowds. Wow, look at that, Kyle. We're eating.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly where you want to be. Maybe not the coin flip you desire, but you're going first, and you have that buddy poffin to get things rolling. Unfortunately, you're rolling right into bad news Bearstown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. We're going to see the shuffle through here to get these basic Pokemon out. But you see right now, Justin is shuffling all these Pokemon to keep track of what is in the prize cards, a major component of the Pokemon trading card game. And he's jotting them down. It's not going to be 3 Dragapult EX this time around, but a couple of those Dracloaks. And that card is so key here for Justin to be able to draw into cards and carry out his future plans in this match. And I'll tell you what, you don't want to be missing any cards. You don't want to be missing any piece of your setup here in such a consequential match where really the margins are razor thin.
Yeah, this might be a situation for Justin where typically you do have a little additional time to set up your Dreepies, establish Dracloaks, and draw through your deck as you're sitting behind the Itchy Pollen of Badoo. But now you only have 2 of those resources to draw into. So do you take a little bit of a different approach, maybe focus a bit on your line like the Duskull here?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we saw before here from Justin. We're going to see what those decisions come out to be here. The Badoo and the Dreepy coming from this Buddy Poffin. They're taking a nice little lunch break here, but not for long as they help out this match.
Line of nice
Badoo
stretches.
here, for everyone joining us that maybe isn't into the trading card game, this card has reigned supreme here in our format. It's just a cute little pollen guy, and he locks down all of your items. And that's not very fun in the trading card game.
Sometimes 10 damage does add up as well. You have just 30 hit points, but that free retreat has been pivotal. Attacking for free, buying time so that you can accelerate energies once at a time from your hand, but honestly, it's enough. You set up your cloak, eventually Dragon Ball comes out, and it is one of the best attacks we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Dive on the Dragapult EX. One of the best attacks in the game, of course, facing off against Gardevoir. That is one of the best decks in the game as well. But this,
I mean, the Masters
move
Shuffle
right here,
way better than the
200
Seniors.
damage, but not only that, you also get 6
I agree there
damage
was something
counters
weird
to
about the
spread
Seniors'
onto your
way of
opponent's
shuffling.
field as well, and that is how you set up these multi-prize
Like, I don't
knockout
say any of
turns.
them
I mean,
was
it is just so cool to see
both
in
Gabriel
action.
and
But Riley has the
Fuvio
tools in his deck
is
to
like
be able to move around that. Monkey Dory,
doing
as you
stuff that
see in the
shouldn't
active
happen.
position right now, that ability, Adrenabrain, if it has a dark energy attached, it can start moving those damage counters back over to Justin's field. So you have a way to heal your Pokemon, get that damage away, and start outlasting your opponent. And that's just one of the ways that this deck comes in handy to kind of counter Dragapult.
Yes, spreading that damage around, avoiding some of those knockouts, and then making sure to combine that into a big combo turn. If you can remove potentially 2 Drew Cloak from play at the same time, target down lines of the Duskull so that you don't have to deal with the impact of Curse Blast, it can be very pivotal for your strategy.
And look at this. Arvin here, a major part of that strategy that you're talking about, Kyle. Seeking out a tool card and an item card, but there's something a little bit different about that item card that y'all are seeing. It is bright pink, and that's because it's an ace pack. You can only have one of these in your deck, and it is because of the sheer power behind them. What does this one do, Kyle? What's in the box?
Oh, the secret box. It could be anything. It could even be a box. It's got so many different ways to help you, especially in the early stages here. You can search out that supporter, you can search out that stadium card, you get the item to go along with it, you have the tool, you have everything to help out here. And it's exactly what you need. Just fill your board, find the Ralts and other pieces so eventually you can evolve them here.
Yeah, I mean, one way to evolve those evolutions is a technical machine. You do see one of the machines on the field right now. These are, you know, we don't just have boxes, we got fire mix tapes here in the Pokemon TCG too. You chuck them on your Pokemon, they can do a special move. That one is the devolution that you're seeing, but in hand is a technical machine evolution, and that is gonna play into the strategy for Riley to get into some of these evolution Pokemon and accelerate the strategy or just the overall board state. But I will mention, Justin also plays some stadium cards that could potentially counter those tool cards down the line. Of course, there's other tool cards in the list for Riley, McKay2, and the Bravery Charms.
That is definitely one of the most important pieces here. Not only with the secret box do you find great resources, but you can also place them in the discard pile. Early discard of Psychic Energies. I cannot speak to that enough. Against Itchy Pollen, it can be so hard to find the energies and then throw them away. To already see 2 in the discard, that means there's potential for some fireworks here pretty soon.
Exactly. That is what we want to see here, that Psychic Embrace ability on Gardevoir EX. It takes those energies right out of the discard pile, accelerates them to the field. It's one of the reasons this deck is so strong, but you have to get them in the discard pile first. So seeing that here from Riley with the secret box is huge. Of course, a Monkey Dory joining them as well. And then we get one of each of these items out of the deck here. Artisan being the stadium. We saw Professor's Research here for Riley. And now we're seeing the Ralts come down.
Yeah, this is the way you can play Buddy Poffin, I suppose. It kind of lines up like that. It's Artisan in combination with Nest Ball. It's not as cute, but it does the job. Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, along with TM Evolution. That's double Curlia.
Ooh, baby, well, we like to see it here. That Curly is one step closer to getting into Gardevoir.
Actually, that's single Curlia. That's a little bit of a problem.
Oh my gosh, yeah, one of those Curliads at the bottom of the prize cards here for Riley, and just searching through, making sure in the deck, that's gonna be it, and that's huge news there for Justin. That is information that he now has. One of those Curlia is in the prize cards. So Riley's gonna end that turn. Thanks to that TM evolution, it does discard. Now we're back over to Justin.
A bit of information for Justin to work with. Seeing that alone Curlia means you could target down this Pokemon once you get a setup and maybe avoid seeing Gardevoir for a long time. Even a few turns can be pivotal in this matchup, as energies don't stick around too long once that card's gone.
Well, here's one other Pokemon as well off this Ultra Ball here into one of the Dracloaks that we still have access to, which is nice. Of course, we were talking about Recon Directive. It allows you to look at the top two cards in your deck, and then you get to keep one to your hand, the other goes to the bottom. It's a fantastic way to draw cards, get into more items. We see the Duskull coming down off of that Artisan as well. Stadiums in the TCG can be used between both players. We're here in a stadium now, they're at Artisan right now, and it's getting those Pokemon out of the deck onto the field. Let's talk about this matchup and the board states we're currently seeing, Kyle. What do you think? Which way is the momentum swinging, do you think, just from what we've seen so far?
I mean, the prize cards are intimidating, but I'm pretty comfortable with Justin's side of the board here. If he has a good draw off of this Iono specifically, you fill up with the Recon Directive. You might see an attack here if you'd like to get some damage on board. It's difficult with a Munkidori staring you down, but we could see a Dragapult attacking with a Dusclops, trying to remove multiple pieces of this Gardevoir line here.
Right, so you have to sort of outpace your opponent if you can. You have to make those big moves, not fall behind, and continue to keep up the pressure. And honestly, Justin is doing that just fine here. The Iono from Justin, both players shuffled up their hands.
No,
so
he's
now
not.
Whatever
He's
Riley
not keeping
had,
up.
it's gone. It's shuffled up, put at the bottom of the deck, and both of them draw cards up to the prize cards represented on both their boards. So 6 new cards. From that, we saw the Buddy Buddy Poffin found for Justin. That's what's getting him all of these Pokemon out on the field. And I'm just saying, Kyle, when Justin is going with a board like this, he seems unstoppable.
Yes, it's lining up pretty nice. You see the Buddy Buddy, you're looking for a little more help. This hand has a lot of great tools when you already have a setup. You see an energy to go along with a Dragapult, to go along with Boss's Orders, and Iono now. But you don't have Dracloak set up. You need to protect this Pokemon. Run as fast as you can to Badoo and save yourself from the items.
Run, hide behind the 3-inch tall Badoo. Hey, it works somehow in the TCG. We have the Itchy Pollen. There's no energy attachment needed to get that move across. 10 damage flying over to Riley's side of the field. But more importantly, item cards are locked down for Riley. Anything with the item at the top left corner of the card cannot be used at this moment in time. That's going to slow things down. But Gardevoir EX is now being evolved into, and Psychic Embrace is online.
Yeah, this is pretty safe to at least see that there's no Boss's Orders on the other side from Riley. This deck does not play that, but there is another way. The Scream Tail. We have 2 Psychic Energies sitting in the discard pile. A damage counter on the Munkidori. If you push that damage counter over to this Dracloak here, you could potentially knock this out in combination with the Scream Tail. It all lines up.
I mean, this Scream Tail is absolutely nuts in this. Here's Psychic Embrace, allowing for that 2 energy attachment here. For each damage counter, 20 damage is able to be dealt anywhere for Riley, and that is huge here. You want to eliminate those liabilities that could be coming back at you, and that is going to be so bad there for Justin.
Yeah, just contemplating which damage you'd like to move. You have some on the Scream Tail. You can't really mess with that. So 1 damage counter from the Munkidori is nice to see, because you can move the rest of those later on, especially if you're targeting down a second Dracloak next turn.
Right, big brain moves there from Riley, and it's going to net him the
That's
first
gonna give him
prize
game
card here in our Masters Finals Game 1 between these players. So the momentum has been swinging both ways back and forth, but you just see why Gardevoir EX. honestly is such a pain. It has these Pokemon that are single prize attackers that can do so much damage, and they're accelerated pretty much for free by the
I feel like this
Gardevoir
is
EX ability.
way too
it
favorable
is
for
just
Riley.
dirty. But over on Justin's side, we have another Dracloak. We're doing something.
Yes, we're going to see 2 cards and take one of them. Recon Directive to help a little more. Looking for maybe a card like Dusclops. If you see this Pokemon, you could use Curse Blast, remove the Screamtail in the active, and then maybe hold on to this Dracloak under item lock once more.
Well, I saw one of those ghosty boys, but it was the Dusknoir, not the Dusclops this time around. That is the Recon Directive there for Justin. Usually you want to have a bunch of these out, but we already know that's unfortunate.
You don't want to pop Dusknoir here because when he...
Is it time for the Hilda? Oh. Thanks for the help, Riley. This is going to work out just fine.
Let's go, the Hilda that was added. Riley said, nah, nobody cares about this Hilda, but look at this. It is finding Justin now what he needs here in the evolution Pokemon and the energy, but it's not just any regular energy. Look at that. We're talking about pink cards. That is one that you want to see as a Dragapult player.
Yes, Neo Upper Energy, those Stage 2 Pokemon. It's a double rainbow effect, which will handle all of the counts that you need to deal 200 damage, 60 to the bench and damage counters. And look at this, going with a strategy that's a little safer, but also gives you a chance. You see the Dracloak added to the hand, maybe you find Dusclops as well. And
yeah, but you don't want to pop Dusclops here.
Well, let's hit another card too here. Let's see. Oh, was that 2 Professor's Research there, Kyle?
That's not much of a choice.
Nope, not at all. Easy choice, I guess. And for Justin, netting that card to hand off that second Recon Directive. Dragapult EX already in the hand here, but Badoo still remaining inactive. He's going to decide where he goes from here.
Still, you've established what you needed to. Double Dracloak means at least one of these Pokemon will stick around for the next turn. Dragapult and Neo Upper waiting for you. Slow things down. There's only so many energy in play. We see 4 right now, but none in the discard pile. So Psychic Embrace not helping if the energy isn't there. Earthen Vessel's not doing nothing.
Yes, exactly. Earthen Vessel, the item card, unable to be utilized. Justin deciding what to do here and is opting to continue with this Badoo strategy. 1 damage counter going onto this Gardevoir EX. Itchy Pollen is active. Item cards are gone still for Riley. But let's see if this hand is
bound the Psychic Energy?
Wow,
okay,
off the top deck. Sheesh, Riley.
Okay, Psychic Energy not only means retreating, it means after the retreat, there's an energy in the discard pile for Psychic Embrace. You place that on the Monkey Dory, the damage is there. You can push that onto the Badoo if you want to knock that out. You could line up all sorts of things. But I do want to knock out your Cloak here for sure.
Yes, exactly. Limit your opponent as much as possible. We see the retreat here. Both those energy are going to go
probably
into
take
the
like
discard
both
pile.
of Badoo and
Not for long, as you said, Kyle. I mean, this
because
deck
then you
is
just need to
so
find the
strong here. Screamtail, of course, being promoted into the active position as well. Still has some damage on it there, but that damage just powers it up. It looks so cute, but it is scary here for TCG players.
Monkey Dory now, considerations. Maybe it's just that 1 counter again. It worked well last time, but you know you're staring down a problem. The Hilda was played. The cards are sitting there in hand. You will be dealing with Dragapult next turn.
Oh, yeah. We're deciding where to put this damage. Now here from the Adrenabrain on the Monkey Dory, it's flinging damage around. That's what these little Monkey Dory do best, apparently. And now 2 damages onto this Dreepy. That's currently making it 50 HP left. Duskull being wiped off the field as the choice. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting as we can see this incredible setup we have here in the arena. Once that Duskull falls, double Dusclops is not nearly as prominent. You can't do it. So when you target down this Pokemon, if it was Boss's Orders and you add a 50 and another 50, you could take this Pokemon right off the board, but it's not the case anymore. 300 damage, not available.
Protect the Gardevoir EX at all costs. seems to be the mission so far here. Eliminating one of those Duskull is a part of that process. So that is what Riley's going to choose to do. Of course, that's another prize card taken for Riley, going down to 4 prize cards left to take in order to win this match so far. But it's Justin's time now. We see the evolution into this Dragapult EX. Neo Upper Energy coming down as well to count for that
I mean,
energy
Riley is not
needed for
worried
the
about playing
Phantom
slow.
Dive. So we're set up here. Let's see what we can do with the rest of this hand. We still have Supporter for the turn as well.
I mean, this is a Pokemon that has 320 hit points. It's ready to attack in. The back half of your attack will knock out a Screamtail if you use Boss's orders. So do you want to target down a Pokemon like Monkey Dory in this spot? We know how important it can be to your strategy of pushing that damage over and making the numbers work perfectly for you.
Oh, I love that. Take out the thing that's healing everything and putting it back on your field. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good strategy to me. Recon Directive netting us a card here. Iono and the Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher is going to go to the hands.
Yeah, with Night Stretcher, that just speaks to what Riley was thinking of with the Duskull down now. That option is not there. Double Curse Blast, taking out a Gardevoir, not in the cards this turn.
But at least the Duskull is being re-supported here onto the bench from that Night Stretcher, taking it out of the discard pile and reapplied. Here we go. We're seeing Justin gust up this Gardevoir EX into the active position from that supporter in the boss's orders.
You can see how close Justin is right now. With the lack of that Kirlia, a Hawlucha down, placing 10 damage on that Ralts, and then attacking through with the Dragapult would do so much for him.
Ooh.
He's setting it up again. There's only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. If Riley doesn't have a way to retrieve his Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout, taking out the Gardevoir for 2 prize cards, the Ralts for 1, and then he has nothing to work with on the other side.
Exactly. It's just a ticking time counter at this point here for Riley, and he's working through that scenario here.
And look at that, the Kirlia was found off the prizes, so has the evolution and will disrupt the hand with Iono.
Well, that's going to help out a little bit here. Of course, Riley's going to take
If Riley
less
finds an
cards off
energy
this
here, he
Iono draw than
pops
Justin
2 energy
is,
on.
but maybe
Move
we
for the
need
damage to
some
take out
different
Badoo,
cards
take
in
out
the hand.
Well, there's
Dust
a
Clubs.
lot of potential here. With Night Stretcher along with a Dusknoir would lead to the exact same situation. It's just the Curse Blasts are a little bit stronger this time around.
A little bit stronger indeed. What do we
He
find,
found
Kyle?
Energy, what else is going on there? There's the Lily's Clefairy, so you have answers for the Dragapult later, but can you move here? There's a Psychic in the discard still.
Yeah, 1 Psychic, I believe, so far. The other one's Dark. You can only accelerate those Psychic Energy. 1 coming down onto the Gardevoir EX from the hands.
He's moving, which is exactly where he needed to be. Off 4 cards, it was a big risk, but he did find that. But now, where do you go? Screamtail has been your friend for a long time. Maybe it takes another great prize card for you. You could take down a card like Dusclops, which we know could lead to
And you
a
can
lot
take
of
Badoo
trouble
as well, so you
next
get
turn.
the double price. Now he wants
Screamtail is going to be the option here, brought into the active position. Heavily damaged, but still taking some names here.
What?
We have that damage being placed onto the Dusclops. They're from the Monkey Dory Adrenaline Brain.
Yeah, and you see, you could have
Why not
moved,
just put on the
moved
tempo
3
here?
there, but just taking damage off the Gardevoir always feels great. You need to protect this Pokemon because
Just
you
put
know
on
it's
the,
at risk.
put some
if
gas
the
on
card's
pedal.
lying.
You are guaranteed
And
so far
Riley
hit here that
moving swiftly
he can't
through
swing
this
back
opening
if you
game.
put gas
3
on pedal.
prize cards down already, and Justin on the back foot once more.
Exactly. Usually you're wanting to Curse Blast and give your opponent the prize, but you're doing a ton of damage. But look at this. Riley's able to just eliminate these Dusclops before they can even do it themselves here. And he's churning through these prize cards. Only 3 left to take. I mean, we were talking about the margins being razor thin, and he's barely been hanging on here, but it's been enough to face off against Justin so far. Can Justin mount a comeback here, though, Kyle?
He's looking for it. He has Monkey Dory. He's considering how much damage can be placed on the other side of the board, but with only 2 damage counters, not really targeting something like that Gardevoir just yet this turn. You can take out this Screamtail. It's not really the main issue, though. How do you go about this?
I mean, there's just so many hit points still there on Riley's field. The Gardevoir EX been protected this whole time, thanks to that little monkey supporter on the bench as well. And it is strong. I mean, 310 HP total. That is brutal.
There's just a few cards to potentially even find in a spot like this. The prize cards haven't moved for Justin, so finding more resources with Dracloaks is not available. maybe an energy for that Monkey Dory so you can spread some more damage counters, but just missing on those really big attacks. He was trying to set up
There's not
perfection,
much,
and it's just
like...
not there because Riley keeps finding that little bit of an answer.
Right, both of these players are working with damage counters. They're really good at math apparently as well. It's what's gotten them to here because they're slinging this damage back and forth, but Justin has just fallen on the back foot in comparison to Riley so far in that strategy. A major component of that, of course, is Dragapult EX. The Phantom Dive is what gives you the ability to accelerate that damage over to your opponent's fields, and we haven't seen it yet. The Badoo strategy has been locking down the cards, throwing that in Riley's way, but he's just been able to work around it. And that's not even talking about all the other tricks up his sleeve to come into the Dragapult match in the future turns. But yeah, Riley has just been performing strongly so far in this game.
Just trying to find an answer. Ultra Ball looking for a little more help here, but there's just not that much that you can find. The damage doesn't line up for the knockouts that you desire. Finding the space for a Dusclops and the Hawlucha, you can do it, but you're not taking that big KO.
Well, we're going to see the Ultra Ball here now going back into the deck, having to make some difficult decisions in what to discard to it. One of those cards being the Jamming Tower.
Oh, is there a world where you can use Dusclops and the Blood Moon Ursaluna to try to target down something that's a lot to ask for, but with the 240 that you have to reach, maybe there's a world Riley would be down to 2 prize cards post Curse Blast.
Boom, you gotta win. Potentially.
Boom, you got a boom.
Yeah, boom, there's some sort of boom happening. And Justin is going through these options right now. I mean, look, it is difficult here as you see him pacing back and forth between the hand, the deck. Blood Moon Ursaluna is gonna be the option here off of the Ultra Ball coming out for Justin.
Hilda finds the energy that you're looking for.
There's no option
here. Dusclops. There might be a counter catcher to go along with this. This could be bye-bye Gardevoir.
Ooh, well, Hilda, yep, is coming down here from Justin. Let's see. Here we have these cards being sought out of the deck, but...
Can you even get there, though? It's
yeah.
300. You're just a little short. You'd have to include Monkey Dory in that. You don't have the energy for it. It's not all there.
Yeah, it's just coming up slightly short here. We do have the Dusknoir. The Luminous Energy is the energy picked off of the Hilda card here, but can Justin put this together? I don't know, Kyle. Oof.
Yeah, the energies, that's just really speaking to how important that's been for Riley to find the right spot, because anytime counter catchers use Gardevoir, just bails him out.
Well, the Dusclops is being evolved from that Duskull on the bench now here for Justin. Ooh, we see the Monkey Dory coming down with that Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the dark energy needed to unlock that Adrenabrain over on Justin's side of the field.
Okay, so with the math there, you've got 5 damage counters to work with the Dusknoir, 2 from the Monkey Dory, pushing up to 80 on a Gardevoir. You're short.
Yeah, pairing it with the counter catcher, you wish to have a much stronger knockout here, but we're still deciding where to put this damage. Is this a part of the long con here for Justin? Dragapult EX is going to apply that damage. Oh, he just
look at that.
That's so evil.
With the Fairy Zone, that'll be plenty to give the weakness and take the knockout. We saw him trying to set up the strategy, maybe lean into that Dusknoir, but could not overcome those prize cards. Doubled your cloak, and we're moving to game number 2.
I mean, that was exciting. It really could have gone either way for both of these players here, Kyle, but Riley is going to take it. If you didn't catch what just happened, flash the Lily's Clefairy. We talked about it briefly. That is a card that unlocks a weakness for Dragapult EX. Normally, these dragon types don't have any weakness. I mean, how broken is that? Let's be real. But Lily's Clefairy applies psychic weakness, and you know, Riley had the energy there, could take that knockout, and that is pretty epic. Let's take a look back at this match that we just watched here in the Masters Finals.
Yeah, it started off pretty strong for Justin until
it's just a regular Gardevoir with Dragapult game.
Prized, but it did not stop him there. He worked through, found your cloak, and started to apply some little pressure with the Itchy Pollen. However, Riley had the answer. Every time a Pokemon was moved by way of boss's orders, counter catcher, he found the energies and moved them perfectly. Had Monkey Dory to place damage over and take the perfect piece off the board every single time.
Yeah, that is exactly what Riley needed to do, and he was able to execute it despite all of the issues in the wave thrown at him by Justin. It just kept going. He got the energy needed. He was able to apply that pressure, and that is what led to the consistent taking of these prize cards here for Riley, and that was just beautiful. I mean, Riley still had a lot in his way, and he was able to come out on top here, but I don't want to count out either of these decks. They both have tricks up their sleeve. We've talked about the stadiums that could potentially shut down key pieces.
There should be no way he loses.
Before, and I mean, if that Badoo sticks a little harder, if Riley didn't get into the energy needed, all of those things could have changed in an instant, Kyle. So everything is still not over yet. You cannot count Justin out just yet because he has the skill. He has an extremely powerful deck. We just need to see the Pokemon luck on his side as well. Let's give a big round of applause for both of these players after completing that first match here. We're gonna head into our game 2, but let's show him some love. What a big
I mean,
crowd
this
here
should
that
be
we
pretty
have,
safe for
Kyle.
Riley McKay. He wins
We
here,
got to
and
shoot
we have
some
a world
t-shirts
champion.
at him earlier.
Yep, the cannons were firing, and so are our players as they are ready to give us more Pokemon TCG action. We're moving into game number 2, and the prize cards coming down.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about cannons. What about little Dreepy cannons? Dragapult EX, I mean, what a cool Pokemon there. He's big, he's awesome. Gardevoir, of course, as well. But, you know, who's going to come out on top? Which deck is going to win? Which player is going to take the title here? We're kicking off our game 2 in our Masters final here in Anaheim 2025 World Championships. Let's get into this. Badoo as the active Pokemon for Justin and Monkey. Wow, what a familiar sight, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, we've seen this card once or twice or 30,000 times. It's pretty good. And so is Nestball in this opener. Not terrible prize cards, as you see, for Riley. Can work with that. I think we saw a little bit of help there in the hand. Maybe an Ultra Ball to go along with this. So, setup coming our way.
Set up indeed. We love to see it here. I mean, the worst sensation to feel is when you're in such a high-stakes match and you just see energy pass. I mean, that is terrible. But nope, not here today for Riley. We're getting some cards down. The Nestball is going to bring out this Mew EX. This is also a card we have not got to showcase yet for this deck. How important is this card here for Riley, especially in this matchup, Kyle?
Yeah, it can be really helpful with drawing out of some of those situations in the early stages of the game. And occasionally, you do see a genome hacking.
Yes,
it's a pretty solid attack that you can incorporate, surprise your opponent, and take a big knockout with Phantom Dive. If you combine that with a Lily's Clefairy, you're taking the KO on a Dragapult and probably knocking out something on the bench for 3 prize cards.
I mean, the Dreepy Cannon's firing on all cylinders, but nope. Mew EX is just hacking the system over there. I mean, we could potentially see that. It is a major play that Riley can utilize in this matchup. But we're going to continue to look through the deck here for Riley as he tries to scope out what is in his prize cards. Luckily for him, like you said, Kyle, nothing too detrimental.
Yeah, it's also nice to have a freer treater hanging out on the bench, give you a little bit of that versatility if there were to be knockouts happening from a more aggressive Justin this time around, which we could certainly expect to see.
This should just be a pretty safe game for Riley.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take every chance you get to outpace. Do you think that that it was just him kind of taking a step back and maybe he should have gone forth more? Or was it truly just that the cards didn't align at the right time? What do you think about that, Kyle?
I mean, he had the vision. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to remove both pieces of Gardevoir from play. There was Gardevoir and Curlia, Gardevoir and Ralts, whatever it was. He had the plan every turn, and Riley just had the perfect answer. So if the energy isn't found, if Secret Box doesn't throw away multiple Psychic energy, it's a completely different game because you cannot move like we saw in the opener. And right now, we're seeing discards, and we're not seeing Psychic energies.
Right, it's a huge change of pace so far in this game, too, between these players. Riley was able to get that early aggression as far as getting those energy into discard pile for the future attacks. But
I mean, Riley should still be able to set up enough here.
Here we are going to see, of course, that important Ralts out onto the field now for Riley. Riley as we continue with this setup. But is it going to pair with anything else here? Of course, Riley going first does not have the ability to play a supporter, is going to have that energy attachment on that Monkey Dory. Also cannot attack, nets that technical machine devolution
if that
there
doesn't come out,
of the
here we have
restart
a
on
turn
the
3
Mew
God
EX
of War.
ability. That's 2 TMs and that was it for the hand?
I mean, as far as bad hands go, this one's pretty good. You have Curlia and TM Evolution, so you can have a Gardevoir set up, but
Not a ton of cards though.
you have nothing else afterwards. And Justin's considering, well, are you going to attack with Monkey Dory next turn? Is my Badoo going away? I just need to get set up first.
Right. Let's just worry about the basics here. Speaking of basics, there's a couple in the prize cards, but hey, this is much more appealing than what we saw in our game 1 here for Justin.
Yeah, just one Ralts on the other side to stare at as you build up your board. And it's only one copy of each of these Pokemon. You play very heavy lines so that you can find the right resources. This is only one of the decks that has 2 Duskull. We've seen some players moving over to like a 3-2-1, so be on the lookout for that. But at the bottom of the prizes, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, usually our players draw the prize cards from the bottom to the top. Not always. Finland, I guess, does a little bit differently. Shout out to Finland. But
China too.
Oh yes, that's true. But this time around, Justin could have the ability to get into that Duskull later since it is at the bottom of the prize cards. Buddy,
I mean, it depends on what happens here. Riley could technically just throw on some gas on pedal.
Continue into this game too. I'm excited to see how this goes as we're now seeing the setup is pretty much getting relatively established here for both of our players as Justin maps out what is in the prize cards, takes note of that. Every single resource is so important for both of these players. We're seeing the Hilda come into play. That's going to net us this evolution Pokemon and the energy, the pieces that we need here for Justin.
Yeah, it's not exactly the card you expect to see on turn 1. Maybe you'd like to see a little more help, but finding that energy, finding that your cloak, establishing these when your opponent has 3 cards in hand and you're locking down the items, you're probably going to see some evolutions next turn from these Dreepies.
Depending on what
all
he
you need
top decks
to do
here.
is buy a little more
Top
time
decks the
and find the
Iono
big guy.
here, he is
Yes, and I mean, Badoo is a
just missing
fantastic
him up.
part of that strategy as we've already seen. So he's definitely aiding in the support of this team here for Justin. The Neo Upper Energy coming down onto the Dreepy for the energy attachment for the turn. That's going to Pollen. What do we see?
Top tech research to go along with this. That's how you do it. Hit the World Championship stage.
I mean, let's go. Research here, discarding just 1 card in that devolution, and it's going to be a fresh 7 now for the hand. For Riley, look at that, a secret box too. I mean, sheesh.
I mean, under item lock, these aren't the best cards, but at least
Just get around it, Kyle. Just get around it.
Okay, but I haven't seen a psychic energy, and that's what really separates the Guardy players. If you're really Guardian it up, you need psychics in the discard soon.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, we need to see that very soon from Riley, and we need to see how it's going to happen as well. Maybe the cards align in these future turns, but really the question is, are the cards going to align in time before Justin takes too much prominence here in this match in our game 2 and just overruns Riley's deck?
Yeah, we see Curlia and Ralts, the targets here, both evolutions in the deck. TM evolution doing absolute work here.
Right.
So Riley may not have the psychic energies, but he has the setup.
I mean, Gardevoir EX, we love to see it down on the field now. Curlia as well.
I mean, it's not
Riley
horrible.
is setting up. We just need everything to align here for the future turns. Of course, Monkey Dory also already has that dark energy on it as well for the Adrena Brain to be utilized for Riley.
Well, as far as top deck goes, I guess you maybe want Iona next turn instead of the Professor's Research, because this hand was still held on to for Justin. Doubled your cloak, and now he's going to use the Iono, find a fresh new hand to work with, and this is where you can set up once more for that big turn. If you find Duskull, you have the resources to have that Dragapult in your hand, maybe we build something pretty prominent here.
I mean, Recon Directive is one way to get there as we're going through these abilities on the bench here for Justin. Fantastic, paired with the Iono, shuffle up the hand for Riley, which could buy him some better cards, but Justin is still churning through the cards himself.
Yeah, and without the use of the Artisan, Justin's kind of nodding that he'd love to see basic Pokemon in this spot, and he sees two that are pretty good for him here, the Dreepy and the second copy of Badoo. Badoo basically lines up another free turn of protection, but he values the setup of Dreepy, another Dracloak on board, maybe the Duskull to go along with this. This is exactly where
I mean, this
be.
scenario
Badoo
needs to
didn't
be able
get
to
us far
control.
enough in the game
Gotta
one.
work a lot,
So
else you
here we
won't
go.
go
We're gonna
down,
line up some
no matter
other
what.
options for Justin. Duskull coming down now onto the field as we're continuing through here. But that Badoo still in the active position for Justin, so it's still going to carry out the same strategy we're seeing. We're eyeing up these essential turns for the future. What are those turns going to look like? Let's talk about the prize mapping here between our players. What does it look like, Kyle?
Well, for Justin, the ideal strategy with double Duskull is no longer there. If you want to use the Dusclops to remove the Gardevoir from play, can't really do that in one fell swoop, so maybe you target down different pieces. You could take out a Curlia while you knock out a Monkey Dory if you spread the damage the right way, but it just isn't perfect. But similarly on Riley's side, he has nowhere to go with his damage.
Right.
No Psychic Energies means no Psychic Embrace, which means that you're only going to push 20 damage from Monkey Dory. That doesn't help you in any situation.
Yeah, we need more than that, and maybe Riley's not able to get there. Maybe Justin can capitalize on that. We're still going to continue to set up here for Justin. Monkey Dory coming down onto the field off of that nest ball. That's something we didn't have before either until the later game for Justin. So that really could also change the pace of things too. These damage counters start going over to the field, and then they're able to be amplified from the Monkey Dory later on. Luminous Energy joining us with that Dracloak being powered up for Justin too. The Badoo lock continues. Itchy Pollen locking those items for Riley. He had a handful of items before. Does he have anything better now in the hands, Kyle?
Oh, we see one Psychic Energy, a Dark Energy along with this, but there's no supporter to go with this hand. He's just about to place it down and consider his options. Where do you go from here? Artisan, find some help, at least shuffle some of those resources.
No supporter is brutal here. I mean, there's a couple of things TCG players could do. They can attach an energy for turn. They can play one supporter. They can retreat. They can attack. But if you don't have the supporter, how are you supposed to help out your hand? How are you supposed to help out your gameplay? So that is difficult there for Riley. But Artisan gonna be shuffled up now from this deck. What did he grab, Kyle? I didn't see it.
I don't know if anything happened there, but you have the, well, you have the Monkey Dory. He just put it in the hand instead of on the table.
Okay, got you.
Probably do that.
It's coming down. It's coming down. There we go.
But with this one Psychic Energy, things are a bit awkward. You need to play this as your attachment for the turn, and then you have it for Psychic Embrace, but you don't get a Dark Energy on your Monkey Dory now.
Right, exactly. It's used for the retreat. Now it's in the discard pile. That's one step closer, but now we're just stuck with another monkey in the active here, passing back over to Justin. This truly could be what Justin needs here to eye up these major turns here for Justin. I want to see it happen here. I want to see the power of Dragon Pulse EX, and Justin is getting there as these cards are netted back to back to the hand off these recon directives. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's starting to cook over here. There's another Dracloak. There's energy to go along with it. Boss's orders too. You're just looking for a little more help. There's a Dusknoir to go along with this. If you can set up again to have that Dusclops in play and have it stick around for a turn, then you have Dusknoir in combination with the boss's orders. You take down the Gardevoir in one fell swoop. That would be devastating.
Dusknoir is huge. Cursed Blast, 13 damage counters. It is so powerful, and Justin being able to have that is going to be ginormous in this matchup here. We'll have to see if we're able to see things align for Justin. Looking at the deck, or sorry, the discard pile for Riley. Oh, just one Psychic Energy. That's nice.
Yeah, and he had to manually attach it. It has not gone great on Riley's side as far as
I mean, there's no way he
options.
should be able to like.
Yeah, Hilda being played once again for Justin here. Just feels like there's so many of these in the deck, huh?
Yeah, maybe someone's to blame. Could be the $20,000 Hilda if it works out in his favor.
Right, exactly. There's so much on the line here between these players, but they are not letting up. I mean, they're locked in on this match. Hilda gonna search out to this evolution in the Dusclops, in that Psychic Energy as well, coming out onto the field for Justin.
He's being so safe. We see the Luminous Energy on the Dracloak as opposed to the Monkey Dory. Wants to have multiple attackers if there was a bad thing on the other side. If Riley off the Iono had triple Psychic Energy Professor's Research into a Scream Tail, he was prepared with another attacker ready to go. Instead, he has the energy here for another Dracloak. He has the Dusclops. He's waiting one more turn. If he can make it happen, we are not going to see Gardevoir on that side of the table.
Yep, the safety nets have been put in place here as we continue forward. The Badoo locking up this Monkey Dory, 10 damage, item card still down. Justin is creating a checkmate situation. Is Riley going to be able to get around it? Think about this. Neither player has taken a prize card yet, but that is not going to last very long. Very soon, things are going to start flying and going quickly in this match.
Yeah, the one piece that's missing for Justin is he has no way to remove Curlia. It has Halucha and moving damage, but he doesn't have any damage on his side of the board. So Monkey Dory is not helping out. It's another
Get rid of that
turn.
freaking Badoo.
Just waiting to see what is in on the other side from Riley, and Riley's content. He's going to pass over the turn and say, if you can make this work, great, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Can you get there? It's going to be all up to Justin here. At least that dark energy was attached to that Monkey Dory there from Riley. Justin now going through these recon directive here. I saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna as one of the options. Looks like that is going to be what's going to the hand here.
And if you're wondering on Justin's side, why he's so defensive, why is he worrying? It's because of that Lily's Clefairy that he saw in that other game. You know that you're walking into a knockout. 320 hit points is nothing when you're dealing with the weakness on the other side. So you have to make sure that when you attack, it is for all the marbles.
Right, you need to have multiple attackers set up, multiple strategies to carry out the end game here so that you don't see it yourself. And if you're just getting one shot, that is a scary situation to walk into. So Justin is setting up everything possible to be prepared for it. We talk about the bear trap all the time on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but there's a fairy trap out there and it's looming on Riley's side. So Justin is going to continue to set
I feel like
things
he's
up
over-preparing
for that
here, and then
dominant
he will
position
lose on
to
that
take
because
this
he's getting
game.
too
And
scared
he
to
needs
play.
to take it to bring us to a game 3.
Well, what would be enough in this spot? Is it Dusknoir? Is it Dragapult? Is it Iono in combination with Counter Catcher? Do you feel comfortable leaving your opponent with just 5 cards and a Curlia? Or do you want to wait a little longer? It might be time. At least establish the hit points.
It might be time here. I mean, we saw what happened last time. The Duskull evolved into the Dusclops. He got wiped off the field. We were never able to Cursed Blast here, but this time around, Dusknoir is here for Justin. It's whether or not he chooses to use it, get those hit points out, try to take some sort of momentum.
I mean, the only
here.
reason I can see for not taking out the KO on
provide a lot of that.
Badoo is
You're about to see.
because you don't want to activate the counter catcher.
Cursed Blast is such a cool move.
Yeah, it's just giving away prize cards is actually beneficial. It makes it all the way to the finals of the World Championships. And Justin making a decision. If you evolve, you're basically saying it's time to attack because you're losing that recon directive.
Well,
moving and grooving over here.
Yeah, let's go. Giddy up. Dragonbolt EX is out. And now here we still see the energy attachment onto this Dracloak as well, lining it up to be able to become an attacker for Justin too. But we got the Dusknoir, we got the Dragapult.
I like this right here. You have Counter Catcher and Iono, but instead you can use your Curse Blast, then Boss's Orders, bring up this Gardevoir, walk into the Fairy Trap, the Bear Trap. And then you have Iono to go along with it on the following turn. You're just looking for a Dragapult, and that's probably going to be found.
Exactly. I mean, this is the board Justin has set up. His brain is piloting this deck. It's becoming a flawless position for him to be in here. Boss's Orders bringing up this Gardevoir EX now for Justin. We're swinging here. Dragapult EX now up in the active position, fully powered up thanks to that A-Spec card attached as well. We're going to see the swing, the Phantom Dive, and the damage on that Curlia as well.
Oh no.
Look at this. You're not using the Dusknoir here. Wants to hold on to that damage.
That's a big mistake.
There are 2 Monkey Dory on the other side. Damage can shift over, so it's a bit of a risk to see the damage laying there already, but you do see that for Riley, he still has Gardevoir in play. And he has items now. This could get wild.
Yes, I'm ready to see the pop-off here. Can Riley mount the comeback? Because now we have items. I didn't get to see what the hand we were working with is, but I'm seeing energy, and that's pretty huge, Kyle.
Double Earthen Vessel in this 5-card, 6-card hand now with the top deck. He's moving through. We'll see more energies. Is there a supporter to go along with it? If you could discard all of these, we are talking trouble. And there's a research to go along with it. If there's ever a turn to not have item lock in play, it's not right now.
Oh, this is beautiful here for Riley.
Oh no, that's gonna be so devastating for Riley to see.
Psychic energy as we see. Professor's research, the perfect supporter to discard the hand, draw 7 cards. That is gonna get Riley the energy needed to carry out these
game ending.
Oh, Justin's just thinking, I had you with 1 psychic energy in the discard pile, and I thought this was the turn. I could put you in this spot. Maybe your hand isn't strong enough, and it is one of the best hands to see here. Plenty of energies to fly through. We know that there's some resources that can be drawn into that can close things out, at least on this Dragapult, and it starts with the Lily's Clefairy.
Yes, absolutely. 7 cards we're about to see here for Riley.
Pink guide. Is it the right one? Still looking. 1 last card.
Oh my gosh. Playing it close to the chest here. Riley trying to give us a show. But yeah, I am just not seeing it here, Kyle.
Well, there's a Scream Tail to go along with this, but you're not taking out the main threat. You know, there's Monkey Dory damage, so still a lot to consider. And Artisan is the play.
Artisan being used now to bring out one of these Pokemon onto the field for Riley. It's just unfortunate having to take a little bit of a step back here. I mean, but think about this, Kyle. This is what we're seeing now from Riley. Coming up slightly short here, but he was locked on items that whole time. Imagine if you could just play your whole deck. I mean, this deck is insane here that Riley is piloting. You see why it has made it into our finals. And we'll see if Riley's able to take it to the top. Get a 2-0 here. There's a lot against him, but he's not out yet.
Yeah, how do you complain with 5 Psychic in the discard pile? I guess it's because you don't have Lily's Clefairy. There is Scream Tail. You can hit for a fairly large amount, but you're not taking out this Dragapult with this type of board.
Right, and it's scary. You know, you have a lot of damage there. You don't want to give your opponent any sort of...
This is so sketchy for
But look how much damage has already mounted there for Riley on the right side of the field. Scream Tail going to join us in the active position.
And what do we do here at this point? Yes, you have some damage you can move with the Monkey Dories, shift over, but what separates you from having the Gardevoirs on board and not playing in the game? It's this situation. How do you manipulate the damage counters? Because we don't see another Gardevoir to evolve into.
Let's do some math here, Kyle. Your specialty.
You move 60 onto Dusknoir, then you pop Dusknoir with Scream Tail.
Here, of course, that Scream Tail taking the damage from the Psychic Embrace ability on the Gardevoir EX to apply that damage there, making it so that it powers up its attack, and we're gonna see some damage on this Dusknoir. What do you think about that? Now it stayed into play, and now it is here getting damage stacked all over it, Kyle. What do you think?
Yep, once again, this is just a same situation. Justin sets up for a checkmate and hopes that it exists, and next turn it dissipates. We see the Dusknoir hit the discard pile, not on its own accord.
Right.
No Curse Blast this time, and this saves the setup. Kirlia, free. It has 80 hit points still. It is very hard to take this Pokemon off the board. Halucha damage and spreading around. You just don't have the resources to take out 80.
I mean, those ghost Pokemon help out so much here for Justin,
no way.
but you
Riley
see
has one
the
here.
Dusknoir was wiped away. There's no Duskull there. We're not going to see any extra damage. And is that just going to be what truly turns the tides of this game? Is it not going to be able to be enough damage aligned, or is Justin going to still be able to close things out with how much damage on board? What do you think, Kyle? How's the prize map looking now?
Rough. Depends on where you're looking from, but this is a spot that Riley really wanted to be in. Not only do you remove that automatic threat of Gardevoir and Kirlia being knocked out, but you have multiple energies still in the discard pile. Counter Catcher, Boss's Orders, anything to stall at this point and slow things down doesn't really help out. The one thing I can think of is maybe attacking for less damage, using Jet Headbutt into a Gardevoir and putting a little damage on there so that it would be knocked out by Psychic Embrace, but that can't happen. So you'd force the energy from the hand instead.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it is getting intricate in here as Justin continues to navigate through this turn and debate those options. Ultra Ball coming down here.
There's no way.
Another Pokemon out.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
even
over.
that doesn't work with
Riley
Pokémon
has
where
won
you're
at this
just
point.
protected from every situation. Push the damage over, then retreat. It's where do you go from here? You're not taking the big KOs, but you're still around. And for Justin, he's only down one prize card. He's got so much damage on the board, and we're talking like he's out of this right now. He's still got plenty of plays to do.
Absolutely, and Justin, I'm sure, is seeing those plays. He's a phenomenal player, has been training since he was very young in the trading card game, has made it to our Masters final stage, and is gonna put up a fight here. So Latiasi X was drawn out from that Ultra Ball to thin out of the deck, Buddy Poffin as well. Coming down for Justin.
Yep. Once you just burn this card, you still need to shuffle through.
Yes.
There is a bench space available. What do you do with that? With the Duskull and the prizes, with already seeing the Dusknoir knocked out, there is a Night Stretcher to help find some more pieces. Maybe you try one more time.
One more time. The Duskull's coming out. Let's hope it can stick around this time because it hasn't so far in either of these games. Paired with an Iono for the supporter between our players.
That's going to most likely give him Gardevoir in hand.
Fresh set of 6 cards. Riley 5 over on the other side. What do we need to see here, Kyle?
Oh, you don't have a great answer to anything just yet, but you're down a prize, so Counter Catcher seems like a great card to find. You could take a big knockout
I saw that hand.
Something like that Gardevoir, remove
that looks
the
like
screen tail,
Gardevoir,
which is a big threat, and then just force your opponent to have
Night Stretcher.
Gardevoir itself, or the Night Stretcher. And we haven't seen it all just yet.
Well, but what we have seen is Justin leaving these opportunities open, and then Riley just taking them down.
No, but wasn't Nespal?
It is scary here for Justin to be able to leave anything up for grabs for Riley. But
I'm unsure about the last
we're
fifth
going
card,
through these recon
but if he
directives.
has
We're trying to
those
still
4 cards
get
in
there.
hand, he has
Start
game now.
taking some prize cards, take the win.
Because when you use
First, we have to build up a little bit more.
Monkey Dories to put 30 damage onto, put 60 damage onto the
potential to surprise you out of nowhere and take big KOs, remove this massive 320 hit point Pokemon, and we do see that tech inclusion. It is a 1 of or 2 of in most lists now. Jamming Tower to take over the stadium here now. It will lock out all of those other tool cards.
Yes, exactly. The items are locked, the tool cards are separate, but now they're locked as well. We don't really see any tool cards out there yet, but that card
at this point,
could be a major
I feel like it's over.
in this matchup here for Justin. We'll have to see if it comes into play.
Because Justin has no Counter Catcher, he needs to get rid of Gardevoir.
But first, Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the Dark on this Monkey Dory, so we can start flinging some stuff back in the future. Of course, once it hits the board. I mean, the monkey is just such a meme in the TCG. It flings so much damage. It is such a powerful card, but this time around, we're gonna see the knockout here on the Scream Tail for Justin. That's 1 prize card down.
And when you consider what could have been if the cards did line up here for Justin.
Yeah, that's Scotty.
Something like
he has
Gardevoir,
Nespal for...
having to just place 60 damage on Curlia that could just be pushed right back over. It could be a completely different story. Are the resources there right now for the Lily's Clefairy? We see the Earthen Vessel for the Psychic Energy, and I believe Ultra Ball is in the hand to go along with this. There's a knockout lined up.
I am scared here. We're about to see the full potential of why Gardevoir has the answers.
Oh, hold up. We're in for the big knockout if we want. The genome hacking knockout is lined up too. The Duskull could be taken off the board in combination with this.
Oh my
There's a lot to look out for.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking.
You're gonna take 4 prizes this turn, and then it's gonna feel so...
The Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history.
Told you.
The 2025 season here at the Masters Finals.
So we have a winner, Riley McKay.
Taking things down with Gardevoir EX. Wow, Kyle.
That is the look of a world champion as he has played his Gardevoir deck International Championships, but now at the World Championships, he's found his way to the final table once again, and he has done it. Riley McKay, our world champion.
He's been through so much now to get here, and now he's taken that title. As I said, I mean, it is a title that's gonna last for a lifetime. The rest of his life, I mean, 20 World Championships we've had, and here is the winner of one of them, Riley McKay.
Soak it in, soak it in. Congratulations.
He looks shocked, like.
I mean, that is so cool. You see the family, the friends that have been supporting it through this
You see,
journey.
that's the face I want to see from a winner in the World Championship.
I'm sure he's feeling
He's happy, he's smiling, he's
out into the crowd, and this is
shocked.
in the stadium here as well. Well, let's see how he got here, Kyle, through that match.
I mean, this was something else. We'll go straight to game 2 here, where we
Was
saw
ein bisschen
a
honor
little
for
bit
him.
of a different
I want to see
setup for
old
Justin.
currently,
A
just
really
because
strong approach now
we saw
with
Gardevoir in the
all of
final.
recon directives, building up a board, establishing that Dusknor, but he doesn't go for it. Wants to wait for the perfect turn. Guess what, buddy? There is no perfect turn. The knockout from Monkey Dory pushing over the damage. The Screamtail takes his Pokemon off the board.
Toxapex,
And as
Lance,
he sets up for the perfect
Blink,
play, finds Iono, looks for counter catcher,
Drowsy,
wants to at least remove Gardevoir.
Growlithe,
No dice.
his
Screamtail
previous
knockout, pushing over to
Wilma,
Curlia, and this is perfection.
Murkrow,
Has all the energies, the Lilies,
Feebas,
the Berry,
ooh,
the
unknown
Mew
V,
EX to go along with
Star.
it, Genome hacking along with Monkey Dory. It's going to take a lot of prize cards. It was enough, and we see the concession.
Exactly. I mean, that was incredible. All the stops were pulled out by Justin. Of
but
course,
amazing
going
play by
everything
him.
Riley's way, but Gardevoir just
I want to sit here and cyanide and stream and everything, but I also need some sleep. I haven't worked in 8 hours, so I will see you guys next time, where we are starting the practice for my own tournament run, my own tournament season. Huge congratulations to all the winners,
On the TCG stage,
and good luck to the VGC players. Big shout out to Riley McKay. So impressive to see what he did this season. See you guys from